Salute everyone. Welcome to Nick's Real Talk with myself and Divine. Divine, you're on mute right now. I think Divine's having a little technical difficulties. Salute to Hector in the chat. Salute to Camilio in the chat. Everyone, I hope everyone's having a good evening. We're getting to it. Right now, Divine's having a little technical difficulties, but we'll get that fixed, guys. Salute again, once again, everyone in there. Yes, Hector. I appreciate it, my brother. Salute, man. We're getting it. Nick's Real Talk. Street is buzzing. CT, what's going on? CT, salute, my man. Everyone hit those likes. As you know, we're gonna get this popping up and running. And right now we got the NBA playoffs. Game 6. Divine, you're on mute, my brother. Are you okay there?
Yeah, I'm good. You hear me out there?
Excellent. We can hear you loud and clear. And let's go with the intro. Everyone, Divine, everyone.
Yo, salute. Nick's Real Talk, the night show, man. Bronx Jedi 76 Divine, man. We in the building tonight. We know what it is, man. Nick's off-season edition, man. We're gonna go everything Nick's on the off-season. Hope everybody out there doing well, man. And we ready to get it popping. Frank Matos in the building. Project Nerd Hector in the building. The streets is buzzing is in the building. We're gonna open up the panel soon, guys. So y'all stay tuned for everyone to chime in and get on the panel and get it popping. But salute to everybody out there. Hope everybody doing well, man. Getting ready for the weekend. You know what I mean? We out there just doing our thing, man. I had a good weekend myself. Hope y'all about to have a good weekend. And we ready to get it, man. It's been a minute. Y'all already know we come on Friday nights, man. The Friday night show. Now that the season's kind of, over for the season. But we gonna try to make it pop, though, man. I'm really getting to it, man. It's been a while, been a minute. I got my man Bronx Jedi Sports Talk, or Bronx Sports Jedi. Y'all know he in the building, man. Y'all make sure y'all holler at my man. Subscribe and like that channel. Go over there for the love of the game. Hector and all them guys, man. Y'all hit them brothers up down there. All the streams out there, nothing but Knicks, Queens Court, everybody, man. Die Hard Podcast, you name it, they out there, man. Y'all get it popping on this off season. But we here though, man. Y'all already know the night deal. COVID-19 still out there. It's getting better, but it's still out there. So wear a mask, man, and get them subscribes up, man. Protect yourselves and keep a distance until this thing get better. I want to give a big shout out right quick to my man Antonio and his boy today, man, for helping me out from Home Depot. Bring me a beautiful refrigerator today. Antonio, I appreciate you today, man. You and your boy, man, y'all did a great job today. Got a popper for me and my wife. We feel good about that, so thank you very much. And yeah, man, salute Baba Booey. But let's get it popping tonight, man. We want to get into some Knicks talk. It's an off season. We got a lot of things going on. And we're gonna get into the manual quickly. All NBA rookie team. We're gonna talk about RJ Barrett going over to the Olympics for the Canadian team. We're gonna get into the chatter and the trade talk, the free agency, and the NBA as well. The NBA is kind of crazy, man, with a certain number one team look like they going down. We're gonna get into all that, man. But Bronx Jedi, what up? Talk to me. How you doing, my brother?
Good evening, Divine. Good evening to everyone. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of talking and getting into. We got a lot of things to unpack right now. Philadelphia's started off the second half on fire. Steph Curry hitting threes left and right. But yeah, we're ready to talk some Knicks basketball, talk basketball in general. We've been waiting. Absolute salute to everyone again in the chat that's with us. Camilio, Frank, CT, Hector, Baba Booey, Ricky V. Salute. I'm glad you're here this evening. And yeah, we got a lot to unpack. We saw Emmanuel Quickly. Kudos to Emmanuel Quickly, second team All NBA rookie. It's good accolades. The kid put that hard work and it paid off. And he's only going to get better. It's good. I really enjoyed watching his neophyte play this season. His first rookie campaign. It was wonderful. I loved it. Going the future's bright with him and Obi Toppin. And I'm excited. I'm excited for that young man. He's a good man who every year, I told you before on Nick's Real Talk, every year that kid keeps getting better and better in every different level of competition that he gets into from AAU to college. He just gets better. He keeps taking his game, his talent to another gear, and I'm excited to see how far he's gonna be able to keep expanding his talent year in after year. So Divine, I'm kudos to Emmanuel Quickly for that. And it was his birthday a couple of days ago, or yesterday, or today, something like that. It was birthday as well. What a way to celebrate his birthday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was also salute to Emmanuel Quickly, man. Second team NBA All Rookie team. I think he could have been on our first team. So that's for all the voters to decide. But I thought he had a good year for the Knicks. Young man came in the rookie year, the 25th pick in 2020 worst draft, man. Came in there jumped right into the fold for the Knicks. Started getting in the rotation, stayed in the rotation, helped produce this year. He had an up and down season, but for the most part, he gave us a glimpse of hope for the future. You know what I mean? And I'm really excited about Emmanuel Quickly. I think he's gonna even get a little bit more advanced. His maturation gonna grow over the off season. You know, work on his game, get a little better here and there, and work on things. He need to work on his defense. You know, his driving to the basket. You know, but I think at the end of the season, he was really showing me some grit and grind going through that middle. So I love to see that. I want to see him improve on his ball handling, his playmaking. I meant to say, you know, getting everybody else involved. That'll be his next jump into his maturation this year. Is getting everybody involved, getting them teammates involved, because he's going to be a big part of that rotation. If you know, nothing happens in the trade and all that crazy stuff, but if he's a Knick going into the season, I think he's going to have a big role on that team. And I think he's the reason why certain guys might not come back. You know, I mean, they might feel like he could take that next step. And you know, I think if he go ahead and get his defense together even more, work on his defense better, get better on his defense, and then so he's gonna have. I think he's gonna be a really big part of the thing. But so salute Emmanuel Quickly, great season, man. I'm happy for you. Happy birthday, Emmanuel Quickly. You know, but what accomplishment, man. You know, just coming in his rookie year, drafted 25th. Nobody thought he was gonna be that. Like CBS Sports had him picked in the draft D+. You know what? He went from D+ to the all rookie team. So what that tell you? You know what I mean? That's why we don't get caught up with the all the back pages and all them guys. You know, the procrastinators. You know what I mean? So we know what we got down there. Salute to him. But yeah, man, it was good for him, man. I'm excited for him, and we'll see where the maturation goes at the rest of the year. BX, and I'm looking forward to his upcoming season, his second campaign, see what it's gonna be like.
Yeah, I can't wait. You know, and good point you put there. You mentioned there. They might want him to. They might feel that he could take that next step. And yeah, like you said, might not bring certain players back and use that cap money elsewhere to bring another type of player in a different position. Right. You know, because they think he could fill that spot there. That's a good point. Very good on that. And you know, I just can't wait for him to see him. Hopefully, he doesn't get traded away or part of any trades or any roster moves. You know, going forward, because there's been a lot of rumors with the Knicks. You know, getting involved with a lot of unhappy players, or unsatisfied players, or players that are going to be expiring contract that wants to get a max, and you know they're being moved around, and we'll see. His name keeps getting mentioned because he's a hot commodity. He is an asset, you know, and hopefully he stays on. If he stays on, I think the Knicks, you know, got something going, a cool player there, and you know, I think he's gonna develop into a winner here. I think he has that pedigree, that mental makeup. You know, not just from college, but from his home teaching, and I think that's gonna go a long way. And I think Manu Quickly, you know, I hope he doesn't get traded in the long run for anything. But hey, if you got an opportunity to bring in a talent that is gonna transcend the team, then you know it is what it is. It's a business.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick, man, I want to give a special shout out to my man Dan Alcanet. Dan, salute. Glad to see you, my brother. Glad to see you in the chat. Just one of the original brothers out there supporting the show, man. I'm glad to see you doing all right. Dan, you're back in here with us, man. That's real talk right there. So salute to you. Appreciate you back on the set, man, for real. And guys, when we go to the next segment, we open up the panel. You know, so once we get ready to go through the our first segment break. And but it's all good, man. You know, yeah, but you know, even now we talk about RJ Barrett is now going to the you know, the Canadian Olympics. You know, I mean, he's about to be he's out there now actually working out with the Canadian Olympic team. Nick Nurse had a lot of great things to say about RJ Barrett out there. You know, being on the how he is in practice and the leadership he's showing, and that's big, man. To see that he bringing with that team spirit that we have to that Olympic team is amazing. And I just think that's a testament to what they're doing in New York City and the culture they're building down there. Because if he's down there over there in Canada doing that, man, that tells me that you know he's taking what Tom Thibodeau and all these guys implemented, and he's bringing it over there to let them know how serious he is. So that's good, man. I hope he ball out. I hope he ball out there, man. Because RJ Barrett, you know, had a great season for the Knicks, man. Second sophomore campaign, had a great bounce back season, man. And you know, went from 14 to 17, up in rebounds, up in assists, up in 3-point percentage, up in 3-4 percentage. So I'm glad to see that he's representing Canada, which is his own country, and born, you know, raised over there and all that good stuff. So I hope he goes there and does well. But obviously, you know, we want the USA to give it to him, but we rooting for RJ Barrett, of course, BX.
Yeah. The only thing that concerns me: don't get injured, RJ. Don't get any
Right.
injuries. Take care of your body, especially when the Olympic team is over. Please get your rest. Get your get your vacation in, because this upcoming season we're expecting you to take another step as a fan base. Want to see you now elevate yourself. But I think it's going to be good for him in international play, and get to play against other international players, and who knows, maybe do a little recruiting of himself. Himself bringing in some players, seeing first eye, and networking, and getting along, and see if he could bring someone from the international game, or onto the Knicks radar, and bring on those radar moves that networking. So we will see how that happens. I think that's gonna it's a two-edged sword. It's gonna help his game. Just imagine if he helps the Canadian Olympic team in a bronze medal. That'd be wonderful if he's the main facilitator and the main scorer for a bronze Canadian team. That would be really, really wonderful to see with that. So let's hope that he elevates his game, but also gets the proper rest, and not expose and overextend his body, because we're gonna need him for the next season, the upcoming season, the 2021-22 season. I think we're expecting bigger things, and because everyone has that little bit of a foul taste of the playoff. We love the regular season. We enjoyed everything about it, and we just want to take a little bit of that sting and that little stench that they left in the postseason. And I know they're going to be back and better than ever, but we just want him not to overextend and over exalt his body in this off season. So I'm pretty sure the Knicks front office sat with him, the training staff and the coaching staff, the front office, and they probably laid out the plan of how they want workout plan, how many days they want him to work out, and the regiments and all that is especially part of the Olympic team. Remember, Thibodeau has coached, or I think he is going to be part of the Olympics, the USA Olympic coaching team as well. Or he was last Olympics, and I think he's going to, if he's part of the team, he knows what is required for those players, the proper rest, and putting a good program together. So I think I'm going to be okay with it. A little bit, I was a little concerned, but I think speaking about it with you here right now and going over it, I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yo, salute to the chat, man. I'm Dan Alcalet, Baba Booey, Rick V, Project Nerd, Hector. You already know, man. Appreciate you, my brother Frank Matt. To the Rick V, you already know what we do. Rick V in the building. The streets is buzzing. My man CT's in the building. Frank Camilio. Salute to all you guys, man, out there for chiming in. Check out the show tonight. And everybody out there on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you streaming them from. We appreciate y'all chiming in. Knicks Real Talk, the night show, Divine Bronx Jedi 7-6. And y'all already know what this weekend is, man. So we want to hit y'all, show y'all some love right there. Y'all know what this is. Yeah, man. Happy Father's Day to all y'all out there, man. All you fathers out there, man. Salute to you guys, man. And ourselves, salute to you, Bronx Jedi, and for who you are, to your sons out there, man. We appreciate the Cruz family out there. Salute to my youngins, man. I know they checking me out, man. I know they give me the love as well from wifey and everybody. But salute to all y'all out there, man. All you fathers out there, man. Or you guys who have fathers, you think about them. It's our day this weekend, man. So we're gonna get it popping, and I told my wife it's like Simon Says Sunday. So we're gonna get it popping Sunday, man. Simon Says, hun, whatever. But yeah, man, it's all good, man. Like I said, we got the season off, man, and we in here, man. We just talking Knicks, and we get into some NBA talk as well in a few. We get some guest panel members on. We do that as well. But it's good to be back for a minute, man. But I hope y'all been checking out Bronx Jedi Sports Talk. He been dropping some nice videos out there and some live shows. So y'all make sure y'all check them notifications out and hit them subscribe. And when you see Bronx Jedi notification, get on there, man. And we want to hear some football, basketball, baseball, hockey. He does it all, man. I think y'all need to check that out. You also go check them brothers out down there. My man Hector and all them guys that for the love of the game. So we all out here, man. We getting it popping, man. Trying to keep this off season summer buzz popping. That's what we got to do, because it is the off season. But Knicks season never stops. You know how we doing here. So salute to everybody out there, man. But yeah, man, we got the draft coming up, free agency, and all that good stuff, man. We still got trades going on. And as you guys know, we'll talk about that later. Kemba Walker got traded today from the Celtics to the Oklahoma City Thunder. So we're going to go over that as well when we open up topics and everything. But I'm looking forward to the off season. I think we get ready to go into the draft, pretty soon, man. And we got to see what's out there and what type of buzz going to be out there for the Knicks. I think we got the 19th and 21th. I'm not thinking the two second rounders. Are we going to move up and try to take on some more talent? I know it's going to be interesting. So we're going to be making some power moves. And salute to my man Aboriginal. We see you, Remy. Appreciate you, my brother. But yeah, man, BX is going to be pretty crazy in the next couple of weeks, man. Because it's almost here. I mean, this is next week. We should be talking draft lottery, and then after that, getting ready to go into that draft and see what the Knicks going to do.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, next week's during one of the conference playoff games, I think the draft lottery is announced. The order of the draft, if I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong, but I think it's next week. I think it's when the ping pongs go in. I know, we know thankfully we're not in that mess this year, and we don't have to see that goofy grin from the commissioner, assistant commissioner. But it's good that we're not going to be in there. What what you just made a good point there with the draft. Let me ask you this before we bring on the panels and our distinguished guest in here. If the Knicks were offered, hey, we'll give you a good draft pick. And let's say I'm gonna just use the fourth, because third, 1, 2, 3 usually don't really get traded. Teams usually don't normally trade because those are the franchise type of changing players. But let's say they tell you, fourth pick, and it's a need, but we'll give you the fourth pick. You give us the 2 draft pick this year, and you have to take on a really bad contract of a player that I can't even think of a bad contract right now. Let's say hypothetically, Joakim Noah was around. Because I just don't know the numbers right now. I don't have it on me. Is that something that would intrigue you? Let's say I think it depends how many years of the bad contract it is. If it's 2 more years of the bad contract and you're able to move up in the draft for the fourth pick or better, that's a conversation and intriguing, because you're going to get a kid. You're not going to have to pay him for a while anyway. He's going to have his rookie scale, whatever the contract is. You have Obi Toppin rookie scale. You also have as well as Emmanuel Quickly, and so forth and so forth. Is that something that is kind of intriguing? That's a good thing I was thinking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Long that bad aspire, they're not that bad contract can help us. If he could produce for us, if he could produce for us, absolutely. I think we go get that young talent and still fight for what we trying to fight for. But go get that young talent and give them and let them blend in, because I don't know what's going to happen with the Franks of the world, the Knoxes of the world. I don't know what's going on with that. But I don't see Alpha Payton coming back. I don't see a certain type of many. I don't see about 4 guys coming back. So that them 4 spots that can be filled. Whether it's via trade, via free agency, or via the draft. We got enough spots to put some players there. And it just depends on what the organization going to do and what they're going to try to do. But I wouldn't have a problem with that, BX. If you bring in a bad contract, and if it got a year left, or maybe 2, if the player it can help us, definitely help us. If he can't help us, but and we know next year is coming off the books to get up, okay, you make that move, whatever. He could be a bench warmer. He could be like Theo Pinson.
Or what about like a player like Ken Bazemore? He has a back. He had a ridiculous contract. He made a lot of money. Let's say he was in that position there. Because I'm not saying that's available, but like that type of idea, that type of thought that came in my head. Because we could be here talking about the hype. This is all hypothetical. Right now it's the off season. We could talk about that and all that, but that's something a conversation you really need to think about, and we have to find out what direction the front office and the coaching staff is going. Because they gave us vibe youth movement, continuing youth movement, but then then you have a little bit of a kind of like a win now type of window, because they accelerated so much and moved up, so they took a huge leap this season, and you're like, man, we're so close on the cusp, and let's things could have been much different. Let's say we would have played a Miami Heat in the first round. maybe we right now are in the Eastern Conference wing side away from the Atlanta Hawks, and dare I say, giving the Brooklyn Nets or whoever the case is a hard time, or the Bucks, and maybe on our way, that deep playoff run we thought, because I think we caught a team that got hot at the right time and inspired, under inspiration, and everything is clicking on all cylinders, and and I think that's what the Hawks are currently right now in that deep playoff run that I thought my Knicks were going to do when I predicted them going on that deep run. What I vision, not exactly the way the Hawks are playing, but the results of the way that winning games and being where they are, and shocking the world. I thought the Knicks were going to be in that position. So if everything would have panned out a different way, maybe that would have been something that might have been, our us in there. So I always think about those things. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, real quick. I agree with you, man. I want to second what Prodigy Nerd has said. I'm very interested in Luka Doncic as well. I think they had some video clips of him shooting third day at the gym, getting his shots up and everything. So he's in Terrytown and everything. He's there doing his thing. I agree with you. Heck, man, I'm definitely thinking that if he pans out a certain way for it, that's going to be huge for the Knicks. If Valdoza can come in there and crack that rotation, I think that's so huge because it now allows us not to get too crazy worried about a point guard in free agency. What I
Right.
mean, and we can go another couple of routes with that. I think that's going to be so dope, man. To see that happen, man, and I'm looking forward to that. And what we're gonna do, man, we're gonna plug the show. I'm gonna bring a panel member on, man. We're gonna do that real quick. So salute to everybody out there. Nick Trill Talk the Night Show, Divine Bronx Jedi 76. We in the building. We're gonna plug this show. We're gonna bring my man Dan A in the building, man, and we're gonna get it popping. So we'll be right back. You already know, man. Nick Trill Talk the Night Show. Let's get it popping. Man, salute. Nick's Real Talk, the Night Show, Divine Bronx Jedi 76. We got my man Dan A in the building. Dan, salute. Good to see you, my brother. So we in here talking Knicks.
Salute,
And, yes, sir. We was going over to my man Project Nerd threw up the Luka Van Doda thing, and I was just to piggyback off that. I really think if this man come in here and give us something, I think it opens up a lot of doors for the Knicks, man. It takes a lot of worry away, opens up a lot of doors for the Knicks, Dan. And I think now they might say, unless they decide to go big game hunting, then. But I think if they decide to, stay packed with what they have, at least at the point guard spot, if he pans out and re-sign Derrick Rose, obviously we know that Alpha Payton not going to be there. I don't think they signed him back. But if you got Luka Valdoza and Derrick Rose, if you sign him back 1-2. If that works out, that to me that opens up the door for a lot of other players to bring in here at the wing spot, or at the backup five. Because I don't, if Mitch coming back, whatever the case may be, Dan, I think it's going to be interesting if that takes place with Luka Valdoza.
First off, salute to the Knicks family. As far as Luka Valdoza goes, he's an unknown commodity, so I'm not too sure about him. The thing is. The saying goes, if you have 3 point guards, you have no point guards. And we have Luka, we have Derrick Rose, and IQ is there. They're training him to be a point guard. The way I see it, the only way we get in a point guard is in either by trade or free agency. Like even with Luka on the squad, the best I'd say for him is he'd be someone coming off the bench playing with IQ. If they decide not to go with, if they decide not to bring Derrick Rose back, he's someone I'd say, I'd prefer him to play along with IQ, along with them two as far as better than Derrick Rose. Granted, Derrick Rose knows the system, but I think that guy Luka has younger legs, so he'd be more equipped to run and gun with that second squad. But as far as the point guard position goes, we either have to trade or we have to get it by free agency.
Okay. So you don't think his game is gonna is ready for the NBA from a starting position, or you just haven't seen enough on him?
I haven't seen enough on him, and I don't think so. I think people are hoping that you get a Facundo Campazzo effect with him, and
Right.
you would hope that, but hoping is praying. You need a sure shot answer. So
Right.
as much as you'd have faith in him, there's still the temptation of a Kyle Lowry that's on the open market. Why not go after him? Even if you have Luka in the building, if you can get a Kyle Lowry to be your starting point guard, who would you rather trust with the ball in their hands?
Yeah, that's facts. What you think, BX, on that, man? If Valdoza does crack the rotation, do you think the Knicks still should go out there and elevate that point guard top?
Yeah, I believe so. I agree with you on that. Or to that 80% of your statement there. Absolutely. Dan, it's a pleasure speaking with you. I'm glad to see you there. It's good to see you back on with us here. And the only thing is, I wouldn't go after Lowry though. That's the only. I want to go younger. I like the veteran. Yeah, he's a veteran. Unless if we know, like you said, the commodity of Luka Valdoza, if he's younger and if he really is going to pan out, then Lowry will be a good, bring in, but we don't know. But the good thing is we get to see sample size in the Olympics now with the Argentina national team. Let's see if he goes out there, and also the summer league. But the only thing is, the summer league comes after the free agency and the cap. Mm-hmm. So we want to, then you're really like, we didn't get a point guard. So it's going to be interesting with that. We talked before. We know which point guard. I know which point guard Dan would like to bring in here. SGA. So I know that for a fact, but. Me, if we can get SGA, I would like to get my wish list was Spencer Dinwiddie. I think he'll make sense with the money wise and all that, or Brogdon from Indiana. If we can get him in a trade, those are the type of players. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how there's a lot of noise going on in the NBA in the off season. With all the coaching firing and the carousel of GMs and stepping down and moving down. You had Eric Spoelstra, his name linked to the Portland Trailblazers. I think Raleigh and company extinguished that today. I saw that, but his name was hot and heavy for him going down there to Portland. It's a lot of movement. It looks, and the funny thing is that the good thing and the funny thing is it has nothing to do with the Knicks front office or anything like that. So it's a good time to be a Knicks fan, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even with that Boston Celtics trade with Kemba Walker, that's interesting with him and SGA out there. Him, Kemba Walker. They sent Al Horford over here with a first round pick in the second round with the guy Moss, I think his name is. So and it's 2000 I think it's 22 or 23 second rounder. I think OKC, man, the way they doing it down there is amazing. They seem like they just we'll take on bad contracts and we long be getting these draft capital, you know what I mean? And they can take that draft capital and flip it when they're ready. It's interesting to see how they're doing it down there with such a small market team, but you just never know. I mean, unless they hear something about SGA might not want to be there, you never know, they like, listen, well, we might not be able to sign this cat. So we'll keep Kemba Walker and if we won't be able to sign him, then then it is what it is, So either way it goes, you got to keep your ears and your eyes open because you never know what can happen down there. But as far as my biggest thing is the wing position now for us. The 3 spot. That's what I'm really looking at. That's why I've been glued to these playoffs. I'm looking at the Kawhi Leonards of the world. I'm looking at if we can't go big game hunting with somebody like that. Do you do the Kelly Oubre's or you see if Boston willing to do the Jaylen Brown trade or whatever. So it's a lot of stuff out there, man. It can go so many ways with us, and and if we don't get the big fish, but as long as we maintain that cap space and don't screw it all up and just take on a couple of maybe somebody with a 2-year, 3-year. The Damian Lillard that's gonna cost us the farm. And all stuff like that. And I don't think the Knicks. I don't think we need to go there. You're not giving up 5 draft picks. Damian Lillard's that dude, but he ain't that dude to be giving up all that. Only person I can see you giving that to me for unless they going to get Luka Doncic, and then they but You know what I mean? Then you have to think about that. Because I don't think there's too many cats coming out that draft gonna be better than him, to be honest with you. So you have to take that into consideration. But we'll see, man. It's gonna be out there. This the off season buzz. That's all, you know. And it's a lot of chatter out there, man. And I'm looking forward to whatever the Knicks do. But I do think they might bring D Rose back. I can't see Tom Thibodeau not bringing D Rose back. I just don't get that. You know what I mean? I think him and Taj coming back. I think Noel probably get a bigger deal from somebody else. I think Alpha Payton gone. I think what's his name? The microwave. I call him the Vinny Johnson Jr. What's the cat name?
Alec Burks.
Right, Alec Burks. Excuse me for the brain freeze. Alec Burks might not be back. You know, so you know what? You got Frank Knox out there. I know they're not going to gut the team because you want to keep that commodity, but and that chemistry. But I definitely think they're going. I can see 4 or 5 guys not coming back next year though. And if that's the case, then you know we talk about if you bring Reggie Bullock back, do you get a 3 to start in front of him? If it ain't Kawhi Leonard, like I said, or then you got to go to the next tier. You know what I mean? I do like Oubre when he bring. I like his defense on the wing very well. I like his game going to the basket. He's a dog, and we need them cats down here in New York. We need some dogs down here. And but you know it's gonna. I don't know. Other than that, that's the ones we want the most. But then you hear the Zion thing, you hear the Luka thing, then your whole head starts spinning. BX. So who knows what's going on out there?
Well, you know me. I called it. I've been saying that Zion, some way, somehow, is going to end up on the Knicks team. Some way, somehow, by hook or crook, he's trying to get his way here. You already saw the reports. His family says he's unhappy. They're unhappy. They don't want him in New Orleans. They keep bringing the fact you had Chris Paul. He's gone. He didn't like to be there. Anthony Davis, the same. You know, you have all these players, and they all say the same exact thing. It seems like they seem like they're a dysfunctional organization. You know, after 1 year, despite the fact that they did the wrong hire with Stan Van Gundy, but after 1 year shows inability to stay unstableness. They panic and it doesn't look good. You know, that's Zion Williams' third coach already in the league, and that's way too many. Going forward with that. It shows it they're not stable. And then you have reports Miami's kicking the tires on Brandon Ingram. You know, they want to see if they could try to bring Ingram in there. You know, that's going to be interesting because Miami, you know, they Riley is a slick dude. He wants to try to get everything he can. Or, you know, call everybody around and try to get in there. You know, but you know, you got two slick car salesmen and David Griffin and Pat Riley would like to be a fly in the wall and hear that negotiation between those two guys. That you know, to see if that's any truth to that. But remember, guys, if we don't get a wing and we want to hold our chips for next off season to sign, remember there's a guy out there besides Kelly Oubre who could come play for a year. You know, with Bullock, you back him up, or vice versa, or Bullock could start and this guy could back him up. Is Rudy Gay. You know, I've been a high on Rudy Gay's. You know, he's a wing, smart, savvy veteran that could come in and play, give you 12 minutes or 15 minutes, 20. You know, I got my friend that he's a big Spurs fan. So he's still got some stuff in his left in his tank. You know, he's still got a lot left on me. So for a stopgap 3 for until next season when all the really quality free agents are out there, you don't want to spend all your money or go all in now if you don't have the quality of players there, and that's just something to keep in mind. But I really want them to upgrade really badly, but I just want to be patient as well. I don't want them to get too excited or too over enthusiastic and trade away first round picks, give a bad contracts out, and then I just don't want to go back in the dog ages, the dark ages, and then I know people are saying it's been 50 years, we've been waiting. But you know what? I want them, let them do it right, let them do it correctly. My opinion is I want them to be younger, faster, athletic, because the LeBron James era of dominating the NBA is coming to an end. The Kevin Durant's, the LeBron James, those guys are getting older. They're leaving. Now it's Devin Booker's time. Zach LaVine, Donovan Mitchell, so forth. The younger, they're ready to take over now. So let's try to get these players. Let's get athletic. Let's get quicker. Trae Young, you see him how much he's running amok with his athleticism and speed and quickness. That's why I kind of like poo-poo. I don't want Lowry because he's getting older and slower. Can he keep guarding LaMelo Ball or Trey Young in a playoff series, running around the picks and the screens? That veteran body. That's one of my concerns. Hey, I would have loved Kyle Lowry when he proposed a trade years ago. But as of right now, it all depends on the money. If they can get him for a good deal that's not going to hurt him for 2 years, I'm all for it. But if he's going to command a 3-year deal, I got to think about letting him pass. My opinion.
Damn. Go ahead, bro.
No, I agree with BX there, with regards to having older bodies, because we saw that. I I agree to a sense that the older bodies don't hang up, but in another sense, like we saw that the only two guys who were able to do anything in our playoff series were the veterans. Granted, Obi and IQ had their moments, but they weren't consistent enough. The best player on our team throughout the entire series was Taj Gibson. Taj Gibson was the best player. So having a veteran presence on the floor, it doesn't hurt, and especially like I I said this when I was watching the Utah Memphis series with my girl. Like one of the like as good as a roster that Memphis has, they have a young roster that runs and guns, and they play great defense and all that. The one thing I think they're missing is a veteran point guard. They need someone who's going to tell John Morant, hey, here's what you're supposed to do. Here's what you're not supposed to do. So, like, I can do either or with, signing Lowry. One name that keeps popping into my head, I don't hear anything about him. I don't, I keep tabs on these guys, but I don't hear anything about him wanting out of his situation. But the one name that just randomly keeps popping into my head is De'Aaron Fox, because Luke Walton is not a good coach. Like everyone who watches basketball can attest to that. Luke Walton is not a good coach. So I can see someone like him, being wanting out of his situation. So having the right assets to move for him, to move for a player like him, that's something where I feel like a Lowry could come in, where let's say we keep Derrick Rose and we have Lowry and we have Luka, we can trade away Luka and Lowry and trade him into some of our cap space, but still have Derrick Rose there, who's a veteran that knows the system, and can we can also keep IQ as well, because Sacramento, they can ask for what they want, but if the guy wants out and this is the middle of the season, we can finesse and finagle with that. Zion, that news, I agree with Aboriginal Ramy. That news had my head spinning, because it makes you think, wait, do we have to trade Randall? Do we not have to trade Randall? Can he work with Randall? I mean, the guy's generational, so you just have to make it work around him. How would we build a team around him? This, that, whatever. And I've settled my thoughts on it is let it come to his contract year first, because I would not want to trade for him right now and have to pay both him and RJ at the same time. You're not like we're gonna be in the luxury tax right after that. We're gonna be in the luxury tax. So I like, as far as him, let it come to contract time. If he signs a two and an option, so that he could leave after that, and that's like what, 5+ years in the league. So hopefully he would have developed more skills and he can have a jumper like Randall. Then I'd attest to having Zion here. Like, that's a generational talent. I would not deny him, but let it come to contract time and let him, deal with that. But yeah, I don't like the way you see it, Divine, as far as like four guys leaving. I don't see it that way.
You don't?
I see it as I see it in a way as like, if they, like, Derrick Rose said it after the series, like the front office has big plans for the Knicks. Like, we even heard about it during the season with the Jerome Weitzman piece, where he said that the team that was constructed was not the team that they originally envisioned for us. They wanted Gordon Hayward, and Granted, Gordon Hayward was hurt near the end of the season, but while he was playing, he was putting up numbers and he was helping Charlotte look like a playoff contending team. They do have big plans, and so in order to facilitate those big plans, I don't think you just cut off the free agents. I think you keep those contracts around because contracts can be moved. The draft picks, we have 4 draft picks. We have 2 in the first round, 2 in the second round. We're not drafting 4 rookies. 4 rookies are not touching this roster as long as Tom Thibodeau is head coach. So I definitely see I definitely see those draft picks being moved. But as for whether they're for a player or to move up, that's the only question.
Right.
Yeah, I think, and the reason why I brought that topic earlier about the 4 or 5, because see, they could be traded now. You know what I mean? Them cats can be traded now, and that's why I don't think they might be coming back. They might be involved in the pack of the team. Might say, you know what? Let me take them 4 or 5 players now, and that way I clear my cap space next year. I mean, in July. So that's the reason why I said they might be there. It might not necessarily that we're going to let them go, but they might be. Some team might be like, you know what? We'll give you this guy. You give us them 4 guys because all of them got expiring contracts. You know what I mean? And we could use that. So but I just don't know. With, like you said, with the 4 rookies, how many going to be on the team? With a 15-man roster spot, they did sign Novel Pell already to extension. You signed Luka Doncic. Luka Vandoda to a 3 or 4 year, 1 year guaranteed, I guess. So he's there. Knox still on his contract, and then so it's just interesting to see how they're going to go about making all these plans and what they're going to do with them. It's going to be real interesting. I'm dying to see what's going to take place. Real quick, man, salute to the chat. Alton Lee, my brother, we see you. The Smoking Knicks in the building, man. Salute to you, my brother. Salute to everybody in the chat. Camilio, everybody, man. Rick V, Project Nerd, everybody, man. We here at Knicks Real Talk, the night show. We got my man Dan Ackland in the building with us, man. One of the originals, or he's back on the set. We just talking Knicks, man. So salute to everybody out there. But yeah, man, it could go so many ways. Dan and BX, that's why I was interested to see what they're gonna do. Salute Brooklyn Belly in the building. Salute to you, Brooklyn Belly. What's up, my brother? But we got a lot of options. That's what's so crazy, because even with the point guard thing, going back to that for a minute, if they bring back Derrick Rose, now we got that veteran point guard. So I can see people talking about the Lonzo Balls and all these guys, because we do have an experienced point guard, a veteran on the team. So now you can go out to some young cats out there, like you said, Fox, like I said, Lonzo Ball. You even got the Marcus Smart thing out there, in Boston, so it's going to be very interesting to see what the Knicks do to you. And I think Scott Perry and them going to make all the right moves to get these guys and what we need in there. And Elton Lee said we only carrying 2 rookies, not enough room for more. And I agree. So some of either they going to get packaged, or it might be D-League material. Who knows what they're going to do with that. But I know they ain't going to bring all of them back.
The way I see it, as far as the draft, as far as the draft goes, the first pick, or like however they consolidated, the way they traded, whatever. So the first pick, if we're getting 2 rookies, the first pick, I'm spending the higher end is on a wing player. I go for the wing. As much as wings are a premium. Wings are a premium. Like there was a reason why Obi was a pick. Obi can play he can play a wing / a center, but you can't, to afford to pay for a backup to Julius, it would have cost too much money. So as far as that goes, wings are a premium in the league. I see the wing position being the first pick. Now that second pick, it can go any of ways. But what I would do if I was in the front office, I would pick the point guard who's not going to see the floor for like 2 to 3 years. He's got to be strictly developmental in the sense that they have faith that he can be the point guard for the next, he can be a point guard on the floor that can, at least be a starter and net them a return. It even more so can even be the point guard of the future. But I'd pick the point guard who's going to be developing for 2, maybe 3 years, not going to see the floor. Or if they are going to see the floor, it's at the end of the season.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because I think being in that first round of the playoffs and gave us a taste of wanting to go to the next level. So we're gonna have to fill that team with some talent. You know what I mean? Whether they did some older guys, like you said. I agree 100% with what you said. All we do is got to draft a young man who we say we know in 2 or 3 years he's gonna be something special. You know what I mean? Or and what I mean by special, that he gonna be able to be on our team and have an impact on it. You know what I mean? So I definitely could see us going that route, Dan. But even in the case of right now, like I said, what do you do with Alpha Payton? I just don't think Knicks bringing him back. So whether he get traded in the all season on that before this July, whatever, when that's expiring, and I just don't see. I don't even see Reggie. Not Reggie, but I don't see Noel for the reason it's here. He might get a bigger contract for somebody else. You know what I mean? So and I'm down to 2 guys now, and so if you talking about Alex Burks. I don't know if Knox coming back. I don't know if Frank coming back. You don't know if Alex Burks coming back, and that's 5 guys right there. Now, how they go about them not coming back is a different story. That's the reason why I brought that up. I'm interested to see what they're gonna do with Frank and Knox. You know what I mean? Knox got a year left on his. Frank right now his is expiring, but I want to see what they're gonna do with them guys, man, because I don't know if they're gonna be on a team, next year, and what they're going to do with Mitchell Robinson. You still got him on a $1.5 million deal or whatever the case may be. He's going to be our starting center next year, next to Randall. That's why I'm hoping. I'm going to be honest with you guys. The chat might think I'm crazy, but depending on what happens in the playoffs, man, a lot of these guys are going to be like, yo, you wanted, you guys would have been, look at Philadelphia hypothetically. What happens if Doc Rivers don't get them cats to the Eastern Conference Finals? What is the Ben Simmons situation? Ben Simmons, what is this situation? What happens if Kawhi Leonard and them, which I think they're going to beat? That's a shame. I hate to say it, man. I had the Utah Jazz. I think that the Clippers might beat them boys.
Yeah, I asked that same question. The same question you asked is, what happens in Philly with Ben Simmons if they don't make it past this game tonight, and what happens with Utah if they don't make it past this game? Like everyone was saying that Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert's relationship is really good, but if they bow out in tonight's game. Truthfully, everyone would hope that Donovan Mitchell ask out or so forth, but he's not going to. If anything, I see Utah moving Rudy Gobert first before they'd even move Donovan Mitchell. So, as far as that goes, like if they leave tonight, I can just guarantee, even with 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards, they would move Rudy first. As far as Philly, are you imposing that you might want Ben Simmons on the Knicks?
It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt. That contract, he got years left on that contract, about 3. Yeah, he got about 3 years left. But Dan, that's a tough one. I wouldn't have a problem with Ben Simmons if, depending on where we gonna put him at. Yeah, we have my man Dan having a little technical difficulty. He'll be back in a minute, guys. But yeah, man, we just talking Knicks Real Talk, man. The night show, Divine Bronx Jedi 7. We got Dan Outlook in the building. Alton Lee, salute. Aboriginal, salute. Brooklyn Belly, salute. Salute to everybody out there, man, watching the show. We in here, man. We just talking Knicks tonight. All season review, man. We doing it here, man. We got Bronx Jedi back in the building. But salute to everybody out there chiming in, man. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, everywhere, man. Thanks for coming on tonight, man. It's Friday night. You know what it is. We just talking Knicks tonight, man. Me and Dan just were talking about what happens if Philly get knocked out. What happens if Utah Jazz get knocked out? Are they going to keep Rudy Gobert? Are they going to keep Donovan Mitchell? You call they're going to keep Donovan Mitchell, but that Rudy Gobert contract going to be hard to move, man. That's a big contract right there. You know what I mean? So I can definitely see Utah doing something. I agree with you, Alton Lee. One of them is gone. I agree 100% on that one. I don't know which one is going to be. I know Frank, he does have his aspiring. I think Knox got 1 more year, so that's an aspiring, which could be moved. I'm dying to see that as well. Out, man. Good point, man. I really want to see what's going to go on with that because that's definitely going to be another another roster spot that's got to get that's gonna be opened up. That's got to get filled. BX, and we just was going over like we were just me and Dan were just talking about basically these. What happened to Philly? Does Ben Simmons come out? You know what I mean? Does Philly try to move Ben Simmons, or would you take Ben Simmons? Does Rudy Gobert leave there, and do you take Rudy Gobert? I don't want that contract for sure. That no question. I wouldn't want Rudy Gobert's contract, but you get the Spider. Listen, I hope the Spider gets disgruntled and want to come to New York. That's what I want. So that would be the real deal, BX.
Oh,
Man, me and you, we spoke about that. We want Donovan Mitchell to come back home. But to the point of Alton Lee, salute Alton Lee. I'm glad to see you there. I had a little technical difficulties. I'm back on.
Ooh,
salute
okay.
to you. And what you were saying about Frank or Knox, I think Knox has more value. Because you could trade him and someone will give you because they want to see he's got one more year to prove it, a fresh start, a new team, a new opportunity, and I think they might take a flyer on him and say maybe we might get a motivated Kevin Knox going in for a contract, a new environment, a new away from New York, and maybe the kid will see something. So I can see them kicking the tires, teams calling around and giving them the Knicks a pretty good offer. They might can't refuse for Kevin Knox. You could see that happening. As far as Rudy Gobert, I don't see him moving. That contract is an albatross. Utah is married to him. I don't think they're going to move him. I don't think they'll be able to move him. I think they're stuck with him.
Yeah, that's crazy.
BX, I'd have to disagree with you for 3 reasons.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say 3 names, and you're gonna tell me if these 3 contracts weren't called albatrosses.
Okay,
Russell
I know which one already.
Russell Westbrook, John Wall.
I knew it.
Even just a couple years ago, well, I think earlier this year, Chris Paul. Chris Paul's contract was looked at as a bad contract when he was moved to the Thunder.
Yes.
Who else? Timothy Mozgov, Luol Deng. These are albatross contracts, but they were moved. Any contract can be wheeled and dealed, man. If there's anything I learned with football and basketball, is that the cap means nothing.
I'm glad you brought that up there, Dan, because before on another segment we talked about there was reports that Houston is dangling to the Knicks. Take John Wall. He's going to expire in 2 years or a year from now. We'll give you this year's our draft pick, number 1 draft pick this year. It could be they could win the lottery. Who knows? For I think it was just take them off the hand. I think it was trading both our picks 19, 21, and I think something else, maybe an Obi Toppin or something like that. I read and available. That's how you When to your point, I should have thought about that before I came out of my mouth that contracts could be moved because the Brooklyn Nets proved it when they were bad. They took on a lot of bad contracts, but they bought it. But I'll take your bad contract, but you have to give me something good, a good picks, a good draft pick. We actually before when we started the segment, I think we were talking about the Knicks. If would you able to get like a 4 or 3 this year and give up the 19 and 21, but you have to take back a bad contract. I was using an example of a player like a Ken Bazemore or if Joakim Noah was still around, that kind of bad contract, but you get this year's pick. Plus, you get that contract, and me and Divine said, depending how long that contract, if he could contribute on the team some way, somehow, 10 minutes, whatever, and still play, and he's going to go in 2 years, you got to really think about it on that. You really got to listen to the conversation and be intriguing on that. What do you think on that?
Yeah, let me ask you a question real quick. Would you take on that John Wall contract, Dan?
Oh God, oh man. See, here's the thing: the Rockets. That situation is dependent on a lot of things because the Rockets technically don't own their own pick. If it falls into a certain range, I think it conveys over to Oklahoma. So I don't know. Like if they keep their own pick, you take on John Wall in that contract. What am I trading away?
You 19, 21, and maybe one of the Toppin
like Kevin
or
Knox or Toppin.
yeah,
Because
something like
they
that.
wouldn't trade Toppin. They trade Kevin Knox before they trade Toppin.
Correct. Top, even if you want to throw in Franklin Nikita or anyone that still has another year availability or Novell Pell, that kind of move to move around. But you bring in because John Wall expires not this year, the following year. One of the big free agents that everyone goes out. He's expired. He leaves. So you got 2 years. On that. That's something to think about. That's can you research the John Wall? You know.
No, what I'd research more so is that pick. I'd research the pick because if it's lottery bound, like if it's truly lottery bound to a sense, like they just landed within the top 10 and they say, hey, we'll give you this pick along with, and you look at that top. I mean, the top 10 of this draft looks really impressive. Um, I consider it, but ultimately, I think no.
Okay.
I don't think John Wall moves the needle enough for me to even consider that because granted he is a better 3-point shooter than Elfrid Payton, but that's not saying much considering if you know John Wall's 3-point history, he's just like a tick above better than Elfrid Payton. I'd say he is better at getting to the rim, but he's not the point guard I'm looking for.
Mm. Yeah, only thing I give make me hesitant, not hesitant. What I'm trying to make me think that Nick would do that. Like you said, if that pick fall in a certain spot, the 2 years, that's the important thing. I don't have a problem gambling for 2 years instead of 5 or 6 or 7. John Wall and for 2 years with R.J. Barrett, Mitchell Robinson, Julius Randle, and that third wing, you go get that wing, put that wing in that 3 position, and let's say they go to the second round, maybe the third. You know what I mean? Then you set yourself up that okay, by the trading deadline, if you think this team is that, you think they John Wall was better than we thought he was. Let's say they go out there and get that third wing if they don't get him in a regular offseason. I'm going to say to get us through the trading deadline to get us in the playoffs to make a push. And then after that, John Wall contract might be up in just a couple more years.
Okay, so we just got some new information from Aboriginal Rami. He's saying that the contract is way too risky because it has too many options. I believe John Wall does have a player option.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so all right, that changes the discussion. That's a hard no for me, regardless
Right.
of what the pick is. That's a hard no for me because I no, I'm not having John Wall on my books for that long.
No,
Right.
absolutely. Yeah, and that's what I mean. So it's a lot of noise out there. I do like the Marcus Smart thing though. I'm telling you right now, I would take Marcus Smart at the starting point guard for the Knicks and that starting lineup with R.J. Barrett, and I mean you get that boy the defender. He's a straight up defender. He's a dog. We need dogs. You know what I mean? Why you think Philly going out right now? They don't got no dogs. To me, Joel Embiid is not, but I mean by in the sense of a dog. He's willing to get down and dirty, go hard, bang, bang, bang. Let's get grimy with it. You know what I mean? Look at the Utah Jazz. They don't got no dogs. Mike Conley not playing. The Clippers got dogs. You know what I mean? Them cats come to the fight and bark. They come to the fight and they come to fight. You know what I mean? And I think Rudy Gobert, he nice down, and of course how much I think Spider might be the only one truly you could put in that category. But so it's hard to see them cats. We need dogs down there. We need cats when the going gets tough. We ready to battle, yo. And I think that's what Atlanta did to us to a degree. Well, they played our game against us almost. You know what I mean? They was getting grimy. They was getting gritty. They were showing and so that's why I could see a guy like a Marcus Smart. You know what I mean? He ain't backing down for nobody. I don't care who it is. You know what I mean? You put that dude with Mitchell Robinson and you get a wing who can defend that's why I like the Oubre thing if we don't go big game hunting. You get Marcus Smart and Kelly Oubre in that lineup with RJ Barrett, Randall, and Mitchell Robinson. you got a hell of a defense team there. And you know they got Marcus Smart shooting a better 3-ball this year. RJ Barrett's improved this year. Randall's improved this year. So now you got three or four guys who can knock down the three. But look at that defense on the perimeter though, and look at that front court defense with Mitch Anchor in that background with Marcus Smart there, and you get another wing defender, whether Oubre or whoever the case may be. You have to say, you know what? Now we don't have to go big game hunting for this year, like you guys say. Keep that contract money. We want to have that flexibility going into the big season. And if you could do that, man, I don't have a problem with Marcus Smart whatsoever. Because that brother, he defended with the best of them, and his 3-point shot had improved. I really like that. So that was something to be interesting to see that he's out there as well. But we got options though, for sure.
I know I just nodded my head at Marcus Smart, but as I'm watching this playoff game, I just shook my head and realized I don't want Marcus Smart.
Oh, really? Right there.
Like as I'm watching this game, I just realized like we have Tom Thibodeau. Like any offensive minded guard we get, I'm pretty sure he can develop a scheme, a defensive scheme that can hide this guy. And we have enough capable defenders on the floor to where it would work. We literally saw Nate McMillan do this to us with Trae Young. We were crying to have Trae Young into the action, but what happened? They had Trae Young on someone who really can't create for themselves. I need someone who knows how to create for themselves besides Randall. And I know RJ might come in and do better, and Quickly might come in and do better, but those are too many gambles. I need someone who knows how to create by themselves or could facilitate in the middle of their creation to Randall to get him a better spot. Because the other thing that bugged me about this playoffs, and I've been wanting to say this for the longest, is that Derrick Rose and Julius Randle had no cohesion. It just didn't work. Like, and I don't mean it didn't work in the sense like they couldn't work on the floor together. It's just that if you guys remember that one the Washington game where Mitchell Robinson got injured, and so Taj Gibson got his first couple of playing minutes, right? Y'all remember the third or fourth quarter where Thibodeau made a couple plays where he just had Obi and the rest of the guys bunched up on one side of the court and had Rose and Taj doing pick and roll, and it was pick your poison. And Randall and Rose never developed that type of chemistry. So I need a point guard who, if he can create on his own, can also develop that type of chemistry with Randall. And as far as like being a defender, I could care less. At this point, we have Tom Thibodeau. We know you better play defense.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly in a sense, but the only reason I wanted to piggyback off that too with this here, and I do agree with everything you're saying. Trae Young spanked us in the playoffs. Nobody couldn't stop him. They couldn't stop him. Tom Thibodeau let Alpha Payton play the point guard for the Knicks all year long. You know what I'm saying? So I truly believe I can understand what we all might want out there in the world. What we may think the Knicks need, but I'm only going on what Tom Thibodeau do. Tom Thibodeau started Alpha Payton the whole year because that's the type of player he likes. Marcus Smart is a Tom Thibodeau type of player. You know what I mean? And that's the only reason I bring his name up. I don't think he's the answer. I think, but I tell you this much here: if you bring him and Derrick Rose back here, see that to me, I think Marcus Smart is better than Alpha Payton. I think he's better than Alpha Payton. Period. I think he's better than him hands down. So you brought in a player better than Alpha Payton, and you still got Derrick Rose in there giving you 17, 18 off the bench. So I don't think you'll lose a scoring, but I do think that a Tom Thibodeau team is a team of defenders. He's defense minded first, because no matter how many schemes you throw out there, if your man can't guard the man, you can't go mano, then whatever it is. Talent do win in the end sometime. You know what I mean? And I think the Trae Young thing in the playoffs, they had to put Reggie Bullock on him. They had nobody to stop him. Nobody on our team. So I just say, I just say that I think he's gonna go after some guys who can defend, who not scared to get up and throw an elbow and bump a cat off the, like, you got to be able to, when that dude's going to lane, you got to bump Trae Young with something. You got to have something to knock this young man and say, listen, you ain't coming here like that. Even after he shoot his floater, boom. We didn't have none of that, man. And that's why I think that's why we kind of got took in that series. Other than our offense just wasn't there. Julius Randle and RJ Barrett was crazy.
No, I'd have to disagree as far as like the defender thing, because I understand the mindset of what you're going for, right? I really do. But the thing is, like, that's not the way the game is even officiated anymore.
I got you.
Like, they would, like, that defender, if he was to do that, I guarantee that's a flagrant 2. He's probably getting ejected because it's the Knicks. You also have to remember, it's the Knicks. You know how the refs call our games. That player is probably getting ejected, and then you don't have that defender on Trae Young anyways. I don't think it was defense on Trae Young.
No, it wasn't.
It was that we didn't have a scorer to keep up with him. We didn't have someone to grab the attention away enough so that, you know, if he is going off, then it alleviates for Randall to then start to get himself going, and then you can facilitate to other guys. That's the way this game is opening up, and we saw it every time. Even the game that we did win, it was narrow. The first game that we lost, it was narrow, but we saw the way 2 points, but we saw the way it went. Granted, you know, if the ball doesn't carry him off of RJ's back into Bogdanovich's hands, it's a different story. But even then, it's like 2 games. I don't think the momentum of those 2 games, you know, us having won those 2 games, it would have, you know, it would have changed the series. I think they still would have won, because look at how tough they're playing Philly right now. And the only time we played Philly tough was when they didn't have Embiid. It's offense. Like, I'm watching I'm watching all these games, and no matter how good defensively you are, offense, like, you have to. And I'm not saying, you know, like, just give up on defense. I'm saying, like, I have enough faith in Tom Thibodeau and the system that we've developed so far that we know what type of player we need. We need someone who can get to the rim. We need a point guard who can get to the rim at will, but also who has a 3-point shot. And when neither of those, you know, and when both of those are getting defended, someone who can create off the dribble. He has to be a 3-level scorer. That's the best option for point guard.
Yeah, and I think we had that, though. I think Derrick Rose was giving us that the whole playoffs until Derrick Rose in that first game was killing it. Second game was killing it. See, we have that on the team already. We have a 3-level dude in Derrick Rose who can do all those things. But Derrick Rose cannot stop Trae Young. Trae Young was giving Derrick Rose. So we had that offense. I think the reason why we lost, I say, was straight up, I'm going to be honest with you, Julius Randle had a bad series. A bad one. RJ Barrett had a bad series. Reggie Bullock had a bad series. They couldn't knock down shots and save their life. You know what I mean? We were top 4 offense and 3-point percentage in the league this year. Them cats went into that playoffs donuts. It was donuts. You know what I mean? So it was tough. I was tough. And then I think what happens when your scoring is not going. So I agree with you to the point we need scorers. But I do also think that I think prime example, you look at the Milwaukee Bucks and Brooklyn Nets. Giannis, them defense keeping them boys in that. It ain't their offense, it's their defense. Brooklyn got phenomenal players out there who can score the ball, but look what their defense have been doing to Brooklyn. 83 points, 90 points. Until KD ran to muck the other night, they almost lost that game. The one thing about defense, it keeps you in the game. It gives you a puncher's chance. And I think that's how we went 41-31 this year. I do not believe, I would not take Marcus Smart over Lonzo. I would not take Marcus Smart over a lot of these guys. But from a trade perspective, with the amount he got left on his contract, that's the only reason I bring him up. It's because of what he has on his contract coming up. As opposed to maybe giving somebody 5 years. I'm scared of 5 years, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm looking at Kawhi Leonard, what happened to him in the playoffs. I'm looking at all these guys getting injured, man. From a business standpoint, I'm scared to take on them long contracts. We got to you think about if we get a certain guy, we only get him for 50 games a year because he's always injured. And we got to pay this dude $170 million. I'm scared about that. So I do like the disgruntled, maybe somebody got a 2-year, 3-year deal, You know, and once that deal is up, we get the money back. It's off the cap. We don't lose too much. We can start over again. We got to. I think the Knicks need to stay flexible enough to say, you know what, we do 2 or 3 year run. If we get two star and we paying that money and they don't work out, at least we know their money coming off the books. You know what I mean? And then you and then another you could do it again. You still draft them well, but when you start going after 170 something for 5 years, and then look at Kyrie and Kyrie and all these guys. It's crazy. You know, James Harden, I'm making almost $50 million. Them dudes can't even stay on the court. The Knicks can't afford as an organization to do that to me. That's me personally. I don't think they're ready for that. But I do. That's why I look at the John Wall only guys only for the reason this here. You either go give say if you give Kawhi Leonard $200 million or whatever. He playing 50 games a season. Get to the play. He was out of the game the other night. Now to see their injury history is starting to scare me. All these guys that they getting older, their injuries are starting to set in. We done got bit by Antonio Dice. We done got bit by a lot of guys in the Knicks franchise with these guys they on their last leg of their careers. We give them a big deal, then they get injured, then we screwed for another 3 years until they can move the contract once he in a aspiring deal. That's what I'm scared of. And that's why I always bring up these little guys like them who might could just come in there and let Julius Randle be that guy, get another dude to go next to him, and put a bunch of great pieces around. So even if we get to the Eastern Conference Finals or we get to the end of the second round, we made a step. Then that next year or the trading deadline, we say, you know what, this cat might not be happy. That's the reason why I bring up a lot of these guys I'm talking about, because I just don't think Scott Perry going out there and dropping unless it's Zion Williamson or Luka Doncic. I mean, you know what I mean? Unless it's them guys because they still young, they can rebound off their injuries. I have no problem giving them a max because I know they can rebound and get back, and they still young. But as much as I love the Claw man, after I found out he didn't play that game the other night, that scared me, bro. That changed my whole perspective on do we need Kawhi Leonard in New York because of the injuries. And I just think, like, as much as I love KP, I was a KP dude. But the Knicks did what they had to do with him because of his injuries, and I just don't see nobody giving them guys that much money. Not right now. The way RJ coming up in 2 years, you just don't know what's going to happen. But I think we're in a good place no matter what. So I do like great points everybody got out there, man. And salute to everybody out there, Brooklyn Belly, everybody in the chat. Salute to all you guys, everybody out there on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Me, Divine, Bronx, Jedi 7. We got Dan A in the building, man. We talking Knicks, free agency, draft. So salute to everybody out there, man. BX, man. I just think that's going to be an interesting season for us going forward, man. There's a lot of things happening out there. And when you get a chance, y'all give me an update on that Philly score, man. Let me know what's popping on that.
Yeah,
it's 90. Yes, 98-95. It looks like it's about to go to game 7. But as far as what you said with Kawhi, I never really thought that Kawhi was gonna come here.
Right.
I thought that he, like, if anything, if he takes a meeting as a courtesy, then that's a good image for the Knicks. And at best, if he did that, then I would have been thankful for that. But as far as Kawhi goes, I didn't think it was a fit here. I think it would have taken away from RJ, and RJ needs to learn how to create for himself. He needs to learn how to finish around the rim. He needs to learn how to finish through contact. And the best way for him to do that is that he has to have the ball in his hands. So what I think we're all looking for at best is a lengthy 3-level scorer. That's what you want. You want a guy who has wingspan, who's a 3-level scorer. That's the template we're looking for right now.
Where do you think we find that at? Where do you think we're going to find that at, BX? You think we're going to find that in the draft? You think we're going to find it through free agency or disgruntled? Where we find that player at, or who's out there in your opinion that fits that mold for us?
I think they're going to address it in the draft, one, but don't, if Miami kicking the tires and asking about Ingram, if I would make that call too. He's exactly what is needed, that kind of length, that kind of, instead of Zion Williamson, because you got Julius Randle, that's the type of player we want. That's the type of 3-and-D that we want, that kind of length, and that type of versatility. Also another name. If you want to hold off on that, you don't want to spend all your money, and you don't want to you want to bargain shop and not go to to do the same thing they did this year and wait until next year. Marvin Bagley the third will be available for Sacramento. That's a name that he could play three and D also lanky, tall. I said the same thing. I was like, I was looking at that. It was a lottery pick. Like you said, one thing that surprised me, with Sacramento, they didn't do the coaching change with these carousel and availability of it's still time, but there's so many coaches out there. You know,
No, here's why I keep my eye on De'Aaron Fox. Yeah, they could have done, the carousel, but if you guys didn't pay attention, they extended Luke Walton.
yeah,
Like
I did, I
it
did.
would be one thing, but they extended him. So now it's like, okay, no, he's probably gonna want out because no player I've heard no player give Luke Walton any praise. The most they've done is like compliment him like he's, yeah, he's a nice guy. That's the most they say about him.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
interesting.
definitely
Yeah,
love him.
but
I definitely love him.
he's one of the fastest point guards out in the NBA right now. You kidding me? That's he will just get down, down, down. The way he runs the floor, and you put him with Obi Toppin, the way he ran that block and went for that dunk. These are two guys running now. Mitchell Robinson with the speed. My God, it's just it's like almost a mini version of Showtime. You get a smart, with that speed and I know that doesn't transpire in playoff, but Thibodeau's coaches a half court game anyway. And he'll get them ready for the playoffs. My point is he'll get them ready for the half court. For the matchup there if he were to get a Fox. But it's going to be interesting to see. There's so many um movement that it's like the hot stove already started. The hot stove is getting buzz. You know, here's a name that no one seemed to throw out for coaching possibility for the Pelicans. Kenny Atkins. I could see Kenny Atkins coaching the Pelicans. Going down there and coach them. I know one name here in the Orlando Magic that is really high on and I think it's gonna happen. I think they're gonna make history. Becky Hammond. I think it's gonna be the new Orlando Magic head coach. Anthony Hardaway turned down that job. It was his. That they wanted him. They wanted him. They wanted him. I've been saying that they've been wanting him. And he wants to stay in Memphis. He likes the coaching. Going out there and recruiting and doing all that stuff and being, and he wasn't ready to go back to the Magic. It's gonna be hard to go to an organization that you had so much success and then to get fired and it puts a bad taste in his mouth. So he did. I think that's why he didn't want to come here. But right now, Becky Hammond is the top on the leaderboard for the Orlando Magic coaching job. That'd be something. Make history on that. For the first female head coach. I think she's gonna be a really good head coach, in my opinion.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you a question, quick, real quick, Dan and BX. Where do you want the Knicks? What's your definition of a successful season this year for the Knicks? Knowing that we don't, where would you consider a success season this year? That way that'll tell me. I'm trying to figure out which way did it dictate what type of player we want to bring in here. What are we looking to do? Are we looking just to get back to the playoffs, or we want to advance in the playoffs? And I think that tells you who the Knicks. Who that helps you tell you who the Knicks will bring in, depending on what are they going for, what are they shooting for.
I struggle with this question a lot because you referred earlier to guys who have these lengthy contracts who play 50 games, right? Like Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, James Harden, basically those guys, right? But the gamble that the team is putting is that what you would want is the surrounding parts are also talented enough that if one or two stars are missing, they're most likely going to win that regular season game. That way, the rest doesn't matter because their record is so good that they're really just debating for, top three seeding. You already have home court advantage. You're just, debating where you want it and which matchup do you want. We saw that with the Heat earlier, how they decided, or Milwaukee decided, I'm guessing, because remember everyone said Milwaukee should have rested everyone so that they could get the Knicks, but they decided they wanted the Heat, and they knew what they were talking about. We saw that they knew what they were talking about with regards to the Heat. So, what I would want next year for the season, we maintain top 6 seeding. I don't want play-ins. I don't want play-ins. And as far as advancing in the playoffs, I'm not worried about that. What I'm more so worried is that we take more than a game. I don't want a gentleman's sweep again. I don't.
Right, right.
I just don't want a gentleman's sweep again.
Yeah, yeah.
If we lose, if we lose where we just won 2 games, then I could say from there, then okay, we already know what direction we have to go in. The talent has to increase. We have to get better players. We already know what direction we're going in. It's just like that's just it. I just don't want a gentleman's sweep again.
Right. My expectation. I want to see how what free agents are going to go, what direction is going to tell me if they're on win now mode, or they continue to build and build for long run longevity, sustainability with young talent and up and coming young talent. That's going to show me in the off season, especially the free agency. As soon as the free agency hits, or even the draft, if they make moves in the draft, it's going to show if they're going to stay the course, or they're going to get a little bit impatient and want to jump the gun and go ahead forward, thinking that their window is closing, which their window hasn't even begun, in my opinion. Next year, if they win the same amount of games again, finish 10 games over 500, I'll sign up for that right now. Even if they do lose in the first round, like you said, no gentleman's sweep. If they lose a tough 7-game series in the first round, as of now, as of today, June 18th, I'll sign for it. But my expectations could change once the season starts, and once we see how they play the eye test, and we know that they showed that they're better, and they do come out when I'm talking now, then I'll be huge disappointed. Let's say, for instance, we know that they're 12 games or whatever, and they were juggernaut, and then they go into playoffs and they lose a 7-game or they're all 4, and you know that they had talent to go conference finals. We'll be disappointed, and because we've seen what they were capable of. It took me a while to be disappointed because I thought they were going to go deep playoff run, but they just ran into a hot Atlanta Hawks team. They just got into a hot, inspired Atlanta Hawks team that everything clicked. Aiden Hunter came in. Hunter came back right on the nick of time, right on time for them, and he caused havoc. He gave them a matchup, but I don't think the coaching staff had a scouting report on how with him in there, and I think caught them off guard, and they made that proper adjustment. They didn't put that as a factor because they thought that RJ was going to have that mismatch in that position, and Hunter really changed the whole narrative quietly, and they just didn't have another option for Randall. And I think that's also another kudos to Atlanta for that they avoided that for that being a scouting report, and the Knicks got to do a little more better on the playoff scouting report. I know the whole season they've been great, but they just got caught, I think, with their pants down on that one.
Yeah, I agree. I think from my perspective, I do think I would like to see a second round. I'm about elevation. You know what I mean? I know Rome wasn't built in one day. I get that. I get all that. But once you got a taste of something and you leave a bad taste in your mouth, you're trying to get that taste out your mouth. This shit is nasty. This is nasty. That's what I'm hoping that's their mentality. I do not want to have that feeling next year. I think them cats feel like to me, I just think that if Julius Randle would have did his average in the regular season, RJ Barrett would have played his average game, and Reggie Bullock would have played his average game, I think the Knicks would be playing Philly right now. I do believe that. I think that right there, to me, Julius Randle scored 24, 10, and 6. He shot 40% in the regular season. He shot 20-something% in the playoffs. RJ Barrett then shot that wasn't them. That wasn't them. So I think they knew they should have won that series. I know Atlanta had talent, but I think the Knicks was built to beat them. I think that, you know what, in that first game, you don't lose that game. When you lost that home court advantage, that was it. And I just think that Julius Randle, great year. He deserved every honor he had. But that I think that left a negative taste in his mouth, a nasty taste in his mouth. I think it left a nasty taste in RJ mouth. And like, nah, God, we better than this. You know what I mean? I think, to me, second round, Knicks got to hit that second round, because if you don't make that next step, is different levels to it. If you don't make that next step, then you telling me that you're not. So Knicks got to get out the first round. They just got to get out the first round. I think they got a team talented enough, and with the situation. All the reason I say that, because the situation that they're in, cap space, draft picks, trade value. Knicks can go out there and bring 1-2 players and it ain't got to be high price. It ain't got to even be high price. They just need to fill a couple of holes, and I think they go to the second round easy. I really believe that. So that's why I asked that question, because I'm thinking that if they're not going big game hunting to get to the finals, and like L. Lee said he think their championship window is 2023, which I kind of agree with him. But if it's 2023, then we going up on a 2021-22 season. We should be able to taste the second round, maybe the third. So when we go into that 2022-23 season, it's on and popping now. RJ done took 2 more years to develop. You know what I mean? And the cup Manuel quickly done took 2 more years to develop. I'm hoping that the next year, man, keep competing, because I'm just keep competing and say, we lost the first round this year. Next year we winning it. That's what we. Hopefully that's what. I hope that's their mindset. The one to go to another level, and because everybody getting better. You think about what Boston just did. Now let's say Boston go out there and get a point guard. They got Marcus Smart, but let's say they get somebody to replace Kemba Walker. Now you got that front line guy that you was missing all year now offering. So now they get better. You know what I mean? Now they back in the fold. Miami might go out there, make a move to get themselves better. It might not be Oladipo or whatever, but then you got to look at everybody. Atlanta, even the Indiana Pacers, in the event they fired their manager, their coach, they still got Brogdon, Turner, Karis LeVert. They still got some ballers down there. And what happens with the Chicago Bulls? Does Vucevic, Zach LaVine, do you bring in another cat feed? And to me, now them cats gonna start leapfrogging. So we got to stay in the fold. Now I think the Knicks just got to go get a couple of good players that could fill them voids and help us get to that next level, man. I really think if we could do that, I think we'd be all right.
I want to disagree with Alton Lee first, because he says that we took Atlanta lightly. I don't think we took Atlanta lightly. I just think that we overestimated our own team. I think that we thought that certain guys were better than they were, and we came to the realization quickly, because if you look at it, let's look at the micro progressions that have to happen. Like, for instance, Julius Randle, right there. What do you guys think he has to come into the offseason and attack?
Decision making. And I think what's key too. I think Julius Randle, his most important thing to me is knowing how to get rid of that ball in time. The master the timing of the defense are coming at you. You know what I mean? So Julius Randle could be Julius Randle literally could be a walking triple double. He can literally be a walking triple double when he get that ball. As soon as he see that defender come at him, he got to know when to get rid of that ball. But here's the thing that is tough for Julius Randle, guys, to me, in the league like where we at now, is he's a 6'8" power forward. You know what I mean? And that's the only thing that scared me with Julius Randle, is that talented he is. Now he has to shoot that ball from 3. He can't post up no more. Not when you got AD and let's say Drummond, where you got Brook Lopez and Giannis. When you got them 7-7 front lines, that's the only thing and that's what happened with the Knicks to me, because Clint Capella said, "Nah, y'all not coming in here." You know what I mean? So what you gonna do? Your jump shot ain't hitting. Clint Capella made R.J. Barrett and Julius Randle one-dimensional in that series, because all they do was shoot from outside. That's what scared me about that.
See, here's what I saw in the series, and the reason why I asked that question is because I think there's three things that Julius Randle needs to attack. One, I agree with what you said as far as the double team, knowing when to get rid of the rock. But the only way that happens is he has to learn that within the season. I think during the offseason, the only thing he can do is watch tape and see the way that the double teams are coming at him and the way he could attack them better. The two other things that I think he has to attack in the offseason is number one, he said it himself, coming off of breaks, he usually plays his worst coming off of breaks. That cannot happen. If you're the number one option, if you're a seeded team, you know you're getting a break. And you mean to tell me the first game is automatically going to be a give me away because you're coming off of a break and you know you're going to play bad? That has to be attacked. So that's the first thing I'd attack for him. And the second thing, I heard Stephen A say this a bunch of times, and it bothered me until I saw it in the playoffs, and that is a right hand. He has to learn how to attack the basket right-handed because all Atlanta did something that everyone saw. Everyone saw the Spurs do to us the first game that when we played them in San Antonio was they sent a fake double team where it's essentially the first guy is up on Julius Randle, but the second guy is not paying attention to Nerlens Noel. Now, the product of that is that you don't have a guy like Mitch, who his verticality is such a weapon that you can't really shade Randle that way. So that was a problem in and of itself. But let's say Mitch doesn't develop that much of a post game, which Mitch needs to develop offense. He needs to develop an offensive game. If his offensive game isn't trustworthy enough, Randle needs to develop a right hand, or if not, we just have to bank on him getting jumpers. And you know the saying: you live by the jumper, you die by the jumper.
Yep.
So now, in regards to Randle getting better, like that's what he has to do. Now, here's where the difference comes in. You have Randle coming off his 7th year, entering his 8th year, versus RJ going off his 2nd year into his 3rd year. Who do you think is more likely to develop that right hand and be a better, a double, what's the term? Ambidextrous scorer. Who's more likely to be the ambidextrous scorer? Is RJ Barrett. So that's the person who I would bank more to be the ambidextrous scorer. As far as Randle, what you really want, because you know he's not going to develop that right hand over this offseason, you need the point guard who's going to make his left-handed drives easier for him. So that's what it like. As much as it all circles back, what are the micro progressions that need to happen? Is anyone scared of Emmanuel Quickley having a sophomore slump? Because I am. I saw RJ Barrett's sophomore slump and him missing 20 straight threes. What if Emmanuel Quickley worked on self-creation this whole summer, and so now he's just checking up bad shots and he became a miniature version of ISO Zoe? What happens there? Like there's a whole bunch of worries. So I think as much as we want a second round appearance, all these little factors come in, and so the best you could hope for is a competitive first round series. Make it competitive and let the chips fall where they may. But that's the progression that I like. That's realistic to me. We need to have a competitive first series, and if that means placing ourselves in a seeding where we know we won't get home court advantage, but this team matches up for us better stylistically, then we got to do what we can do. We saw with this season, we was just so thirsty to get into the playoffs. We thought that the Atlanta Hawks was just a good, matchup for us. We thought, hey, we can get them because our guys are just more physical. Nope, we found out wrong.
DeAndre Hunter gave Julius Randle them fits with that body. I was watching time with Julius Randle would try to go baseline. DeAndre Hunter like, nah, dog, you can't push me. See, I seen that. So what did he do? He pulled up with that jumper. He got to find a way. Either you got to go back to the old Julius Randle. What I mean by go back, now, I don't mean just develop bad habits. What did he do in the beginning? He was bully balling. he was a bully ball player. He got to go back to that a couple of times a game because, like I said, if your jump shot ain't falling, you ain't balling. You know what I mean? That's just how I roll. You know what I mean? And I think that the reason why I'm concerned about that guy's greater season Julius Randle had, and I'm a Julius Randle dude. I'm concerned about that height in today's league with these stretch 6-7 foot stretch dudes. Do we give him $200 million? See, that's the conundrum we in. Do you give Julius Randle $200 million? Do you give him $170-something million?
I believe I don't know what the max that he can
104.
qualify for. Huh?
104.
104
for 4 years.
But he's in the all NBA team.
But that's if he signs now. If he signs on a dotted line
that's if he signs now. Right.
104.
Right.
Now if next year he gets back on an all NBA team, or he has the same accolades that he had, it's gonna go up to 178. We're getting 78 to 180. So that that's, man, me personally, I've been saying it. I think they're gonna pick up his option, and I see him getting traded in the trading deadline next year. In a big blockbuster. I could see it. I could see him going. I say probably a Zach LaVine or something like that. Some crazy stuff. Now with Zion Williamson, you can see a 3-team trade, a 3-team blockbuster move. Julius goes maybe to Dallas. Kristaps Porzingis or someone else moves to New Orleans or something else, and you end up bringing, Zion Williamson in here, something along the line with picks or something crazy like that. Could happen? It could happen. I'm not saying it's, there's no concrete evidence. It's just us talking. We normally just talking about it. Right, possibilities. Possibilities on that.
I see. The thing is, I know everyone is dumping on Randle, but it was his first appearance in the playoffs, so you have to give him a pass as far as like what this happened,
Absolutely.
what happened, what happened today. Like, as much as everyone wants to and as much as I hated the performance that he put up, it's like it's still your first time in the playoffs. So now you have this was the first time you really had a series with the same team, and they designed a defense geared strictly to you, and that's what happened to him. And so now I don't see him making the All NBA team again, specifically because if they don't upgrade the point guard talent, then I don't see there's just now teams have the book on him. Now the teams have the book on him, other players have to step up. And when other players have to step up, his stats are naturally going to come down. So now, is Julius Randle going to make that All-NBA? I don't know if he's going to make that All-NBA. As far as that goes, as far as if he does qualify for the max, I definitely sign him to the max because that contract, regardless, that contract is easy to move as well.
Yeah, because he's talented, right?
It is because of the money. It's not that super that albatross type of kind of big ones that you don't have to get creative. That the point is you don't have to get creative to move it.
And then on top of that is
he earned it. So he earned it though, and he earned that contract.
He earned it, but on top of that is it's not like you're moving an albatross contract. Even if you just signed him, you're moving a 2-time All-NBA player.
Right. Right. No. He's good. He deserved it. He got himself there. It wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been sniffing the playoffs. He really took on the role. He embraced it. He put the work in. I think he continue to grind. He looks like he wants to be better and elevate himself to be a much better ball player, which I like about it. He's not that type of ego. He's really low key. And it's gonna be a dad, by the way. His wife posted on that she's pregnant. And he's gonna be a second child. He's gonna be a dad now again, for the second time, and all those things. He's got a good thing going right now. He's got a good thing going, not just career wise, but home wise. And I think he's gonna take that next step. Me personally, I want to. I'm just gonna say real quick, and then I want to get better. I just want to get better on the ball handling. I don't like the way he handles the ball. That's all I have to say about it.
Yeah. You know what? And I think he's gonna bet on himself. First of all, I think he's gonna bet on himself. One thing I do like about Randall, he comes to work every day. He's the type of guy who he could be a culture setter because he's a hard worker. Look at his numbers since he's been in the league. He gets better every year. He gets better every year he's been in the league. That's the maturation, that's elevation. You know what I mean? And that's what he do. And why Randall gonna come back next year a dog? Why he taking that one thing about that young man? He going to the offseason. He puts in work, dog. He puts it in there. You know what I mean? And like I said, my only concern, it really is, guys. It's my only concern is if he don't develop an inside game, it's going to be a problem because now when the same situation come, his jump shot is the only thing he relying on. He just went to it more this year because he was good with it. That's not necessarily saying that he don't do nothing else, but he shot more jump shots this year. And I think Randall, and think about it, not even in the playoffs. Watch all the Knicks games this year. Watch when the New York Knicks play a big front line. Randall always had bad games against big front lines. It's not a knock on him. It's just the NBA now. You know what I mean? You know, it's these dudes the 6'11" stretching the floor, or you got some big. Look at Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is a power forward. Put Julius Randle up against Anthony Davis. I'm talking about strength wise and height wise, and it's tough. It's tough though.
Wait, but that Lakers game, even though we
Oh yeah,
lost,
he
that
gave
was
it to
a
him. He gave it to
good
him.
game.
Yeah, it was. Man.
It was a
He gave
good
it to him.
game.
He gave it
so
to
like,
him.
Yeah, it was.
so like, I can't really agree with that. Like, Alton Lee is saying that Randall is a tweener. Alton Lee is saying a lot of things that I agree and disagree with as far as like what Randall did in the playoffs. My thing is, as much as we want Randall to do these things, it's also about the talent around him.
I
And
agree.
so like this is why when I say things like Mitch would have been a difference maker, people don't
Absolutely.
understand, like, as much as Mitch didn't have the offensive package that Noel had. Noel could at least make the 15-foot jumper, throw up a floater here and there, right? But the natural athletic ability that Mitchell Robinson has, you cannot account for that. So now those type of gifts, it's the same thing with Trae Young. Trae Young is skilled, right? He has all the skill, but the speed that he plays with helps him a whole lot more. The same way, like, you can see the difference. Like, you see the difference between him and Luka. Like, Luka has skill too, but he has a natural gift in timing with his footwork and all that. He has a lot more skill than Trae Young, but Trae Young makes up for that lack of skill between him and Doncic with the athletic ability. And so when you have a guy like Mitchell Robinson instead of Nerlens Noel, that changes how the second guy defends Randall. Like, all these things make a difference, and so I want we all want Randall to do more, but I think it all depends on the natural talent around him. If these guys around him can do more, then the defense plays him a lot differently.
Yep. I like I said, for me, it's not even about his game, how good he is. Like the season. You look at the regular season. R.J. Barrett 17 or something. You know what I mean? The game. I think Mitch was the biggest X factor in the whole Knicks season because Mitchell Robinson could do things that Nerlens Noel can't do. Nerlens Noel can't offer his rebound like Mitchell Robinson. He can't get up like Mitchell Robinson. He don't got instincts like Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson is, to me, I hope the Knicks sign that boy. I just think that, and one thing about him, he haven't had the major NBA injuries like torn ACL. He might have had a foot injury here or there, broken finger. It's not like he's injury prone with them long-term threatening injuries. You know what I mean? Before you jump in the air, you come down on the wrong foot, shit happens. You know what I mean? Kyrie Irving, it happened to him. Them injuries is gonna happen. But I think the Knicks should put Mitchell Robinson at that 5 spot. Now I'm comfortable with Randall being there because you got a dude in that 5 spot who even if you can't double team Randall with center, all they gotta do is throw the ball over to Mitchell Robinson in the air. You know what I mean? You can't. opened up a lot of game for them guys, man.
People really don't understand the difference that Mitchell had. Mitchell was the reason why Elfrid Payton could even be on the floor. Elfrid Payton he's not gifted around the basket. Everyone on national TV saw Elfrid Payton for 2 games in the playoffs, and they all said it. He's great at getting to the basket, but he's not great at converting at the basket. But the only reason why he was even a viable threat at the basket is because you always had the center playing Mitchell Robinson. So he's not honestly defending Elfrid Payton. So Elfrid Payton, if he gets by his man and can get to the basket, he more than likely was gonna, be able to just make an honest effort and probably get it in. But Mitchell Robinson had that ability. Like just literally the gravity that Mitchell Robinson had on the floor, offensively and defensively, it shows in the numbers and it shows on the court. Because Elfrid was the only guy, and this was another travesty that I said of the season, was that Mitch didn't spend enough time on the court with Derrick Rose. That was a travesty that happened, because I think people were saying that, Elfrid was the only guy that can get it to Mitch. Remember, Derrick Rose came in and he started getting it to Obi. What do you think he was going to do with Mitch, who's got longer arms than Obi? He was going to get him the ball. So, it was all about getting a point guard that can actually get it done. It all starts at the top. I know BX, you want Randall to be better at handling, but I don't think he should get better at handling. I just don't think he should be handling the ball that much.
Well, but the handling part is whenever he dribbles into a double, he has to stop dribbling into double teams. That's one thing he frustrated me all season. You see, he would dribble into the double team. I'm like, why are you dribbling into double team? Get the ball out. Get it away. They'll get you the ball back. It's not like you give up the ball, you're not going to see it again. You are the main vocal point of the offense. And whenever, and I used to get frustrated, like, he comes a double team and he's dribbling right to it. I'm like, oh, dude, So that's my point. I want him to get better at that, and I think that's learning the defense and executing.
Yeah, what was important too. We got to remember. You think about the rebound Julius Randle he get almost 10 rebounds a game. None of them be offensive. You understand what I'm saying? Because now he's jacking up 3 from out there. I think people miss that's what my whole point. If you don't have Mitchell Robinson, if RJ on the perimeter, if Julius on the perimeter, if the 3 man on the perimeter, I mean, who rebounding on the offense end? You know what I mean? And I think that's going to be a problem no matter what the Knicks do. They got to solve. See, that's what I mean. If Julius Randle not shooting that 3, he need to be going in there and get some big boy to get no rebound on the offense end. Because if you 9 out of 10, you're gonna, if you ain't gonna always hit all your jump shots, the ball coming off the rim. Who gonna be there when Mitchell Robinson get boxed out, or Noel get boxed out, or whoever get boxed out? Who gonna be that guy to pick up the rebound? And that's why I try to say with the way the league is with these tall front lines, it's going. He got to be able to say, and not only him, once that ball get launched in the air, 2 of them dudes need to be crashing. You know what I mean? Because we get ate up on offense rebounding. Randall, see, what people say sometimes, and I'm not saying it now. I'm just trying to use what people say, for example, empty stats. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to with people. This is what an empty stat is to me. You getting all defense rebounds, but you get no offense rebounds. So you only affecting your rebounding numbers only on one end of the court.
Right.
What happens on that other end when RJ misses a shot, when Bullock misses a shot, what happens then? You know what I mean? So and to me, that's why I want to see him get back down in that paint some more and bang a little bit more like he used to. Because you can't stay on that perimeter, man. Team's gonna eat us alive. I wouldn't pay nobody $200 million just for shooting a jump shot. I wouldn't do that for nobody. Look at Luka Doncic. That cat shooting inside, outside, up, down, and outside, hitting you from every angle. You know what I mean? You got to get guys who can hit you from all over the place. And this dude getting triple doubles, he an offensive rebounder. You know what I mean? He go get the offense boards on them, putbacks and tip ins. I just think that we got to make sure our team next year, One we really need to work on that is our offense rebounding because we shot good from the 3-point line this year, but I don't think our offense rebounded, especially without Mitch. We were just like, okay, we were missing mad jump shots against Atlanta. Nobody was there to clean them up when they missed them. Nobody. So, and I think that's going to be a big thing, a big emphasis on the offseason. So even if we're in the draft, you can go get a young Mitchell Robinson in the draft. You ain't got to spend money on a big. Go get a backup to Mitchell Robinson. Like Dan said, go get a point guard and a backup. Somebody like Mitchell Robinson who could be there for 3 or 4 years. Now you got Mitch, Obi, quickly. You got all RJ. I mean, all these cats, and they got these young boys come behind them. I mean, you still got a couple of guys like Randall. If you keep them, and you go get another player on Randall's level. And if you get another player on Randall's level, I think we'd be all right. I just don't think we need somebody who, no matter what time of the day it is, what evening, what month, what year, that cat can get you 23 guaranteed every night. I don't care what it is. He getting you 23 every night. We need that player like that next to Randall. RJ's trying to get there, but he's not consistent like that yet.
Yeah.
The next match for they need a player who like hypothetically. Can you imagine Zach LaVine and Julius Randle? That's crazy because every night Zach LaVine giving you 20 something. On a bad night, he give you 20. And I think that's a next step for the Knicks to get a player who could come in there and be consistent. And I just think that's that wing and Reggie Bullock spot. Move Reggie Bullock to the bench. That makes our bench more stronger defensively. And a 3-point shooter, just get a wing in there, man, who could do that. You know what I mean? And I think the Knicks would be a different story because they just got to get that second scorer because we don't have a Trae Young. We don't have a one guy who just can on any given night give you 30. Just give it to you. Julius Randle did it in the regular season. And he might do it in the off season next year, in the playoffs of next year. Randall might come in the playoffs and go gangbusters on cat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He might go in and say, listen, I think Randall really going because first of all, he's in a contract year. Players step up in a contract year. So he gonna come out there. Randall probably in the gym right now. That's the type of player that he is. So I'm not concerned with him for as his numbers. I just like Dan said, I agree with that. We got to put some certain type of pieces around Randall. And I think that wing who can get the points, get rebounds, any given night, I think it'll be the next step for the Knicks and Julius Randle. We just get that one guy. I don't know who it may be. Just like people might think about Carl Anthony Towns. You might not like his defense, but the man give you 20 something and 10 every night. One thing about that dude, every night you don't hear him talking about he had 2 points in one night or 11 points. He consistently give you 20 something 11 this year. Same numbers Randall was giving you. So imagine having a guy like that who can give you the same numbers BX every night. I think that's where the Knicks go from there, bro.
When you're talking about I'm over here trying to think about the offense. We need offensive rebounds. We didn't have no one to clean up in there on that. We can't get Norman Powell. I heard him. The Knicks he's too short. He's a walk. He can score. He's a bucket, but he doesn't crash the glass. To on there. We need to find a guy who's just offensive, rebounding, 3-and-D that just goes in there and crash the boys and make a muck and tip balls and keep the ball like John Collins. He's also a free agent. That type of player is needed to see how he's as much as I dislike the way he did to the Knicks and the way but that's I'm not saying I don't want him on the team, but I'm talking about that type of role on this team is needed. That kind of player. I just hope that this scouting report has seen a lot of the college kids and see what's available. And maybe we could bring in a guy. But then everyone says Thibodeau doesn't develop or doesn't want to use rookies. So it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. So you don't what is it? Are we going to? So it's just that's also very frustrating, confusing as a Knicks fan because we don't know. We don't know what really is the coaching's thinking. What's his game plan? We don't know. It's the front office who's going to make the decision on what players and what they're going to go. They're going to buy the ingredients and he's going to cook. But I know. It just I hope that they don't butt heads. Year two. That I was coaching a year. I want to do it this way, and you need to give me this or vice versa. which I don't. I think they're all collaborating and they're all on the same page, and they all, hopefully, going forward, that's also a big key. Can they, when they go buy the groceries, the players, how much input is Tom Thibodeau going to have? What's the game plan? What's the course? Which way they're going to go? It's going to be interesting with that going forward. With that, and if there's a trade available, and like for instance, right now we're hearing the Zion rumors and noise. Can a Jim Dolan butt out? Let the executives handle this and not get excited. And I need to get Zion in here because I keep saying it. Zion is ready to be $1 billion marketing player. He's on the cusp of being the first $1 billion marketing player he gets here in New York. And the billionaire lost money last year with the COVID-19. Get a little desperate, and let's trade. So that's also a concern and worries me. With that, I don't want to, or even at the case with Damian Lillard, I don't want Dolan to get excited or crazy that says you have to, and hey, no matter what, Leon Rose, that's his boss. So at the end of the day, he's gonna, the boss wants it. He's gonna say, we're gonna get it. So I just hope that the owner, trust the men they have there, that he's paying them a lot of money, and listen to them, let them do their scouting report, let them do that, and go forward with that. That's my concern in this offseason.
Yeah, I can see that. I think either way it go, we're in a good position. But I think we definitely gotta. I think we gotta move forward though. We can't. Well, we could keep development, which we are doing a great job. And that's why people can kill all that. Tom Thibodeau don't play young guys. He done killed that theory already. He done played quickly. Obi, RJ, and the only reason that when Frank got his situational spot minutes, Knox is just not his type of player. Let's just be real with that. Knox is not a top typical type of player. That you got. It is what it is. You know what I mean? And I think I think they should move Knox somewhere where Knox can get a chance. I like Knox. I'm a big Knox dude. I thought Knox was gonna be special, but I think as long as Thibodeau around, I don't think that's gonna pan out for him. I would love for him to go down to Orlando because I think Orlando gets an up and coming young team, and they rebuilding. He's from Florida. He might get a chance to go there and get comfortable and let his game speak for him. Now that they got rid of Steve Clifford, you know what I mean. So you never know. They on a rebuild there, and then they got the Jonathan Isaac situation down there. You got rid of a lot of your guys. You know what I mean. So now are you rebuilding? Or are you retooling? You know what I mean. I don't know. Jonathan Isaac could be back. You kept Terrence Ross. You know what I mean? But now you got the Cole Anthony, you got Fultz coming back off his injury. You got a lot of guys gonna be coming back into the mix there. So what do they do with them young guys down there? And I just think Knox are fitting good down there. Hey, for you ask me, send them down there and trade them straight up from Obama. And I throw him a second round pick, I wouldn't even care. Because I believe Obama at a backup center with Mitch would be really good in New York. I mean, that kid got, I think he's a young guy too. He can shoot the ball a little bit, better than most people think he can. And to be a backup center at 7'4" and can do what he do, and for the contract he got in his rookie contract, I would definitely take him in a heartbeat. Trade him for Mo Bamba, no question.
Mo Bamba is not coming. The Magic organization is high on it. This is one of the reasons why Steve Clifford and the Magic organization parted ways. The organization is high, big on Mo Bamba. They love his length. They love this. I saw one of the beat writers wrote earlier about it. He's going to be one of the focal points on it. So I don't think Knox will get Mo Bamba here, no matter what as much as we want to. But they're really, really, really high on Mo Bamba going into the season. That's why they traded Booch. And not only that, it made sense for them to do it. But what the beat writers are saying, they really, really are big on having him, being the focal point at center and run that center point there. The Magic's got a pretty decent young up and coming team.
They do. They do.
Yeah, we'll see and they right now they're giddy. They're thinking they're gonna win the lottery. I don't know. They're posting and they're saying they're gonna win the lottery. Next week. They're getting all they don't usually get quiet about the lottery, but when they get giddy, they usually end up winning it. You saw it, Shaquille, you saw Dwight Howard. So they're starting that same nonsense when they won it. So I'm a little concerned with that. So with them, if they win it, where would they go? They already got
Yeah.
two. They got 2 point guards already. That's a team. I will the Knicks. I'm calling. I'm trying to get Suggs or I'm trying to get the kid from Baylor. Either or, I'm calling. I'm calling to see what I could get there. If they want to make a trade or move or whatever the case is. So who
No,
knows?
they have 3 point guards.
Yeah, yeah. They have.
They
They
have
have.
RJ Hampton, they
Correct.
have
Yep.
Cole Anthony, and they have Markel Fultz, who they
Faults.
just signed to a contract.
Right, right. They do. They did a
So
lot of ice scratchers.
yeah, so I think it's like the only thing that would make sense is if they're drafting Evan Mobley. But if you think you're gonna win the lottery, like, would you really waste like who's the consensus #1 overall pick this year?
Kate Cunningham.
Exactly. So would you if the Magic get the #1 overall pick and Kate Cunningham, like, do you draft him?
That's
Like,
that's
do
the
you draft and trade him?
I could
It
see that.
doesn't.
That's what you could see the New York Knicks get involved with their picks. With their plethoras of picks. Send someone that they want to get in there. I don't know. It's gonna be. That's why you can't count this organization out because there's so many avenues that they have available that they could go to. They have moving up, signing money, taking on back contract for picks. They have so many ways of trying to upgrade their team that we don't even know. Us talking about it, we're like mind blowing because we want to get this guy, we want to get that way, but if you go this way, you can't go that way. So it's like which directions the New York Knicks are going to go because that's there's so many opportunities there. And Alton Lee said if Orlando gets the first, then they trade down from Obi. They could do that and pick up more picks. I could see that happening too because they have you know, and Isaac is coming back off an injury. We kudos to Z from the For Love game. He brought that up to bring him in here, and I said, it makes sense. I forgot about him because he's been injured.
Yeah.
Here in Orlando, I haven't heard too much about him rehabbing or anything. And
Where you throw him at? Where you put him at? I think
Isaac,
the fourth. You 4 or 5? Yeah, but Isaac's a 4 though.
Isaac's a 3 and D.
No, I think Isaac's almost 6'11" to be exact. I think he might be on that 4 spot. Well, he might get paid a 3 and a 4. I know it coming out of college.
Three and four.
He's exactly like another version of Ingram from. He's a 3.
Okay.
Yeah, he's exactly the same type of deal.
I love that dude. I love that kid when he was in college.
Yeah.
He was a Florida State.
Yeah.
Oh man,
No, I seen him here.
I wanted the Knicks to get him so bad. I was like, man, when that boy was in the draft, I'm like, man, y'all need to go. Everybody, nah. I mean, that boy a local product, Bronx. You know what I mean? He local kid, man, and his defense game was crazy. I was like, okay, you know what? But let me ask you a question: would you guys think about putting Obi at the 3 with the way he played the way he played basketball right now? Because obviously his jump shot is good. He got moves. I don't know if he can keep up with the average wing out there, but I wouldn't have a problem just seeing him, Mitchell Robinson, and Julius Randle. I think that'll help Julius Randle so much with Obi's size in that lineup. I would love to see that, but I think he might be a little bit too big. I'm not saying too big, but his defense will have to get much better foot-wise, his footwork to stay up with these
So
threes.
then who's your 1 and 2?
I will keep RJ at the 2, and we just got to find a 1. And that one could be that one could be Lonzo Ball. That one could be, I know it's the options out there at the 1 for sure. Get an experienced one because you don't want to have a bunch of young cats all in the lineup. I just don't think that's necessary. But Obi got a motor though. It seems like his motor is amazing to me. You know what I mean? I would love to see him and Mitchell get down. I would think that'd be I think that's DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin all over again. You know what I mean? Lob City. You know what I mean? I would love to see that for sure.
I gotta check
whether
Lonzo's
starting or not
height.
starting. I like to see that combination though.
I gotta check Lonzo's height because I would rather see him at the 3.
Who Lonzo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lonzo Ball.
Yep.
Huh.
If we were to sign Lonzo Ball, I'd rather put him at the 3.
Really? That's something.
He's not a point guard.
You don't think he's a point guard?
I don't think he's a point guard. He's not. You want to know? Okay. You know what? Let me scratch that. I don't think he's a Thibodeau type of point guard.
Okay.
because we know what Thibodeau wants. He wants a guy who can get to the rim and shoot threes. Those are the two things you have to be able to do. Lonzo can pass, he can shoot threes, but that boy is allergic to the rim.
Yeah.
He's allergic.
Yeah, he is. It's truly. Hey,
You know
real quick, El Ali,
that's intriguing.
that trade is crazy, bro. I got it. Yo, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Nah, no, no.
Jonathan Isaac, I love quickly, man.
No,
But Jonathan
no,
Isaac is the real. He's the truth, though.
Hey,
no.
Oh my God.
Cole Anthony's going to be a serviceable point guard, man. He's going to be good. He's going to be a
I
serviceable
no,
point
and
guard.
I like those two, but I have so much faith in Quickly.
I
Like
I
know.
do.
Me
I
too.
agree.
like
I hear
literally
you.
no, like it's one thing. It's one thing to have like it's just one thing to be pulling up from deep, but like the multitude of ways he's getting his points when Quickly is on,
Yeah,
like
he's
He is
crazy.
Trey Young. He is Trey Young.
he
Yeah.
is. So now it's like, yo, I'll watch him. It's like, do you like you don't want to take the floater away from him because his floater is so good. You just want him to get better at getting it off. But then all you want him to do is add a mid-range to his game. If Quickly adds a mid-range to his game, that's it.
Right. Yep. But you know what? I'm gonna tell you what made that trade crazy. Cole Anthony and quickly washed each other out, right? You just pretty much so far this year they have. I mean, Cole Anthony was
I
hurt,
mean,
but so I'm just talking about talent wise. But Kevin
talent-wise,
Knox,
okay.
but Kevin Knox cannot hold a broom to Jonathan Isaac.
Yeah,
No.
that's where
You
the
know what I'm saying?
rivalry happened.
Yeah, so
That-
that's what I mean. I mean, from the trade perspective, not the fan, not the love for the team, but I would do that trade in a heartbeat just because of Jonathan Isaac is. Oh my God, bro, that'd be so. And think about it, he been out for a whole year change, but to get that dude that wing player down here. Now you can sign Julius Randle because now you got a 6'10", 6'11" small forward who got height, in that starting lineup now. You know what I mean? Oh my God, that's a good one, Ali. I just want to throw that out there, brother. That good chat, man. That's very interesting right there, man. But like you said, Lob City, I can see that, man. Man,
no,
Mitchell
well,
Robinson will be topping, bro.
look, but see, here's the reason why Lob City the reason why they are where they are now is because Blake never developed his game, or by the time
Right.
he developed his game, it was
Mm-hmm.
too late. It didn't come along with
Mm-hmm.
the athleticism. And DeAndre Jordan, he doesn't seem like a guy who really, he doesn't look like a guy who developed his game either.
Right. And they all
Yeah.
got, man, makes so they got big contracts too. I'm like, dang, y'all getting like 30 million. So but it's interesting, man. That's what's crazy, man. I love the talk because we got so many scenarios that the Knicks can go, man. That's why I said this team there's no way they won't improve. I just don't see it. I believe Tom Thibodeau took players that they gave him. He gave him these players, and he brought in two players that he been around. Look what he did with them players. Imagine him getting the guy imagine the upgrade at point guard from Elfrid Payton. No knock out Elfrid Payton. Elfrid Payton was one of the reasons we had a good year this year. But at the beginning of the year, Elfrid Payton was playing good basketball, kind of sort until he got to the playoffs. So salute to Elfrid Payton, man. We ain't gonna throw you under the bus like that because once a Nick, always the Nick. He did help us out at the beginning of the year. I don't know what happened to you in the playoffs, but at the end of the year, not to play, but that last 15, 20
No,
games. I don't know what
like
happened to
Alton
him,
said, man. Like Alton and I said, man, it's as soon as Mitchell Robinson left the court, his game declined because if he doesn't have that lob threat, he's not a threat at the rim. He's not creative enough around the rim to where he's just not creative enough around the rim to score like that. So when he's not scoring, he becomes a non-threat.
Right. Right. And then also, and with him, that bad jump shot, he just didn't have that. He could it be also that, that nonsense that, with the Alonzo Trier and RJ Barrett and this and that, because you used to see them, they didn't really communicate. They didn't speak too much on the court or during timeouts. The celebration, they just were like, they kept it professional, obviously, but Could that be also? Who knows? But I think we're the ones that are putting too much to it anyway. Because at the end of the day, you got to do your job. You got to be a pro, and you got to go work. You got to go do your job, no matter regardless of what. But I don't know. He just wasn't like something after that. We wasn't comfortable. Maybe he didn't get the trade at the trade deadline that he wanted. Maybe they promised him something at the trade deadline and they didn't fulfill with it. Or who knows what it was. Or maybe he knew behind the scenes that the Knicks were going to bring Luka in again, which I don't know why it would have made a difference. He's for next year and he was going to be a free agent anyway. And he's like, I don't know. Who knows what happened there? With Payne, it'd be good to know what happened behind the closed doors. What exactly was that caused them to have that totally fall off the cliff? That's just worrisome. Could it be maybe something behind the scenes at home or COVID related with family members or who knows what happened with the kid because he's talented. He like I've been saying when I'm and not to defend him too much, he played bad. But he's the leading triple double for the Orlando Magics. He has the record here. And the kid has talent.
Yeah, let me plug the show. We're gonna get my man CT in the building, man. The streets is buzzing. So let me plug the show right quick. 30 seconds. We be right back. Knicks Real Talk Divine, Bronx Jedi 7-6. We got Dan A in the building, man. We in here talking Knicks tonight. The off-season edition, man. We just cutting it up, man. I'm having a good time. Salute to the chat. We'll be right back, man. In 30 seconds, we'll bring my man CT in the building. Knicks Real Talk, man. The night show, Divine Bronx Jedi 7-6. We got Dan A. We got CT. The streets is buzzing in the building. We in here talking Knicks, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Salute to the chat. Alton Lee. Keep sending that fire, brother. We appreciate you. Everybody else who was in here tonight, man. Breaking free everybody, man. I know the Friday night, everybody there on their grind, having a good time. Y'all be safe out there in the streets or wherever you at. But we right here on Knicks Real Talk, man. We just getting it in, man. Talking Knicks and all that good stuff. So we know we're going to bring my man CT and CT. What's going on, my brother? How you?
What's good, fellas? Salute Dan. Salute BX. Salute Divine.
Sir.
Feeling good. Loving this
good.
off-season talk. And, yeah, man, I'm watching the playoffs today as well. So,
yep.
Just loving the competition.
You just saw that Donovan Mitchell shot?
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
He's ridiculous in the playoffs, man.
I had them dudes. Philly won that game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's over. Atlanta had their shot. It's over. They ain't losing to Philly.
But see, at least no one can say we went out like chumps to a chump team. We went out to the team that took Philly 7 games. This just makes me feel better about myself.
Yeah, and I think I'm telling y'all right now, KD gonna have to score 50 tomorrow.
Yeah,
I think Milwaukee might go in there and get that. They should have got the one the night before the other night when when Giannis dropped that ball in the paint and with about a couple of seconds left.
That wasn't the worst play of the night. That was.
I know it wasn't, but it was an important one.
You know what? No, that wasn't. You know what was the most important and worst play of the night? When Giannis has Harden 1-on-1, Harden denies the double team, and he fades away from Harden. When Giannis fades away from I said, did Harden deny the double team like he's Alfred Payton? Okay, I'm out.
Yeah. Hey, I can see that, man. But yeah, so I'm looking at that series too, man. CT and BX.
I was happy Philly won, like you said, Divine. I think they're gonna have the advantage Game 7. But man, I'm shocked at Ben Simmons' game at the moment. How ineffective he is. You know, hasn't improved one iota in the playoffs. You know, they have to take him out the game, and they showed his contract on Twitter, and he's up for 30 mil for the next 4 years.
I think what's more so an atrocity with the Ben Simmons thing is that I it's not more so an atrocity on Philly's side, but I think the one who's really hurting watching this playoffs is Houston. Because you, like, regardless of what Ben Simmons is, like, skill wise, like, he may not shoot a lot, but the man is still an all-star, an all-NBA player. Like, that, he's still a talented player. So if he can't shoot, then you just literally left James Harden. You guys have a team full of shooters, and you didn't trade for the one guy who could run downhill and kick it out to shooters.
That's a great point.
Like, that's with Houston. That's the one thing. It just bugs me that their owner was so willing to he was so spiteful and willing to cut his nose to it didn't make sense.
Ben Simmons a handful. He a handful now. And don't get it twisted. I ain't got no problem with Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons is he could have been LeBron 2.0. He just didn't develop that offensive game. You know what I mean? He could have been LeBron 2.0, bro. That boy, his defense is second to none.
Yes,
Ben Simmons' defense is second to none.
He doesn't even need a jump shot. You know, he just needs a bit of post move, hook shot, just something where you can put him down low and hide him.
And secretly, this is why I wanted us to beat Atlanta, is because if you guys noticed during the regular season, Ben Simmons played such good defense on RJ the first time. It forced RJ to play a certain way around the rim. And so whenever RJ faced Ben Simmons, you notice like he found a way. It made him just better as a player. And so that was the matchup I wanted to see throughout the playoffs. But it is what it is. You know, RJ got to go back home and work on his game.
Right.
He's over there. I let BS chime in the CT real quick, but he's over there at the Canadian Olympic team. I heard some good things. Nick Nurse was raving about him, so that's good to hear that. What he bringing to the table. Nick Nurse was raving about like his practice habits, how loud he is in the gym when he trying to get people in their spots. That to me is showing his maturation to becoming a leader. You know what I mean? And that's good to see, man. Because he's one dude. I'm gonna lie to you. We haven't did it in a long time. He's one dude I want to see sign after his rookie deal. I hope RJ Barrett stay at Knicks for a long time, because we got to show some consistency in our organization. Where, you know what, we believe in our young players. After their rookie deal, we need to give that man his money. We just need to do that as a franchise, and I think he's worth it. To go from 14 points a game to 17 points a game, from 61% free throw to 70-something, for low 30s and 40 and field goal. 3-point shooting of 40 damn near. That's what you call maturation. So I think next year, RJ probably be 20 points a game next year, because mastered the NBA a little more now. His third year, he'll learn the NBA a little more. What I love to see him do, and I want to see him work on his vertical, not to be a dunker, just so when he go up for that layup, he higher, and they can smack him here instead of smacking him down here. I would love to see RJ get a little vertical in his game, man. So, because when he go to that rim and do a layup, he never get fouled because he's getting hit with the body. He always getting hit. I would love to see that boy just, when he go to the lane, and listen, I'm just going to jump straight up. Either you going to hit my arm, or you ain't hitting. I'm getting 2 free throws. So I think that's the next his game. That's the next step to his game, is get that when you get to the basket, make them bunnies and get that 3-point chance to get that 3-point play. But I do hope we sign that young man. I like RJ Barrett. I really do, man. I think he's gonna be special to me. So. And I like him and Julius combination. I just think now we just got to get them 2 guys to fill in there. You know what I mean? I think he'd be good, BX.
Yeah, we need to keep him here. That's why when all these trade, we could trade RJ. We'll get rid of no. Let's stay with our guys. Let's show that we pay and we draft, we develop, and we keep our own, and we give them the max. We don't need to go poach or grab anyone from another organization. Pay for other guys' success elsewhere and come here, and I want to grow our guys, and that's why I'm like the big game hunting. That's why I don't want him to get rid of him with no Damian Lillard, no nothing. The only one I could think of, and I'm gonna credit my friend Dangerous. RJ Barrett. The only one I could think of trading him for is Devin Booker. If there's a chance that you could get a Devin Booker and RJ's part of the deal, then you have to think about that. He's got to be part of that conversation because Devin Booker's it right now. He's the next star that's about to take the league on store. But other than that, go ahead.
What you doing with Donovan Mitchell?
No, truthfully, I ain't even gonna lie. I love Donovan.
Me too.
But
Yeah.
I love Spider, man. But
Me
that
too, man. Me
as far
too.
as RJ, other than Spider, even Devin Booker, I wouldn't trade him for anyone. I'd want to surround him with the talent because if there's anything that RJ showed me, and it's especially at Duke, is that if you surround him with the right talent, he's gonna help the team flourish. He may not be, the leading scorer or whatever, but he's gonna be the leader, which is why truthfully, I think that's why Thibodeau didn't put a captain's crest on Julius's jersey. I think it was like more so like he thinks that leadership is going to be earned, and I don't think he feels like Julius all the way earned that captain's crest. I still think like he thinks like everyone in the room could see it. Like even when you watch them play on the court, when it comes down to crunch time, we notice at certain times where it's like, all right, Julius, we don't want you taking this shot. We preferred if RJ took this shot. Like we live or die with the shot, and not because he's our draft pick, but because like we see it in him. I just think RJ is that guy where I wouldn't trade him for the talent. He's the guy that
Hey,
I
check
would
it out.
surround with the
I'm
talent.
about to shake. I'm about to shake this chat up. I'm about to shake the panel up right now. CT, would you do Julius Randle 4 first round of the 5 for Luka Doncic? And he's from Dallas, remember?
Oh
So
man,
hit me up, chat. Julius Randle, 4 first rounders, or maybe 5. You could throw in another player or 2 for Luka Doncic. And you throw OB at the 4 because Randle going.
man. If it's right now, I'm probably leaning towards just waiting.
Okay.
I want to see what we can do with Julius and all the picks because I think we could sign another star free agent. But if it's not working out after a year or two, then I'd definitely be interested.
Okay. Dan, what do you think?
Yes. Yes. It's that easy. It's yes. I love Randall, man. I love Randall. He really he lit up the year for us, man. In the year after the pandemic, all Knicks fans are truly down. Like he was the guy, he was the engine, like Tom Thibodeau said. You got my Tom Thibodeau shirt, like
Yes,
Tom
sir.
Thibodeau
Yes, sir.
said, he was the engine. But you telling me Randall and I'm giving you back 2 of your first rounders. I'm giving you back 2 of your first rounders. So it's technically 2 first rounders. And if I throw in the 5th, is to make you feel better. Yes. I get Luka Doncic and then I figure it out.
Yeah. That you know what? I'm almost like this here. You give them back. You give them back 2 of them picks. We still got all our picks, right? We got we got 7. So we give them a 2022, 24. I would
Yeah,
have to do
whatever.
that. I tell you why. The 2024 pick gonna be then a 28th pick. Probably time those cats get together. You know what I mean? So
Exactly. By the time the cap figures itself out and all that, and people see New York got Luka Doncic, you already know people are gonna want to flock to New York.
Yeah. It was a hyper. It was not hyper. It just was a question I was throwing out there. I know the Dallas don't have
It's
it, but like
hypothetical,
I knew you
Alton.
Ali. But I just was
Yeah.
bringing that out and see the possibilities in it. You just never know. Look what happened with that Donnie Walsh gone. I mean, not Donnie Walsh. Donnie Nelson, he gone. Rick Carlisle gone. You know, that play, and
They're
that
in
place is going
damage control.
right,
Yeah.
and so Luka Doncic for Julius Randle on 4 picks and whatever else. I'm like, I love you, Julius. I really do, brother. But man, you talk about a walking triple double, throwing up 30, can shoot inside, outside, in New York City, in the Garden, had that place on fire. It'd be on fire in New York. And you got him next to RJ Barrett,
Again,
Obi
look,
Toppin, and Julius Randle. Now you go get a stud guard.
I tell you this. How's about this, right? If that happens, more than likely, Zion's gonna find his way to New York.
Oh, book it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Those 3.
He gonna say, look, if Luka ends
That's a
up in
wrap.
New York and RJ's already there, he'll be like, man, just look, I'm gonna go for the option. Just give me an option. He gonna sign a 1-1 with the
Luka
Pelicans.
Doncic, RJ, and Zion Williamson will be box office, bro. That would be box office.
The
Mitchell
NBA
Robinson
would
at
be
the 5.
the NBA would be set for a whole year. When I tell you must watch TV for a whole year, none of the games are gonna be just on MSG. Every game is nationally televised. Every game is nationally.
I had to throw that out there because it's all Bleacher Report
skyrocket.
and all that stuff. So we're throwing it out there because it's out there on all the and all the creators out there on the streams out there. It's on the news networks. For it on the internet. Bleacher Report had it out there, and what's over there? Jason J. Williams, be on ESPN.
Yeah.
He brought that scenario up. So it's crazy. You just never know. You know what I mean? But man, oh man, shit. CT, that'd be crazy, bro. CT, that'd be crazy.
To that point, though, if it's not Luka, we are the next destination. Whether it's the Claw, Booker, even Donovan, as he said, in a few years' time, he could get fed up, want to come home. I think maybe Karl Anthony Towns want to get out of Minnesota. It's interesting. I think we're gonna be turning players away, not the other way around. Not begging no one to come.
Mm-hmm.
We got Coach of the Year. We got a beautiful young core. We could make a blockbuster trade, or we could just sign free agents. And we're the 4th seed. Not many teams in that position have that flexibility. Our front office is connected, so I think they already know what are the next few moves. They know before us. We're just going to sit back and enjoy the show.
Absolutely, I agree 100% because they like I said, they got a Kentucky pipeline going on down there. They got the Knicks are set because, like I said, De'Aaron Fox, Kentucky, John Wall, Kentucky, Karl Anthony Towns, Kentucky. I mean, come on, man, they got cats out there written all over Kentucky out there, man, and Kenny Payne down there, and the Thibodeau and Leon Rule got that relationship with them dudes, and Calipari and all of that. Man, I'm trying to tell y'all won't be surprised if Knicks pull off some magic, gonna shock the world. It'd be crazy.
That's why
we have an owner that spends.
Right.
Dan, you know who I want for a backup center? Willie Cauley-Stein. For another Kentucky, you could get him for cheap. And here's another one. Right now, you call Atlanta Hawks and find out what does it take to get, what kind of picks. Maybe would you give up like a second round, or maybe the 21 pick for Cam Reddish?
No,
you don't like Cam Reddish. I mean, that's a 3-and-D. That's a 3-and-D that they need.
No, you want to know why? Because when I look at him, I see Kevin Knox all over again.
He's not Bridges. He's not Bridges.
He's not. No. When he's hot, he's hot for the moment. But when he's cold for a whole season. So it's like Why? Why would I put myself through that? I'm not doing that. No. I like
Yeah, you did know you were making that Duke team all over, BS. And Zion coming to town, you got Cam Reddish, Zion, and RJ. You making the Duke team all over, and then you get to the finals, so you got to be careful.
no, but see, here's the thing. If you go back to that Duke team, you remember Zion blew out his shoe. He, and this is when I literally that season for the Knicks, I told myself I wasn't gonna watch any prospects because I had faith in Fizdale. Silly me. But I had faith in Fizdale, and I thought the team was going. I thought he was going to get us right. Word to Emmanuel quickly. I mean, word to Emmanuel Moutier, right?
We're gonna get it,
but
Moody.
Yeah, we'll get you right, Mud. but then the season went to crap quickly. So I said, let me watch a Duke game to find out what's going on. And that first game was the game that I saw Zion blew out his shoe. So I'm like, I don't even get to watch the guy. I should have known God was telling me a sign right there, right?
He just walked so heavy too.
Yeah,
I wonder why he came out of wonder why he came out of his shoes. He walked like boom, boom.
Yeah,
boom.
he walks like a tuba's playing behind him. Like he really is.
Yeah.
Zion's going to be a player that the best part of his career will be the next 5 years, and then
after that
he'll go. Yeah, his jump shot's not there, so with no athleticism,
It's all going to be dependent on how if he develops his skills, if he takes his offseason serious, which is why hopefully he has a trainer separate from the New Orleans Pelicans that he has someone, or at least his agency has him set up correctly so that he's training correctly, because I don't trust the Pelicans at all. But what was I saying as far before that?
He came off his shoe. It was a sign from God.
He came out his shoe, and it was a sign from God. We're not getting him, right? Cool. So now I'm watching. It's Duke versus North Carolina, and RJ is balling out. So now I'm watching. Everyone's like, "Yeah, RJ's just gonna be the third pick." I'm like, "Yo, I wouldn't mind having RJ. RJ, he's that guy." I'm watching him. He's like, he's that guy. I'm like, all right. And then they were talking about this Cam Reddish guy, and nothing, nothing, burger.
When Zion went down, he definitely didn't step up for them. I thought he was going to be able to
step up, and he was supposed to. He really was supposed to. And it wasn't like oh, RJ just dominated the ball, because RJ's not a ball. He's not the guy that's going to dribble the ball out, dribble the air.
Right, he's not ball dominant like that.
Like it was Trey Jones and RJ Barrett. So now you're watching those two, and it's them two that was carrying the team. Cam Reddish was supposed to show up, and he didn't show up at all. So now it's like I don't want anything to do with that guy. When it was your time, and it wasn't even like it was during the during the tournament. It's regular season. You guys' record is already good. You just have to add the frosting onto the cake, and you're not even there for that. No, I don't want you on the team. Right. Then you go into Atlanta. Like Atlanta, granted, Lloyd Pierce is a bad coach. He's bad-mouthing Trae Young whenever he gets the chance. So, that's going on. But even when Nate McMillan takes over, he didn't even really flourish like that. So, no, I don't trust Cam Reddish.
Yeah. For me, real quick on this note here, give me your CT in your gut. Just give me your gut feeling. Who the Knicks get in the off season? You think? What do you think? Who do you think the Knicks go in the off season? Give me a gut feeling.
Look, my gut feeling is we get either Lonzo or Lowry at the point.
Okay.
I think we could get Miles Turner or Norm Powell. There's some other options as well, because they seem to be players connected. Thibodeau wanted Knicks to push for Norm Powell at the deadline, and I think he's an unrestricted free agent. And I think maybe we'll get another shooter like a McDermott or Oubre or a Duncan Robinson.
Yeah, you think he gonna want to command about 20 million? He gonna definitely shoot for 20 million.
I don't know about 20. I think maybe 16.
16?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
Well, if we don't go big game hunting, I like the Kelly Oubre thing for sure. I just think that he fits what we got to do down here. I like his linkiness. I like his game. I like what he brings to the table. Point guard, I can see the Kyle Lowry thing for sure because I think he's a veteran point guard. If we don't do the Derrick Rose thing, if you don't re-sign Derrick Rose, they might bring in Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry from Philadelphia, trains top away from his family, give him 2 years, see what he could do. I have no problem with that because in 2 years the money comes off the books. You back to where you started from. That's RJ's money. Give Kyle Lowry RJ's money for the next 2 years, and then RJ can get that money. You know what I mean? So that way we keep the flexibility for RJ. And but I like him. I like Kelly Oubre. If you plug Kelly Oubre and Kyle Lowry in the star lineup, take out Alpha Payton and Reggie Bullock, makes a way better team. Way better team. Way better. Because Kyle Lowry's a knockdown 3-point shooter. He's a dog. Let me reemphasize again. We need dogs, right? We need dogs down there. He a pit bull, basically. And I like him, and I do like Kelly Oubre because I think he was on the come up, man. I think when he got to Phoenix, had that good year. Then he went, he had a down year because of injury last year. But I like his linkiness. I like the length of him. I like his long arm. I like the way he gets to the rim. He'll throw it down in your face in a heartbeat. And if he three ball can get better. He shot 37% this year. But I think he can get better in that category. But he's a defender. He's a linky defender, and I like that because you can keep our Reggie Bullock. Resign Reggie Bullock, put him at the backup 3. You got Obi at the 4. Emmanuel Quickly and Derrick Rose, and whoever the center gonna be. So I like the Kyle Lowry Kelly Oubre from a standpoint of maintaining flexibility. I like that because we don't tie up that cap, but we make our team better, and that's the key. Because you got 4 draft picks coming in. 2 of them probably be, I don't know what they're gonna do. They might be 14, 15. I don't know what's gonna happen with them. But see, we got so many options. It's scary. That's why I said, do the Knicks go get some young cat 7-something, throw him in the stats like Dan A said with a point guard for 2 or 3 years. But you think about it, man. That's why I think Nerlens Noel. I think that somebody's gonna offer him more money. I think he walks. Not that we don't want him. I just think that he's gonna command too much money for the Knicks to keep him. So do we go in the draft and get a young up and coming center, or we go down to the G League? What's my man name that's playing down there? Semi
Shatu.
Yeah, do you bring him up? The backup you got Noel Pell there. You signed him. I don't know if you keep him, but they signed him. But I like the Oubre and Kelly. I definitely like the Kyle Lowry and Kelly Oubre for 2 years. 2 years, no max and nobody on that level. I think you can get them 2 years, and then 2 years from now, them young guys, I think quickly be ready. RJ will be ready. Obi should be ready. You know what I mean? And then their maturation be done took place. Then I think we'd be ready to make that happen. So that would be mine, BX. I think I'd take the Kyle Lowry. That's a safe route for me. Kyle Lowry and Kelly Oubre is a safe route for me, for sure.
I'm gonna be a little Charles Barkley-ish. I think the Knicks was gonna sign Dennis Schroeder.
Don't do it to me, BX. You're killing me, bro.
And you said it like him too. You said it like him too, with the lips and all. You said it. Dennis Schroeder. Oh my god!
Don't do it to me. That ain't fair, bro.
That's not right.
That's not fair.
I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like totally fiberglass. Who would I like myself? Man, I would like to just make a trade and just get that point guard in here. I don't know which one. I think they're gonna be conservative. Go to Indiana and bring the point guard in here and see if you could get a Miles Turner. I think for me that would be fine, and then they could go with that and sign maybe one more player in the free agency, the backup center, Corey Cauley-Stein. Me personally, no, let me take that back. I rather them get Spencer Dinwiddie. I'm high on Dinwiddie. I want Dinwiddie. I really am. That I definitely would like him to get that. For a lot of reasons, different reasons, and that's the point guard. For me, that's the point guard I want. I could be wrong.
Did he sign this? Did he sign this extension yet?
Nope.
No, no,
No,
no,
Free agent.
no. Free-
free agent.
He's gonna play if they advance. He could play in the finals.
Yeah,
He's already
yeah.
doing basketball duties and activities.
That's
I think
another
that'll
L
be
League is
a.
doing it.
Yeah, I'll just
L
quickly
League is
say.
do something in the text interesting. If they move Wiggins, do they keep Oubre? Do you think Tom Thibodeau will bring Andrew Wiggins over here? Had a good defense year this year. Good. Do you think they'd bring him here?
No, I don't
I,
see that.
I
I don't see him a Tibbs player.
no,
Okay.
actually no. See, that's the crazy part is remember when Tibbs got fired and when Tibbs got hired by the Knicks, they were everyone does their research to see what players said. The only person that spoke negatively about Tibbs in Minnesota was Carl Anthony Towns. When Wiggins got to Golden State, he was saying literally the only coach that ever pushed him in a certain way was Tibbs. And he didn't understand it until he got to Golden State, which was a winning organization. And he realized the same things they were asking of him over in Golden State was the same thing Tibbs was asking of him. So he's a Tibbs player through and through. I think he's a guy that if they traded for him, and if Golden State kept Oubre and traded Wiggins, I'd see the Knicks being a part of that. But
I
I don't
agree.
know. I
I
don't know
agree.
what I'd trade away, but the way I do it is I have to keep Reggie. I have to keep Reggie Bullock, and I have to slide him to the bench
Mm-hmm.
Right.
because Reggie and Randall have that chemistry. I'm not giving up that chemistry. Like
Right.
Reggie may
Right.
not be the most offensively talented guy, but that chemistry means something, and players knowing how to play off of each other very well, that means something, especially if now that we're a playoff team, we're a contending team.
Yeah.
What I do is I don't know what I trade away, but I'd find a way that I can slide Andrew Wiggins into the starting
Yeah.
position for Reggie.
Absolutely.
But that's what I do.
Yeah, because his contract, he only got about 2 years, 3 years left on his, so that's not a bad deal. And I like his defense game was outstanding here. He made defense. I think all defense teams here didn't he got close to it. And Wiggins just improved the defense so much. Tom Thibodeau even rated about it. I said, man, the kid's defense was pretty stellar this year, man. And I agree with you, man. He would be, man. Reggie Bullock is the definition of a true 3-and-D player. Now, when you want to describe 3-and-D, that's Reggie Bullock. Straight 3-and-D. I mean, and that's you got to bring him back. You maybe give him that mid level. Give him eight a year for a couple of years or whatever. 3 years, 8, whatever. He earned that, man. Reggie Bullock was a part of what we did this year, man. And I believe he was a big part of what the Knicks did this year. I like his defense. He's not scared to challenge anybody. He won't back down from nobody, bro. He even took on a guy way faster than Trae Young is 3 times faster than that. But he said, I'll go up against him. He ain't back down. And I love Reggie Bullock for that, man. I hope they bring him back. I think he's one of them players that will come back next year. I think the Knicks sign him for sure. That's why I think Alfred Payton, Alex Burks, Noel. I think them 3 is definitely going. No question in my mind. I think number one, they're going to command more money somewhere else. And I just think that the Knicks can go get. I think they can go get a Nerlens Noel in a draft. I really believe that. I think the Knicks can get him in a draft, a younger cat in a draft.
We're forgetting about this power forward, man. That he just looks at people real crazy. Bobby Portis with his crazy eyes coming back to the garden.
Yo, look, time out. Wait, let me say something real quick in regards to Bobby Portis, Marcus Morris, basically that roster that Fizdale had. You know how you can tell that it's the coaching because every single one of those guys found themselves on a playoff roster and they're contributing to playoff basketball. Like you notice it's 7 teams. I think it's 7 teams that are looking for coaches right now, and his name hasn't circulated for a reason, man. Like that guy was just criminal. So now it makes me like this is why you kind of have to look at Knox in a different light. You have to look at Frank in a different light, because these guys who had this snake oil salesman in their ear for 2 or a year and a half, telling them like, no, you should do this. This is NBA basketball. Here, let's chop that tree. Like,
funky.
Literally everyone's shooting went up. Like Frank became a better shooter. RJ became a better shooter.
Yeah,
like
the whole team. Yeah,
the whole
he tapped out. He tapped. Well, you know what? When the Knicks traded to Porzingis, he tapped out. He like, I'm done. Kyrie ain't coming. KD ain't coming. I lost. He just tapped out, bro. Sorry.
Yeah.
No pun intended, but I'm being real.
One of his strengths.
They didn't even send them
to
first class to Latvia. They sent them on coach.
He tapped out. I think once they moved Porzingis, and they knew, he probably heard the noise out there where KD wasn't coming. And he like, nah, they can fire. I got my $5 million a year for the next 5 years. He tapped out. He tapped out. But I like this here. That team they had, to me, with Julius Randle, Marcus Morris, all they had to do was throw Mitch at the 5 instead of Taj that year.
Yeah.
That's all they had to do.
Or no, here's what they had to. Here's what I think they should have done. But Randall was too prideful. They should have staggered Morris and Randall.
Okay.
No, but see, then again, I don't even think that was right, because they tried that. Mike Miller tried that for a little bit, but it didn't work out.
Because Todd,
I liked
that team. I liked that team, man. That was my favorite team that year.
That team was good, and when Mike Miller took over, he had us at a pace to where like we would have at least been we would have fought for seeding. And if Mike Miller was there for the whole year, then I truly think we would have fought for seeding.
We would have been in the bubble. We would have been in the bubble. Yeah, because think about it. Todd Gibson, Marquise Moore, and Julius Randle. Check this out, guys. This is real talk. Your front line average was 6'8". Todd Gibson, Marquise Morris, and Julius Randle, your center, power forward, and small forward, your average front line height on your front line was 6'8". That's why you had to throw Mitchell Robinson up in there. I'm like, the young man in his rookie year, he was doing his thing. Throw him up there. Them cats was too small, man. I'm like, and Mook Morris was giving them the business. Randall was doing his thing. If you would do Mitchell Robinson up in there, I think that could have been a scary thing with that young man up in there, man. He wouldn't have commanded nothing but Julius Randle could have did their thing. He would have had that paint to himself. So that was interesting. But yeah, Fizz tapped out though.
Like, but see, that's how you know, like, he's a bad coach. Like, bad coach comes in, and for that year, you guys remember Elfrid Payton looked good, and not to say that he's a bad player, but like when Tibbs comes in, like Elfrid looks like a serviceable point guard, which he is in reality, but like everything goes up now. The demand for talent goes up. That's what comes along with having a good coach. And so that's why, Fizdale was just terrible.
Hey, CT, who do y'all think? Who you think filled that assistant coaching spot that we got open, man? On the roster this year. So a lot of guys out there that took some, that's got fired or not fired or that ain't there no more. So a lot of guys out there, man. You think Tibbs bringing one of these guys that he know and that's out there to fill Mike Woodson's spot?
Yeah, I can see a what's his name? Clifford that got fired. They're good friends.
Right.
Could see maybe Pablo. I'd love to see us bring in Pablo.
No. Sorry.
And I'd love to see us bring in maybe there's a lot of names out there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some ex-players, that are close to the team,
right.
Can work with some of our young guys.
Mm. Yeah, I think that's interesting too, man. I agree because I definitely like the Steve Clifford thing. You know, he been a part of the Knicks organization, good defense coach. I mean, he got the tangible that he's that's why, you know, when Knicks play Orlando, they always give us a hard time because it seems like he's playing as the same person almost. I think Johnny Bryan is on the come up. I think he's going to be a future. He might be that guy to take over for Thibodeau, and if Tibbs don't do the 5 years, I can see Johnny Bryan getting that shot, for sure. But it's a curious situation there because I love, you know, you said Fugione, bring him on over to help out Valdoza, and I just can see that, bro. That would be nice for real.
Yeah.
Actually, for that spot, as far as Woodson, I would prefer it be an ex-player like Prigioni, because you guys remember Woodson was the guy that, like, if you look at the staff, some guys are Tibbs guys, but the other guys are the guys that the front office chose. But you see each person's role. Like Kenny Payne is development. Johnny Bryan is also development, but with the guards, and he's also, you know, the guy right next to Tibbs with the clipboard. But then Mike Woodson, he was like he was the guy, he was the confidant, the player confidant that the players could just run and tell them something, this, that, whatever, and you knew he was going to deliver it to Tibbs in a way that Tibbs would understand. So I'd prefer that be either an ex-player or someone who, damn, I don't know what, like, some, not Steve Clifford, because I think if you have Steve Clifford, you're gonna have too much of Thibodeau's, you know, thought process in the room, and you kind of want to even balance, because we saw too much Tibbs is not a good thing. Tibbs is rigid; he likes his system a certain way. So, if you're gonna do that, I prefer it balance out, be with someone else who, you know, is they're you know they're not a Thibodeau type of guy.
Right.
Yeah, great point.
Pablo Pizzoloni is a good candidate for that. I said Steve Clifford. I've been calling that since the All-Star, since the break. I said that Clifford wasn't going to make Orlando, and it probably ended up being one Woodson's replacement. But I would like them to bring an offensive-minded coach in there. Another, you know, an innovator, one of the young innovators. You know, I will be able to, I forget her name. She used to be the Liberties All-Star.
Witherspoon.
Teresa Witherspoon. She's also out there for Pelicans. She's out. Stan Van Gundy no longer there, so that staff is broken in. I would like that. You know, the league is innovating now. They're incorporating ladies, females. And they really bring a good perspective. She was a hell of a scorer. Knows the garden. Knows what it is. I think she could be a real good assistant coach there, right, in that spot from Woodson. I think that would be one different outside of the box. You know, something different and being innovative in the New York Knicks coaching staff. That'd be interesting. Those two names. But you know, I just hope it's someone. David Blatt. David Blatt is with the organization with the New York Knicks as a special advisor. I don't think he has no interest after that fiasco in Cleveland to get behind the bench in no capacity. He likes his advisor role.
Yeah, I believe he has an illness that prevents him from traveling as much as the coaching staff does. So he won't be hitting the benches anytime soon.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
right.
why I crazy. Yeah, guess CT.
Yeah, I think Thibodeau would have learned a lot this season as well, and I think he'll be even better. You know, look, I don't think anyone expected us to get to the 4th seed. They just implemented a structure. You know, all of these new coaches, new players, they would have hoped for the best, you know, established good habits, and it all just worked, you know, it clicked. And, you know, we found out that our players are really hard workers, and they represent the coaching staff, you know, quite well. That, you know, even Mitchell got better with his time with Kenny Payne. You know, he wasn't foul prone like we've seen in years past. You know, every single player showed some improvement, you know, except Elfrid Payton, pretty much. But look, Elfrid was quite solid in the first half of the season anyway. You know, he gave you what he is. He just doesn't have a jump shot. But I think once we improve the talent as well, and our young players get more experience, and have a full off season to work out, summer league, all that. I just think we're going to do a lot of improvement internally, all the new acquisitions aside and drafts aside. I think every player that played this year, if whoever comes back, is going to be better. I don't see anyone getting any worse.
Right. I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think Knicks gonna be waiting, but this year they get to, not only that, they get a whole training camp. The Cats get to play summer league. I want to see Luka Valdoza, Emmanuel Quickly, or Obi Toppin in the summer league with our up and coming rookies. Let's make it happen. For real.
Yeah,
Let's get it popping. I want to see that. That's what I want to see. For real.
It's only a month and a half away.
Right, that's gonna be special, bro.
To that point, in 6 weeks we're going to be watching a new rookie, and seeing our other players play games. There's not really too much break, so I hope they're out there.
Crazy. Yep, that's what's so crazy about that guy. Valdoza coming in as a rookie. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he coming in as a rookie, a 25-year-old rookie. Prugioni said he way better than him. So I'm trying to tell you, and when like Kobe Bryant said, God rest my soul, my brother. He said Luka Valdoza was the real deal 2 years ago. He wanted the Lakers to get him. And Kobe no talent. Kobe Bryant no talent. I don't care what nobody say. He no talent. He wanted the Lakers to draft that boy 2 years ago.
He can pull up off the dribble.
He was telling the Lakers why he was like, it's a crime that Jason Tatum isn't a Laker. He said that.
Yep. Yes, sir.
There was some training videos on Vildoza, since you mentioned. He's at the facility, with some coaches, and from what I've seen, he got the little step back fadeaway, that European fadeaway, and he can pull up off the dribble. That's going to be a weapon. Rose, could pull up off the dribble, but we didn't have any other point guard that can pull up and hit a three. And Vildoza's got a nice stroke. That's one of his more underrated skills, and he can distribute. Yeah.
I love that, man. Like I said, I think that guy and Derrick Rose can hold that down. RJ Emmanuel quickly got the 2 spot. You get whoever and Bullock at the 3, Randall Obi at the 4, Mitchell whoever at the 5. Let's get it popping. That's what I mean. I think that dude gonna shock a lot of people. Them Argentinian ball players they're some real smart ball players, savvy, and they play a different type of style of basketball over there. Them guys are really fundamentally insane in there. You know what I mean? So I'm dying to see. I want to see what Luka Valdoza gonna do. I know a lot of people might think that he got that Euro game. So did my man Milo Ginobili. So did the late great Petrovic. All these guys, man. It ain't where you from, it's where you at. You know what I mean? I don't care where you come from, it's where you at. If you're in the NBA, that means you can ball out. You can't get here being a scrub. You know what I mean? Unless you know Sanasis under the Cumbo, you know what I mean, or whatever. But other than that, you know what I mean. I ain't trying to hear.
Divine. We weren't the only team just trying to get him. We had to offer this deal to make sure another team didn't get him. Because he would be on Houston if we didn't. We pulled out of that Shitu deal. Late in the season. That was all about to go ahead.
Wait, BX, you're seeing
it
too,
right?
I'm
seeing it too. Me and you are connected, but just back to
Terrence Mann has
34 points
on the Utah Jazz. I'm sorry.
I like
halftime.
What happens if Utah loses tonight? If you lose to a Kawhi-less, oh my God, it's a 2-point game.
Yeah, man again. Man, he's turning into
Terrence Mann.
I love Terrence Mann game. I think that young boy is he's a version of Obi Toppin to me, but just his game is gonna be nice. I love Terrence Mann.
You guys know what pick he went?
Offensive.
It was one pick after Iggy Brasdegas.
Oh man!
Oh, no.
Yeah,
isn't that the 40 pick that we paid $1 million for?
Yeah.
Yeah, we picked 47. Terrence Mann went 48.
But you know what? Iggy's highlight reel from Michigan, he looked at like a ball. I'm like, you know, he was shooting the three. I thought we were getting a poor man Steve Novak. I'm like, you know, but never happened.
You
I
know
thought
what's
he'd play
crazy?
more hard because he's got
You know
that.
what's crazy? You know, when they trade when Orlando picked him up, he was having some good games in Orlando.
Yeah.
Yep. Sometimes you got to give a player a chance, and you got to give a player a chance to shine.
Yep.
Give him some opportunity. Yeah, he was playing good down in Orlando. I was like, oh, look at Brogdon throwing up 24, threw up 17 one night, 24 one night.
If you saw his games in the G League, you notice like what it was for him. It's like he was the guy. Like, he's not the fastest guy, he's not the most athletic guy, but he's a guy that if you have the time and you let him figure out the game, he's gonna be one of those guys like TJ McConnell. He's just a pest, but he's not a pest in the sense of like defense, but he's gonna find a way to score. He's like Iggy Brazdeikis just knows to find a way to score. So you just, you had to know what you were getting with him, and you had to have the patience with him. And this team just, I don't know. We have patience for some people. We don't have the patience for others.
Here, I got some breaking news chatter for y'all. Breaking news chatter.
Okay,
not real talk chatter.
Ooh.
Donovan Mitchell lose tonight. Watch the tabloids. If they lose tonight, watch the tabloids. There they come.
It looks like we're going to Game 7.
Oh, really?
I'm not even. I can't say that yet.
Three Game 7s over the weekend.
No, 91-94 with no. Oh, it's only the third quarter.
It's only the third quarter, which is why I said I can't say that yet.
I thought it was a fourth quarter. I'm sorry, because I saw the high score.
But
I'm on picture.
Here's the reason why. Here's the reason why you had to be panicked. It's like the Jazz had a 20-point lead.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They squandered a 20-point lead.
You squandered a 20-point lead. You let Terrence Mann drop 34 in your head,
and there's still a quarter left, and you got 34 points, guys. I thought it was a fourth quarter when I saw the 34 point. I have it on picture with the baseball. And it's like small. So I thought it was a fourth quarter. My God, there's still a whole quarter left, and there's 94 points already for both. Oh my goodness.
It was Clarkson scored 17 points in a row for Utah.
Ooh, wow.
As well.
But I know Rich was sitting down. I thought, too bad. I had two bags of ice on his knees, and it didn't look good there.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think they built for it. I don't think they built tough enough. I don't think.
How do you give up a 41-point quarter? They just
what do you guys
41
think?
to 22.
But I'll start with BX. And what do you think is going to happen on draft night? And what do we do with the 4 picks if you had to decide?
I think draft night, I think there's going to be not just by the Knicks, but the whole league. I think it's going to be a lot of movement. We haven't had so many movement in a few years. Every time they say that, there's going to be plenty of movement, and nothing really happens. It just becomes, okay, ready to go. But I think with all this vacancies in coaching and front offices changing, and when depending which team, all these teams got to fill coaching vacancy, because they need to know what kind of system, what kind of team they're going to implement, and so forth. And depending on the coaches, they might this player doesn't fit me, this player this not for me, and also I didn't see this kid in college, so and et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's going to be moving up or trading back. There's players being dangled, and I think that's what's going to happen in this offseason. One name that I keep hearing associated to the Knicks is Devon Mitchell from Baylor. He's a hell of a defensive player. They say they put him in there with a top Thibodeau. Will he be at 19? Heck no. He will not be there at 19 with the Knicks pick. But can the Knicks be aggressive, like I was saying earlier, go move him to a fifth or fourth, and Devon Mitchell be there, and they pick him? Well, oh man, that's great. You have him. He's already a defensive player coming out of Baylor. Excellent defensive player. You put him to work with Kenny Payne and Johnny Greer with the offense, and you might have something special there. So we'll keep an eye. I think personally, the Knicks. not just the Knicks. I think the whole association, the league. There's going to be a lot of movements, a lot of trading back, a lot. It's going to be a lot of interruptions. We have a trade, and the good thing about it, Knicks Real Talk will have a live in draft party on the air when we do that. I think we're planning on that, and we'll be talking about it as it happens live in color and raw, and you guys will be part of it on the stream, and we'll get an instant reaction, and it'll be fun. That's going to be a fun night for the draft night.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. That's what's up.
That's why I don't understand. I understand why they did, and I don't understand why they did it. The Boston Celtics with the Kemba Walker trade, they got a first round pick out of that option, 16th pick. Them cats got a plethora of picks, man. I mean, them cats got picked for days, and they got that Paul George picks. You know what I mean? Oh my God, bro. So do SGA, Kemba Walker. Who else they got down there? The Doka dude.
Lou Dort.
That's what Lou Dort.
Yeah.
Who got the pick in this trade?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they probably
Maladon.
Yeah, Theo Maladon.
Pokuševski. The roster doesn't make sense.
That's what I mean.
They could end up winning. Right. Imagine they win the lottery too. What the hell are they going to do too? It's interesting,
Yeah. Because you have Shai Gilgeous, like he's a guard / wing, primarily a guard. You have Lou Dort, who's a good defender.
Right.
Maladon's coming off the bench. Who's your big man? I guess everyone's.
They traded Moses Malone.
No, but see, like this is my thing. Like as much as we hear great things about this draft, it's a great draft for what position?
Point guard.
Exactly. There's not a lot of centers, so like, the only center that was worth mentioning is Evan Mobley.
Right.
So
what about Green? What do y'all think about? What's y'all thoughts on Green?
Jalen Green?
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of him. I watched some of his games, and he's just really athletic. That's the only thing I got from him. He's really athletic. Like he looked terrible shooting the three.
Oh, really?
He did. Like it's not like he's warm or anything, but like he was just missing horrendously. The one who looked the best on that G League Ignite team was Jonathan Kuminga.
Right, Kuminga, nice. Yeah, he's nice.
After that, Dacian Nix. He came in. He was out of shape, but he was still able to produce, even though he was out of shape. So he's someone who I would look at too, because he's someone who, if anything, you know who he reminds me of? Jalen Brunson. Like a short guard who's not. He doesn't have the wingspan, but he's muscular. Like if you've seen the last couple of videos of him, he lost that weight and he looks like he got with someone who's a good trainer, and he looks stocky, like a stocky short guard. So he's a guy who he'll probably be able to get to the rim. Will the 3-point shot fall? We don't know, but he's a good fundamental passer. So those are the guys who I saw on the G League Ignite team that they impressed me. Was Dacian Nix and Jonathan Kuminga. After that, Jarrett Jack.
Right. Hey, do you? That's real quick. I need you to chime in on this here. Do y'all think that Oklahoma City going to extend SGA?
No.
I don't see that happening out there in Oklahoma City. I don't know if they're gonna do that, man. Seems like they I see that seems like to me that's not a real to get rid of James Harden, Westbrook, Durant. I mean, it seems like they must not get in the basketball fan base like they think they used to at one time.
No,
so I wonder would he want to sign out there?
Would he want to sign? I don't know. That would be up to him. But could they present a case for him to sign? Yeah, they could. They could say, "Hey, listen, we have you. We have Lou Dort, right? Lou Dort, we've seen when, like, when we benched you, when we sidelined you, he has the capability to score, and he's a great defender. All we really need is to fill out the rest of the starting lineup, and the bench is filled up with young guys who can develop over time. You give us one more year, you sign with us, and then with the bevy of picks, we can trade for anybody in the front court you want. You tell us, and we could present a package for them.
Okay, I was just making sure that Kentucky connection ain't him and Quickly will be starting in the backcourt for the Knicks.
Look, I told you, if I had my pick between SGA or De'Aaron Fox, you know who I'd want, man. Is SGA, but I'm looking
Yeah,
at, like,
all
you
day.
traded for Kemba for a reason. Like, you're moving for a reason. Unless, I don't know, man. I don't know.
but so we know why I
Was
brought
it for
that
the
up, guy.
pick, or who got the pick in the deal?
Oklahoma got the 16th pick.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here's
Oklahoma
my
got the
scenario.
pick.
Here's my scenario. You sign Kemba Walker, right? Because when his money is up, either before that SGA money comes in, or when Kemba Walker's money is up, SGA gets his money. So I'm thinking they might just sign him. So because obviously you're gonna have to fill your payroll out. You got to spend 90% of your payroll out, obviously. So Kemba Walker, SGA in the backcourt, they go out there in a draft or a free agency, or not. They got to spend money. You got to spend your money. You got to cap. You got to send a certain amount of money out there. So do they do that? SGA and Kemba Walker take a fly on some dead contracts like BA, and you got to talk about just to make SGA feel like he got a chance to go to the playoffs, because SGA don't want to. SGA is not going to want to be in Oklahoma City after 4 years and they in the same spot. He ain't gonna want that. I just don't think he would want that.
No, because this is
Especially
like,
they'll have like a Cunningham anyway, or they'll have the next star on the roster by then with all the lottery visits.
this is my thing with Oklahoma, is like, what direction are you going in? Because when he got there with Chris Paul. First thing he knows, all right, well, let's scratch that. When he goes to the Clippers, what he knows from the Clippers is playoffs. His first year in the league, he went to the playoffs. He faced the Golden State Warriors. His second year in the league, he teams up with Chris Paul. He faces the Houston Rockets. Goes up against James Harden. Takes them 7 games, and they all put up impressive numbers, right? Look great. Third year, you guys go straight to the lottery. Meanwhile, the Western Conference is getting stronger and stronger. What's going to happen? Like, what direction is the team going in? Are you guys telling me that right now we just went straight out the lottery, we're going to go right back into the playoffs, and you guys can guarantee me that it's not going to be a quick exit, but we're going to have a fighting chance with this young roster? Because I just saw Memphis try and do that, and they got bounced quickly. I just saw New York try and do that, and they got bounced quickly.
Yeah, for real.
These are the questions he has to ask himself.
I think they
got Los Angeles Clippers are on fire hitting the three, man. They came out that fourth quarter
104-100.
Yeah, they're maybe
107 100.
107. They're ahead. I'm not there.
Not that I don't want to see the Clippers win, but I don't want a Western Conference Finals that one team has no chance of winning if Kawhi's out.
Yeah,
I had the Clippers for the door. I thought they had a bunch of dogs down there. I thought when they signed Mook Morris, Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George, I'm like, that's the creme de la creme of dogs right there. Them cats ain't backing down for nobody. Got skills. I was like, you better watch out for them boys. And I knew they was on a mission because Doc Rivers didn't do what Tyronn Lue about to do. Tyronn Lue about to take them boys to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I just think that I would love to see Philly, and I would love to see Philly and the Clippers going at the finals. I would love to see that. Doc Rivers, Tyronn Lue was assistant last year. He got Philly to the finals and the Clippers in the finals. That would be crazy. But I think you got to. I think them guys, man, they doing this without Kawhi Leonard, and I think people underestimate Reggie Jackson. Reggie Jackson has been balling in the league for a minute. He's a savvy veteran dude. He hit shots. That's another thing. He was in OKC with them dudes. You know what I mean? I'm like, what in the world? Reggie Jackson, James Harden, Kevin Durant, and West. All them dudes was together.
And they were lucky to get. They literally had Nick Batum and Ibaka bought out. You know, they're like players that are earning more than $10 million, and they got them for nothing.
Don't forget, Carmelo Anthony was there as well.
Yeah.
OKC. But here's a scenario about the OKC. Can you see them with all these picks, offer 2 picks or whatever, and try to get Kristaps Porzingis out of Dallas and put him in there with Kemba and SGH? You got a pretty young, quick, big.
Yeah.
There.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
And Kevin Knox.
Yeah.
Yep, I can definitely see that. Oh my goodness, I definitely can see that.
And they're trying to get Kevin Knox from us, you know.
Oh, we could. I got $50 for the plane ticket. I don't know if you guys want to chip in.
Man, I love that kid. I love that kid, man. Yeah, but yeah, that was a good one. Because I could see Porzingis down there at the 5 with them. At 4, Porzingis with SGA. Because they probably can get that, like you said, 2 picks for Porzingis, and you got to match that cap money though.
Yeah, but they just got rid of Horford's a big contract. Kemba makes money, but not at that level as a Horford with the pick.
Let me ask you a question: do you think they move Kemba to Dallas? Moves Kemba to Dallas for Porzingis? Oklahoma City move Kemba Walker to Dallas, and Dallas sent Porzingis.
KP.
You didn't hear what I said on that right earlier?
No, repeat that. What?
I said I first brought up. Do you think with a couple picks to Dallas, OKC to bring Porzingis in there with Kemba and SGH, but then Divine took it even further with that. He that's why he's my assistant GM or I'm his assistant GM in this.
I was saying, would they do that?
A salary swap, Kemba.
Yeah, for Porzingis.
How many?
Because he has less years, they want to get out of Porzingis' money.
But one of them's man.
And Dallas,
one of them's
but
a
Dallas
worse contract than the other.
Yeah, but you're making that Porzingis now kind of his team. Even though it's SGH, but at least you're the main guy up front. You're the your team up front. XYZ, we're gonna get you guys that are gonna feed you the ball, and XYZ, he doesn't really need to be the focal point on scoring.
I'll tell you what, maybe no one will see coming with OKC's picks. I see them getting either trying to get Levine, trying to just give all those picks to Chicago because they're gonna have to trade him, and or use all those picks to get Dame in there.
They got a lot of them, man. They ain't holding on all that.
See, here's the thing. If Levine, I wouldn't want personally because I want him on the Knicks. I ain't even gonna lie. There's 1 year left on that deal. It looks like
for real. For real.
But as far as Dame goes, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Dame has done so much for Portland. I don't think it's about the package. I think it's more so Portland's going to look at Dame and go, look, if you want to leave us, that's fine. Tell us the list of places we're going to go, and we're going to try and get, some sort of package, but it's never going to be of equal value. But you tell us where you want to go, and we're going to make it happen. Because he's like so much. He's done so much for that organization.
Absolutely.
He really has done so much for that organization. Oh my God. Clippers up by 5. He's done so much for that organization. So like it would if they just moved him for, hey, we just got a nice package and this, that, whatever. They're not going anywhere. We know you want to go to the playoffs, but here, go to OKC. Then nah.
That Porzingis with OKC, they have both Kemba makes $34 million more, but they both expire the same exact time. 2024, both of them come off the books. So that's that. I see Arthur Lee said Porzingis ends up in Sacramento. You know what?
Wait,
That
you
could be
said
too.
Kemba makes more than him?
He makes 35 and Porzingis makes 31.
Ooh, I didn't know Kemba.
See, $4 million makes a difference when Luka Doncic is signed in his supermax.
Yeah, that's why I don't think he's gonna go. I don't think that will work with Dallas because of that reason. Because they like you said, every dollar counts, especially with that supermax.
But they can go over the max. They can
Doesn't
go.
Kemba only have 2 years left?
Yeah, but do you think Cuban would like to go over? I mean, would you think he want to?
I don't think they have a problem. That man is a billionaire. But here's the reason I don't have a problem. A couple of years from now, that comes off the books. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's it comes off the books. It's only a couple of years. They roll with Don. I think Kemba. Who they point guard right now? They starting point guard in Dallas.
It's no, not Jalen Brunson.
Josh Richardson.
There you go.
Kemba.
Yeah.
I think is better than Josh Richardson at the point guard for sure. So I think Luka Doncic got another running mate. Yeah, he got another running mate there who can. I think what hurt Kemba this year and in the bubble was his knee, that knee injury.
Yeah.
If that knee would hold up, Kemba would be he a good ball player. I think him and Luka and Tim Hardaway, there'll be some 3-point bombing jokers out there. You know what I mean? So like I said, they run with them for a couple of years, and if it don't work, his contract come off the books. And see, that's what I want the Knicks to do. Get a couple of guys who got maybe 2 years left. That's why I like the Andrew Wiggins thing. That's why I like guys who got like maybe 2 years left on their deal. You try to win that ring in 2 years. If it don't work out, it's gone. It's off the books. You didn't lose nothing. And you still developing your young players. So I would love to see the Knicks do something like that. But that Porzingis to Sacramento or Porzingis to me, OKC makes a lot of sense for the Dallas Mavericks. I think that makes a lot of sense for them because I think they more of a win mode. They're more in a win mode now than OKC. You know what I mean? They in win mode with Luka Doncic right now. You know what I mean? And the OKC, they not really in win mode. They trying to get to that level. So I think Kemba Walker helps put them in win mode now at the point guard position because they want to get rid of KP anyway. You know what I mean? So that's something they would have to think about, to be honest with you. I think I would just see what pans out, and I don't know who gets the draft picks, but
that's you brought up a good point. And Dallas doesn't have a lot of draft picks, so if they and they need them, so they give them up. They get rid of Porzingis. They pick up a first round draft pick, maybe in a few years. The one that next year's the one they gave the Knicks, and they do that. And they start stockpiling again. So. That could be something to look at, and another thing I don't see nowhere in the world, even if it gets traded to OKC, Zach Lee will not sign there.
Nope.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's a risk, but Toronto did the same thing where if you believe that you can pair, SGA, Levine, Lou Dort, draft another few first overall pick. Suddenly, you think you can convince that player, hey, this is a winning team, and maybe they might want to stay. But it's a risk, But at the end of the day, if they're stockpiling all these picks, they're going to have to make their move at some point because Danny Ainge kept all them picks and did nothing, OKC, it's all good to have 38 first-round picks, but one day is going to come when they're going to put them all in the middle of the table and try to get the star there. But they're going to make sure that they have those young pieces around them that are on the come-up, And
40 points per man.
Wow. Yeah, and the Clippers are up 7. 5 minutes left.
That's like an all-time playoff performance.
You just gotta have them.
To
Oh
your
my
point,
Yeah.
God.
CT,
Up 10.
like you to your point, CT, I
43
think
points, right?
I won't be surprised seeing Boston put all those trips and try to get a Zach Levine in there. You know what? Well, they got too many of the same position. No,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That
no,
doesn't
that's
make
a
any
dumb.
sense.
That would make no sense. That was a dumb.
Yeah.
That was a dumb analogy.
They might trade Jaylen Brown, I heard.
Yeah, I know
That's-
Divine.
and
Divine
for the
wants
Celtics?
to put it.
And
That's who I
Smart.
want.
That's why
I want
Marcus
Jaylen Brown.
Smart.
Word for give me Jaylen Brown at the 3. Then we talk. We saying something now. For real. Give me Jaylen Brown at the 3 with R.J. Barrett and Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson.
That's all.
That defense lineup would be ridiculous. That you put that one point guard there who can. Man, come on, Jaylen Brown. That boy a dog. Go get him. Get him.
Don't be. If Zion wants out, don't be surprised if the Celtics put all their chips in and go after Zion with a bunch of picks.
That's bad, man. His family's not happy.
No, his family
He's coming to New York,
not
bro.
want to go to Boston.
New York City written all over that.
Hey, there's a lot of CBs out there, man.
Mm-hmm.
Levine at the 3, Zion at the 4. That's our next chip, you know.
But y'all about to get me go crazy up in here thinking like this here. Zion and Zach Levine. Come on now. Oh my God.
And also but don't be stoned. There's also a sleeper team that none of us have spoke about. They have a lot of money in their cap. And they got good players too.
I know what you're about to say.
They got good players too.
About to say.
The Charlotte Hornets.
Miami.
Okay, no. You know why I'm about to say no to the Charlotte Hornets? Because look what they did to Kemba. He done wasted his knees over helping try to make Michael Jordan look good. Now it's his time to win a championship, and he can't even stay on the court for it. Don't go to Jordan. Don't.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of money. But they have a lot of money.
They're overpaying Gordon Hayward.
Hayward, yeah. So, but they could be a factor. You know, they gotta keep an eye on them.
You know what it is? They got some decisions to make this year too. Because they got you got Graham's contract. You got Malik Monk's contract coming up. You got Grant. You got Rozier's contract coming up. You know what I mean? So
can you believe that Gordon Hayward's earning 3 years, $120?
That's crazy.
That's $40 million a year for a Hayward now.
And then you got to sign all them other guys.
Yeah, yep. I'm glad Leon backed out of that. You know, we were like 3 years, 90. That's our max.
Yeah.
Jordan went and beat himself. You know, by another 30 mil.
That's crazy. Oh,
I have a question I got a question for Alton Lee. You're saying Levine is not leaving Chicago, but he put his mansion for sale though. Is that because he's building a new one, or he's getting moving, or because that's been worldwide publicized that he was leaving, or is this just nonsense behind the closed doors? You guys live in Chicago, and I know you have the pulse to the Chicago sports talk radio there, because I know they do love their sports there in Chicago. So you don't think he's leaving, but do you think they're gonna? Do you think with Vucevic and Levine and someone else, it could be enough?
Yeah, I'd have to ask him that question. Do you think does he think that team around him is a winning team? Like, is that a formula to get out of the East?
Kobe White, Kobe White is good.
I mean,
I kind of like him, but
like
Kobe White is good. It's just that he's a scoring guard. He's not like I'm not even gonna lie. There seems to only be franchise or at least just starting level point guards on either playoff teams or teams that are so bad that they're not gonna let them go like that. For instance, like the Cavaliers, Darius Garland is a point guard. He is the modern point guard, like the modern guy that can get you, that can get you 10 assists, but he doesn't need to get you 10 assists because he can get you like 20, 30 points. My thing is is the Cavaliers willing to let him go? No, because you have him, you have Jared Allen. What about
They were talking about Colin Sexton was on the Knicks radar.
yeah, but that's because that's the reason they let this. Like my thing is like the reason I have to ask the question: why are these teams letting this guy go, and what are they looking for? And if they're looking for the same thing that we're looking for, then it makes no sense to pick up this person. Which is why I am so against picking up Lonzo Ball to make him play the make him play the one. He is not a point guard. Reason being is because if the Pelicans had a point guard, they wouldn't be experimenting with Point Zion. The fact that you have to go through this Point Zion experiment, oh my God. You really telling me it's going to be no game 7? You letting Pat Bev hit threes? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's a wrap.
It looks like it's a wrap.
It's a wrap. 2 minutes and 45 seconds or 40 seconds, depending where you're at. Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. I can't believe they
Utah's
couldn't get past
suckers.
the Clippers, you know.
And now, right over Gobert. Oh my God.
And Donovan Mitchell missing free throws.
No, this is.
The
only thing good about this game.
I told you I was starting to chatter. I told you I was starting to chatter. The chatter gonna be Donovan Mitchell disgruntled. He coming to the Knicks.
Yo, the Clippers are inspired right now. They're not. They dealt like
the number 1 seed.
10-point lead. 10-point lead. Go by number 1 seed.
I think Mike Conley's injury, like that really set that team back.
Yeah, absolutely.
When he was healthy, the Jazz were the number 1 seed, and he's just too old at the moment, you know.
Man, Mike Conley had that grit in him. He come from that grit and grind area. You know what I mean? I just don't think they on. You look at Gobert. Gobert, he's a force down there. Can you imagine him with a Shaquille O'Neal attitude? He don't have that.
Oh, game over.
You hit a 3?
No. 10 points left, but Utah's turning it over, and LA Clippers are just dribbling out the clock. Utah really went out like some suckers.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, you're ahead.
I had them. And now you think about this here. What happens if Chris Paul? Chris Paul going to be out for the series. Clippers smooth sailing.
The Clippers really caught a break because Chris Paul might not be there.
He's out. He can't play until the NBA Finals.
So really? He might get 2 or 3. All depends on the second.
He'll only miss maybe 6 more days. I think he should
miss
the
first
good.
2 games. Yep. But by then, you don't want them to face the Clippers down to 1 way. They ain't beating the Clippers. They ain't beating the Clippers without no Chris Paul. I don't think they're gonna beat the Clippers with Chris Paul. To be honest with you.
He fell down ugly too.
The thing is, when Clippers had Kawhi, there were some games when they didn't look so great. But now that they don't have Kawhi, the other players have stepped up.
No. But don't fool yourself.
I'm gonna tell you why. And that Phoenix and Clippers, Devin Booker gonna have a problem with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. Nice as he is, you throwing some major dogs at him.
And also Patrick Beverly. Don't forget Patrick.
Yeah,
Beverly,
man. I'm telling you, man. When I knew the Clippers had signed Moot Morris, I'm like, y'all better watch out. Them boys got a good team down there, man. Them kids go hard. They scrappy. They number 1 in 3-point shooting. They number 1 in free throw shooting. Their defense is on point, and they got the right pieces around each other. Then they went and got Rajon Rondo. I was like, okay, playoff Rondo. You know, now you got him, Pat Beverly at that guard spot, making Chris Paul earn his money. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's going to I love to see. I think Clippers definitely go to the finals, man. I had them at the beginning of the year, and I had them and LeBron in them. I had them versus LeBron in the Eastern Conference Finals and the Western Conference Finals.
What happens to Quinn Snyder?
What the heck?
I think they keep him.
I would keep him.
Yeah, I think you know what he built a brand out there, you know, and I think that's why I think that remember doing the George Floyd situation, and when Donovan Mitchell did a tweet about that, and them people in Utah was what they was kind of going against Donovan Mitchell out there about that Black Lives Matter thing. Nobody was up on that. I'm like, and I like then after that I see Donovan Mitchell in the gym working out with the New York gear on. I was like, watch. Utah is a different type of place, man. You know what I mean? That's all I can say. They're a different type of place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very different
type of place. You know what I mean? And you just never know. And he did what he had to do. Like, I'm going to tough it out, sign my max deal. Now he got his max deal. These cats got bounced to the Dable that went further than they thought they was going to go. So to me, to get bounced out right now what you're gonna do? You got him you got Rudy Gobert on a $200 million deal. Now Mitchell on $100-something million deal. You're gonna have Conley's money come with the book, but then you got to sign. Are you gonna bring the guy Bogdanovich back? Or what are you gonna do with that money? Are you gonna give him some more money? You signed Jordan Clarkson, so now you got to see where does all the now the good thing about it with Conley, his deal is done. You know what I mean? So now they got that $30 million that Conley had. You know what I mean? So they can go out there and still get somebody. But I don't know, man.
What you
I
mean?
think
Get
they were over
somebody
the
for
cap
Conley?
with Conley.
No, Conley.
His contract
You
is
talking
expired.
about trading someone for Conley?
No,
Because
Conley's a free agent. No, he's a free agent.
Him. He a free agent.
Mike Conley's a free agent?
Yeah,
this is last year.
Oh, because they're not signing him back.
No, he's on
right. That's what I mean.
But
so
they don't get all that money because they went over the cap to bring him back. So I don't think they get 30 mil.
Oh, okay.
Freed up. Yeah, I think it's only because Gobert's on a super max, Mitchell's on a max, and I think some of the other guys like Clarkson and Ingles and Bogdanovich take up quite a lot. So I think they may have 15, maybe around 15 available.
Yeah,
15 to 20.
They might wind up trading. You got Royce O'Neal out there. For them to compete in the Western Conference, and people gotta remember that's because the Lakers was injured. So let's say the Lakers come back next year fully healthy. I mean, with Davis and LeBron and whoever they do, I don't know if they're gonna sign Drummond back. They might. I don't know if they're gonna do that, but see, I just think that Utah, this was their opportunity this year to go and do something, but they didn't get it done. So see ya.
That's good GMing for what's his name, Jerry West, to get Terrence Mann.
Jerry West. It looks good for Steve Ballmer. Tyronn Lue looks especially good.
Yeah. To have a maxed out roster, have
you know what?
a player on a non-guaranteed deal.
We're watching history. This is the first time they make it to the conference finals, the Clippers, in the history of the franchise.
Yep.
They never been to the conference. That just kicked in. They've never been to the conference finals. This is a history in the making.
And has Kawhi been ruled out? He hasn't even been ruled out yet.
And that's without Serge Ibaka. I was like, yo, when they picked that team together this year, I was like, yo, don't do this legit. I was like, Serge Ibaka just came off that championship with Kawhi down there in Toronto. They brought him over there. I was like, yo, Serge Ibaka had to stretch 4, or he could be the stretch 5 and let my man, what's the big boy, Zodak, whatever his name is, Zubac, come off the bench. You could have threw Serge Ibaka, Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George at your starting 1, 4, 5, 3, 4, and 5, and then you got the 2 guard and your point guard. That front line was nice. Championship pedigree point guard. I mean, front line with that Clipper team. That's why I thought they were going to be tough, because they was made up of championship pedigree players. And the Lakers too. Last year, think about what the Lakers did last year. Everybody on their roster, everybody except for maybe Kuzma, the young guy, they was either in the championship or they went to the Western Conference Finals. Every one of their ball players, all of them. They put number championship made players around them and took LeBron into the finals in the bubble and won it. That's what the Clippers did this year. Kawhi done been there. Serge Ibaka done been there. Poor George been close. You know what I mean? Rondo been there. They put together cats who was there. And that's what you got to do, because experience is the best teacher. And that's what win championship. If you're going for a championship, you got to go get experienced ball players. But now you ain't winning it. You ain't gonna win it. So
Devon, real quick there, I seen Mountain Lee talk about Utah is going to go through some changes with Wade in town. Do you think Wade is going to have that much of an influence on that organization? He's just a minority order. It's like when I think I kind of see it like when Jay-Z was part of the Brooklyn Nets. He was there, but he really didn't have no really say in any other transitional moves or bringing players in and salary cap wise and all that. I don't know how much of an impact does Wade you will think will have in Utah.
I think it's more so the voice in the room. Because now that he said that, I'm thinking that's primarily one of the reasons why they probably brought Wade in, was because if you notice, like Donovan Mitchell patterns his game after Dwayne Wade. When he's in the off season and if he goes to gather with anyone, like when Wade had his invitational, one of the first players he invited was Donovan Mitchell. So I think him and Donovan Mitchell are gonna build a relationship, and knowing that he has someone in the ownership group that hears his voice, I think that's gonna go a long way.
Okay, so
Same reason why it's the same reason why as much noise as we're hearing about this, about the Mavericks and Luka Doncic, not for nothing, like
he ain't going
it feels
nowhere.
like Luka has Mark Cuban's ear, so
well
it's
they just signed Nowitzki as a special advisor or something to the team.
exactly, and Nowitzki was really close with Luka, so they're catering to Luka. Yeah, and Will Sagan said it just now. Like this for sure lets you know Kawhi Leonard is staying in LA.
Yeah.
You know what else I always bring this up on a lot of shows because I think it's so important though. We also got to remember about these cats as brands. They are brands now. They just not only basketball play, they brands. These guys are brands. Everybody now is branding themselves. Certain places you can't brand yourself. You got your max money playing basketball, but a lot of these young guys, they out into the branding world. They want to be branded, man. They really do, because I think that's a new thing in the world now. Everybody want to be a brand. You know what I mean? And I think in certain places you can't be a brand, because if think about this here, how many commercials Donovan Mitchell got?
None.
How many commercials Luka got?
None.
These guys, why do you think Katie and them cats came to New York City? They could have went anywhere. You know what I mean? I think we in a different world in basketball now. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, but now with social media, with all of the streaming going on and all the platforms, these cats, everybody want to be branded now, because they now with the Kardashians, with the love and hip hops of Hollywood, with the real. I mean, it's just now we in a world now where it's really entertainment 101 now. That's where we living at. And I think a lot of these cats want to be in certain markets where they can brand themselves. Because I'm a brand. Divine Property for You is a brand. You know what I mean? I got to be in a certain place to sell my houses. You know what I mean? Because I want to make sure. They branding now. This is crazy, man.
To that, instead of the league opening more small market teams, I've always thought that New York, LA could have 3 teams.
Good one, Will.
That's what had me laughing.
Recorded, OKC.
I think they're gonna wind up back in Seattle. I think they go back to Seattle.
No, I think New Orleans is the one that's talk about going to Seattle. New
Orleans and Vegas. Book it. Vegas is going to have a team because players will really want to go there.
They're going to add one more team. I think before they relocate a team, they're going to add one more team. They're going to add back the Seattle Sonics, and Vegas is going to get a team.
Yeah, there was also we were discussing a while back a couple of shows on the possibility of, now that Alex Rodriguez has bought the Minnesota Timberwolves, one of the things that was holding that was him assuring that he wasn't going to move the team out of Minnesota. And I don't know, they haven't talked any more about it. One of the minority owners was putting up, holding up the sale of the team, but because of that, of the relocation, we were talking about, would Alex Rodriguez and company, his team group, dare to relocate and move it to Las Vegas or another team in New York, like CT was saying. That could be interesting.
Hey, real quick, Alton Lee, I like that trade, Alton Lee, for sure. I could definitely see that as well. I definitely could see that.
to Utah for and Porzingis
Yeah,
will fit perfect in Utah
From
over
a
there.
Dallas standpoint, anyway. Lee, from Dallas
yeah.
standpoint, I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that
Yeah.
for sure.
And remember,
Yeah, man.
Porzingis's brother was like trying to get front office influence and all that.
Yeah, someone's
Yeah,
got to
right,
tell this
right.
guy. Porzingis needs to fire his agent and just get another agent.
Yeah.
You're my brother. I love you, but he's doing more harm to his career than good.
Yeah.
He's not gonna have a reason to, because this is the same agent that got him his $158 million contract with a new team that put no injury protections, knowing that this guy is coming off a major injury. That's the part that's puzzling the most. It's like, yo, I would have at least respected if Dallas put in injury protections like Joel Embiid has for Philly. Like
Yeah, you
Yeah.
Joel Embiid's contract has certain stipulations that if he gets injured, he won't get paid a certain amount. It won't it won't it won't count towards the cap in certain ways. Like that. Like, I don't know how they missed the cue on that. Like, how do you not insure yourself like that? I understand it's a big risk, big reward, but at least if you're telling me the only insurance you had is that, hey, it's Luka Doncic and he's gonna figure it out, you're gonna lose that player.
Yeah.
yep. I
Yeah,
agree.
yeah. I think I was to piggyback what Elton Lee said. He said most NBA guys have local commercial spots with the advent of the internet. I agree with that, but it's not only the internet neither. You know what I mean? To me, it's bigger than that as well. Because let's put it like this here: if you go to a certain market,
Sneakers, everything.
exactly. If you go to a certain market and you got Nike on, but you don't got a lot of people in that market who's sports fan, a big sport fan. They might not buy a lot of jerseys. They might not endorse a lot of Nike brand. They might not endorse a lot of hip hop brand. Because you got to remember, look who buying the merchandise.
Yeah,
You know what I
like
mean?
the difference
Yeah,
between the local and the national companies is
it's a big
literally
difference.
the size of the endorsement check. That's what they're
Right.
looking at.
You
If
know,
that
like
endorsement
look how
check don't make no sense, it's not
it
going.
don't make
Yeah,
no sense. Yeah, because you see, these small market teams. Think about this here. What is OKC known for? Just OKC Thunder and Oklahoma City's the Oklahoma Sooners.
yep,
Right.
Sooners, the Oklahoma Sooners is the brand out there. You know what I mean?
yep,
They the brand out there, and I think that like you look at New Orleans. You know why the Pelicans never gonna shine? Because it's the New Orleans Saints. It's the
Right.
New Orleans
yep.
Saints. That's the brand out
And
there. You know what I mean?
if y'all thought that
I know.
Dame Lillard was a big name, if he was in New York Knicks, he'd
What?
be talked about
Oh,
as like,
What? What?
you know,
Yep.
you're talking about an athlete who can make music and that still doesn't distract him from his craft, because he is still literally the most clutch superstar in the game. Like his brand, he branded
yeah,
himself perfect. Dame Time, that is a branding genius. Like that's genius branding. It
Check
yeah,
it
don't
out.
man.
get no better
Where,
than
where,
that.
check it out. Where did my man want to go? Where did Anthony Davis say he wanted to get traded to?
LA. LA or New
And who
York.
else?
LA and New York.
That's it. That's it. You know what I mean? That's where the money's at. You can only make so much money streaming. You only can get so much notoriety. What about on national
Yeah,
TV? You know what I mean? What about on channel 2, channel 4, channel 7? You know what I mean? A lot of them cats, they see the market, man. It's bigger than this now. It's so big, man. It's crazy. I'm like, yo, and I just think that's it's interesting the way these cats is thinking. A lot of cats ain't gonna be doing their biz. Why do you think Julius Randle want to stay in New York? I'm gonna tell you why he want to stay in New York. Not
yeah,
only that, he gonna be his son. His
yeah.
son
His
gonna be a
wife and his
mega big
son.
star out here in New York. That little
Agree.
man already gonna be a star. Julius Randle's
He
son
already
gonna be a
his
pretty
son
face.
probably.
Yeah, man. Yo, that's
If you
why I
saw
can see why. What?
Now, if you saw the photo shoots that Julius had put up, it looks like his son already has a contract with Jordan.
Right. That's what I'm
Wow.
saying. They want to go where the media capital is.
Yeah,
Anybody can
man.
get on
Like
the internet and
him
click.
and his
Yeah,
wife. Never seen that kind of
yeah.
attention. in their life.
Yep.
You know, then now they got followers. They got their followers up. Then brands want to endorse them because their followers are up. You know,
Here go another
Like,
prime example.
but see, this
Prime
is
example, real
another.
quick. Yeah, real quick. Where did Lonzo Ball follow? Where did LaMelo Ball father want his son to go?
New
New
York.
York. The endorsements, bro. The off-court endorsements. That's it.
Ultimately,
You know
I
what?
see what you're saying as far as Yao Ming, but see, you understand what you're saying. Yao Ming was one of like the first
Global.
popular
China.
Chinese players in the game, and where was he located? In Houston. That's
In
in
Houston.
Texas. There's a lot of like the Asian connection was already there, so
Right.
it happens like that. But people saying that the market size doesn't matter, no, that matters.
It
Oh
matters,
yeah,
bro.
I could tell you that for here living in Orlando. I mean, you don't they don't mind nobody. You heard LeBron says I'd rather retire if I got to play for the Magic. And there's nothing wrong with this. No, seriously, this city is beautiful here. This is a very calm city. It's comfortable. The highways, it's getting a little populated now, but you could drive everywhere. Beautiful big monster homes, and he don't want to play here. Nobody know because there's no limelight. There's no limelight. There's no where to be seen. Page 6 and all the good stuff to brand and none of the businesses done here. People come here to vacation to take their family to get away, not to make business deals. They might come here for some golf because we have a lot of golf courses here. But other than that, it's a laid back, state. It's a laid back city. Miami's only 3 hours away from here, and it's just they rather go to Miami to South Beach, where it's more congested, more clubs, more limelight than here. Everything closed down at 2 in the morning. Everything's shut down.
Yeah,
I'm
they
not
young
even
guys. They young,
look.
man. They young. They want to be out there. They want to be
I'm
Yeah.
out
not
there.
even gonna lie. Here's how real it is, right? I'm here in New York. I'm at least gonna catch a commercial of Dak Prescott doing the my bed or some other Campbell's chunky soup, something of
Mm-hmm.
that nature. I'm not seeing the same thing for Luka Doncic. Yet they're
No.
both in the same city
Right.
and they're both superstars in their sport. But one has an attraction more so than the other. Like
Yeah.
Texas is a state that's known for their football.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Yeah,
known for
yeah.
their football. So there's only but so much that Dallas can do.
Right.
And,
Right.
and,
yeah, and I
and not
think
only
if
that.
if
Yeah, go ahead,
Vegas
CT.
came in, if Vegas came in, watch all these players, want to be there and in the
Oh
limelight, be
yeah.
it big fight nights, big casino sponsors, big events, you know.
Yeah, and it also goes who the player and if the player is performing. See, like you know what? Think about it. And I just want to bring up this on Elton's point. He said, "I'm in Chicago. I don't see any New York players with national TV spot because none of them was winning. Winning
Yeah.
cures all. Julius Randle. Now
Exactly.
you're going to see Julius Randle getting them. Carmelo Anthony was getting them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Now you're going to see Julius Randle start getting them because they started winning. Winning cures all. You know what I mean? So I think once you get guys who are winning, and even with back in them days, winning basketball players, the max player, them the ones getting the spotlight. That's what I'm trying to say. When them guys reach that certain level, them the ones getting the deal. We know that the average cat ain't gonna get a deal, not a sponsored deal. And they might do some local stuff, like you said, go to a shoe store, blah blah blah. But when you a superstar player, you think about KD and Westbrook and all them when they were the OKC and James Harden.
Yeah.
They wasn't getting all these crazy deals like that, man. Because the market ain't there. Sometimes you got to look at the demographics in places. You know what I mean? Like you can't expect a town that's predominantly a football town gonna put basketball players to the forefront of there. You know what I mean? Because they didn't grow up like that. OKC was Oklahoma City from 19 whatever. Oklahoma City basketball team just got there maybe 20 years ago or something like that. I'm not sure, whatever. But it's just what it is. I just think that is sometimes you know what, you want to be where the limelight is now. I just think that like I said, you look at what's going on out here in the world with the TV and entertainment. we in the entertainment business now to the forefront more than anything used to be. There's always entertainment, but it's even more now. You know what I mean? It's crazy now. Everybody trying to be trying to be seen. I think everybody want to be seen and heard. So we'll
But
see.
one thing that will make sense is the different state taxes. That's a big deal too. And now in the world of sports, especially the states that don't have no state tax, like Florida, Texas. I'm not too sure if OKC probably doesn't have state taxes as well. Memphis, that's a big factor. Also, if they could just piggyback, get those commercials, but do them in those states where there's not that high taxes, then that's also a big benefactor. That's why a lot of teams, and it's hurting the New York baseball team with those taxes, not signing certain players because they rather go to they rather go somewhere else to sign because they're going to make more money, all in all in taxes, the savings, and I think watch out for Miami this year. They got money and that the taxes. That's why they could get good players, a lot of players, because that's why LeBron and Wade and Bosh, I think that's why they re up in Miami instead of coming on New York. The money, they're gonna take pay cuts anyway. I think it was where they got like 13, 14 million dollars each, or 15 to play.
Yeah.
But then they kept most of that. They didn't pay a lot of taxes, and plus they got all that sponsorship for the big three, and XYZ, and they made the kind of the money back. So look for that. That's a big factor with those state income taxes. And that's So imagine Luka Doncic. Why would Luka want to come to New York where he could stay in Dallas, and get that supermax and not pay all save that money on taxes?
I look, Alton. I understand what you're saying in comparison to LaMelo and how he's in Charlotte, but he already has a following. But that's a little here's what I'm saying in comparison to that. As far as LaMelo goes, number one, his dad did most of the work. That's the reason he has a following. His dad was able to market all three of those boys. And truthfully, he marketed two of them really successfully. There's one, the middle one, he's still trying to find his way, but he can, he had the ability to market them. But what I'm saying is, let's say you don't have a following. Let's say you have some like a small following, like how Julius Randle had. When Julius Randle came to the Knicks, he had just a few Lakers and Pelicans fans that really liked him. But now, you notice that with more showing of winning in New York, he's now getting certain endorsements. Like, I didn't notice until recently, he had gotten the Bose endorsements with the headphones. He gotten certain vitamins endorsements and things of that nature. All those endorsements, they come in like that. It changes. And to your point, you say as long as you have a following, it changes things. And with regards to Luka having the top jersey sales, yeah, that's because Luka, he's a top 5 player, so his jersey is naturally selling. But I want you to take that case and apply it to someone like Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose came to the Knicks, a sixth man. He came in. He did what he did on the Knicks this year, and he had a great effect, right? He got a vote for MVP. Like that, Derrick Rose did great for us. Good. He did good. He wasn't MVP worthy. He got a vote for MVP. Like his name was actually on the MVP ballot.
Yeah.
So like that.
Yeah, and know what? And real quick, it's not only about the jersey though. It's the commercials. It's the sponsors. It's when you walk down the street and you go in a certain place. Oh, that's Mr. Witchcom. Don't worry about it. I got you. You know what I mean? It's like it's the fandom. It goes as big as it's the mobile networks. Look at Hulu and all these places. Why do you think Damian Lillard on Hulu? Because Hulu knew who he was. You know what I mean? We can get this dude on here and we can. Who have live sports. You know what I mean? It's sometimes you in certain markets where that you go and play this here. You can go in the state and they don't got Krispy Kreme donuts. You know what I mean? That's their brand ain't there. They don't got Coca-Cola. I don't know. Theirs might be the local soda pop for the last 40, 50 years. You go to some markets, Pepsi there, Coca-Cola there, Gatorade there. Everybody, all them different brands is all over that. Look at New York. Look at Times Square billboard. You know what I'm saying? Is you see every single brand that's out there on walking up and down. So you get a better chance to get better revenue deals with these companies, because if you hot, they want you to make them hot.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of places in these small markets don't have these major brands. You can go some places and don't find Coke. You might not find Pepsi there because some people grew up with a Mountain Dew or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? So I think sometimes it makes a big difference in certain markets, and that's why we always had that trouble with small markets competing with big markets, because the big markets was drowning them out, because a lot of these big places got bigger sponsors. They got big revenue sharers. They got bigger stakeholders. You know what I mean? It makes a big difference, man. It really does when it comes to branding, man. And I just think that, you know, that's where we at in America now. That's just the way we at, not only in sports, all over. I think America became an entertainment country. You know, what happened to the guy just getting an A on his report card for study hard instead of a guy getting getting a B on his report card for study hard, and the guy getting an A because he can go on Google and get it. We in a different world now. You know what I mean? And I think that with all this free information, it's easy. Everybody branding. It's a million Knicks Real Talks out there. You know what I mean? Yeah, what's one is different, probably. You know what I mean? It's 1,000 basketball players. What makes LeBron James better than all them cats? He handled his business. LeBron James went to LA for a reason. LeBron James could have been anywhere. He could have went anywhere. I'm going to LA where the bright lights are at, where I want to be into the movie entertainment business. He got it now. He in Space Jam. He in this. And granted, even if he won LeBron, they would have been somebody else. But I'm going where the money at. That's some guys want to do that. Some guys might not want it. Some guys might want to lay low and chill. Don't want the limelight. They want the fortune, but they don't want the fame. But a lot of these guys are aiming for the fame too, because they want celebrity status. We're in a celebrity league now. Yep.
AD wouldn't have gotten that part.
Right.
He wouldn't have gotten that part if he was still in New Orleans.
Right.
A lot of guys want to be celebrities, man, and I think that's the difference. The difference is they want to be seen. You know, think about it, people like Kim Kardashian got 200 some million dollar followers, 200 million some followers or whatever. That's what these cats are aiming for, because you think about the money they making off that stuff. You ain't making that type of money. Let me put it like this here. We talk about SGA. You probably don't hear him around nowhere. You know what I mean? And he in a small town of Oklahoma, where he probably not even getting the buzz he want. He's not getting the buzz he want. He might be getting the buzz in Oklahoma City, but he might not be. He might be like, man, listen, I'm an internet. I'm an internet. Remember when Kevin Knox got drafted? Fortnite. You know what I mean? These cats is young. They young kids. They grew up in a different era than we grew up in. They are in an entertainment industry, man. That's how they run it now.
Devon, ultimately also says, he's a Knicks fan in Chicago, and people outside the East don't know who Randall is, and that's fine for now. But Randall, because he resides in New York, there could be a fight going on in MSG, a couple months down the line. Randall, because he's played there, he talks to James Dolan, he goes in, he gets some great seats there, he's watching the fight, rubs elbows with certain businessmen that already do business in New York. Next thing you know, he's doing commercials that's going to air somewhere, and then people outside the East are going to know who Randall is. Like, it's more so, like, granted, performing on the court helps your case, but accessibility also does too. Melo was doing great in Denver for himself, but he moved to New York. Now afterwards, you notice he has a production company now.
Yep.
He now has he now does different ventures, writing books, things of that nature. That type of access he wasn't gonna get in Denver. He's not gonna get it in Portland either. But because he maintained certain New York connections, he now has the ability to, do these things. It's not more so about, like, the play on the court matters, but who matters. We all know this. Who matters a lot as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it goes back to me what you want to be. If you want to be out in the limelight, then you know where to come to. If If you don't care about the limelight, if you just want to make money off your NBA contract, get your jersey sales, you can go anywhere. You can go all 32 teams to do that. But if you want the bigger picture, you have to go to certain markets. That's all I'm saying. You got to go to certain markets. Anybody can sell a jersey. I mean, people love LaMelo Ball all over the place. People love certain players because they celebrity status. When no one got LaMelo Ball paid, it wasn't his play on the court. It wasn't his fancy passing. Growing up in Chino's Hill.
Yep.
Driving a Ferrari.
Yep.
He's all over the place.
With his dad
got the baller brand. That's how he got recognized. You know what I mean? He went over to overseas. Then people loved him over there because he was becoming a global brand just through the marketing. He was marketing.
Matter of fact, Lonzo wouldn't have been known like that unless if he didn't go to UCLA.
Right.
Being in UCLA helped him the same way being in UCLA helped Russell Westbrook. Certain like the eyes that you have on certain people, like sometimes it's not about how many people are watching. It's all about who's watching.
Right.
That's
right. And that's the same way. It's the same way I try to apply to my platform. It's not how many watching, it's who watching. You know what I mean? You know, I don't need them 1,000 viewers, 2,000 viewers. I just need the viewers who watch it, who real, who appreciate Nick's real talk, and that's how these guys look at it. You know what I mean? It's not how much you make, it's how much money you make, is what you do with the money you got. You know what I mean? But I think now we're in a world now, like I said, these cats want to go out here and be famous, man. They want them limelight too. We just living in a different era. That's all it is. When I grew up, when we grew up, guys, it wasn't no internet. It wasn't no YouTube. It wasn't no Facebook. It wasn't no Twitter 20 years ago. Now it's there. You know what I mean? Now cable TV is on the forefront. Why you think ESPN and all them getting these big deals? You know, because it's entertainment. And I agree with Ali 100%. Like the Letterman said, David Stern said, and the NBA is a TV show, and it is. That's exactly what it's entertainment. You know what I mean? Them people come there to be entertained because they know they can't dunk a ball like that, or they can't throw a football 100 yards, so they want to come see somebody who could do it because they think it's the impossible. You know what I mean? And it really is, man. And I just think that's where we at. But you know what? It's going to be interesting, man, because I think a lot of these guys want to get to these certain markets because I think they done got their max deals. Now, once you got your max money, you know you're good for the rest of your life. You know, just about basically, I'm paid. I ain't got nothing to worry about. I'm good. So now I want to go have some fun. They're young guys, but they still young. They still want to go to the club. They still want to go do this. I mean, these kids is kids. You gotta let them live. You know what I mean? I think that's where they at. Now, where can you go in certain markets and have fun? Some places you can't go have no fun. It just ain't nothing there to do. Let's say hypothetically, I'm just going to use Oklahoma. I know things changed, but what you going to do in Oklahoma City that you compare what you could do in New York or Dallas or Houston or LA or Atlanta,
Miami,
you know what I mean? Miami, right? BS in Orlando. He know Orlando ain't Miami. You know what I'm saying? But Miami's popping off, and that's just how I roll. You know, but you know, hopefully they stick to the basketball part of it, man, and like I said, it just all depends what's out there and where you located, because a lot of people might not be into basketball like they might be into football. A lot of people might not be into certain sports like they into this sport, and I think that's why people like I said, New Orleans. You know, can you imagine if Zion Williams was even if let's say he was in Elton Lee Town, Chicago, where you got more of a media presence, you got more of a more culture of city, urban zones, and tenement builders, and
that just signed the Jordan brand. He signed the Jordan brand.
And Chicago is a basketball city, no matter what you tell me. And then football, and New Orleans is it's football city. They got not just the Saints, they got also LSU. They're big. LSU's humongous. College football down here is it's king.
Oh yeah, it's king. Right. And you look at Chicago. Don't get me wrong. You got the Chicago Cubs, Chicago White Sox. You got the Chicago Bears. You know what I mean? You got the Chicago Bulls. That's a sports town. That town is sports.
The Black Hawks.
Yeah, just like New York. New York got the Mets, the Yankees, the Knicks, the Nets, the Giants, the Jets, the Islanders, the Rangers. It's the Buffalo Bills. It's a sports town. It's just a sports town. You know what I mean? A lot of places are not sports towns, and they got a sports team there, but it's not really a sports town per se. I think that makes a big difference. Like he said, Orlando. Oh, the Orlando guy is the Orlando Magic.
The Magic.
You know what I mean?
And then the college UCF. That's bigger.
Right. They're actually
bigger. They're
Mm-hmm.
actually bigger than the basketball team, UCF football, the University of Central Florida. They're bigger than the Orlando Magics here. It's like it's nauseating.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, wasn't the Magic in the bubble?
Last year, yes, I believe so.
No home court advantage.
No, and that's the practice. You know, that's the
right.
practice.
They was in Orlando. The bubble was in Orlando. Disney World.
The bubble was in Orlando. No home court advantage.
And that's their practice facility too, where they did the bubble. That's where they do it was just like really, yeah.
Hey, look at my man. A prime example. Tom Brady look at the buzz he getting now in Tampa compared to New England. He won championships in New England. He wasn't getting branded in New England. His jersey was selling, but he wasn't getting branded. You ain't see Tom Brady all over the commercials and stuff because there ain't that many people up. I mean, ain't that many sports other than in other words, the Boston Celtics get it more than the New England Patriots get, and they was winning championships.
Or if you
or the Red Sox,
if you're doing a commercial in Boston, it's gonna be more so local than anything.
Yeah,
because Boston, like if you notice, their state they're different rules.
They're weird.
Like they're gonna pregame in their state and then go to another state to watch the game as drunk as possible because they can drink after a certain hour in their state. Like the things are advertised a different way, so it's all about knowing your market.
Yeah, Brady, absolutely. That's what it is.
And Brady was smart. He went to a city that is football first. Tampa is football first. No matter what.
Football first. Yeah, football first. That's right. And they had it popping off this way. He knew he was smart. Listen, them, the Tampa Bay Lightning, the Rays, they all had good years the last 3 or 4 years. You know what I mean? The Rays was in the World Series. Tampa Bay Lightning was in the Stanley Cup. And Tom Brady and them went to the Super Bowl. So that city was on buzz down there. You know what I mean? And that's what I think they got to do. They just got to salute to my man worldwide. Salute my brother. So we see you, Lawrence. Salute to you. Yeah, what up, dude? Yep. It's like you said, God, it's the market. You know what I mean? They had like Will second saying when you think about it, when big name players have a chance to pick their spot, it's never a small market. It's never a small market. Never is. Never is.
Yeah.
Yep. Because but let's hope they do it for the basketball. We want to, but that's why you notice it's always the players who come out of that rookie deal. Once they out that rookie contract, they get their max deals. The game changes for them.
Yeah.
Now it ain't all about just shooting a basketball and wearing a jersey anymore. How can I go out there and make myself a brand?
But also, how do I the only way it's I can maximize the brand, but the best way to do it as a basketball player is to maximize my talents. So where do I go that showcases my talents?
Talent. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right, absolutely. Well, I'm gonna bow out, guys. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dan, it's always a pleasure, man. I'm glad to see you.
Yeah, man.
We missed these conversations with you on the program. Hopefully, you continue coming back on and we continue having these excellent programs. And also, I got the Bronx Sports Jedi, my channel as well. We talk basketball, and actually baseball, football, and all that. If you hit that notification, you're around. You're more than welcome to come on and chat with me on there as well. With Divine is over there as well. So
we gotta talk Giants.
No problem. So guys, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna have a sleep.
Okay, BX, my brother. I'll talk to you maybe tomorrow sometime.
Yes, and everyone out there, have a Father's Day and enjoy your Father's Day. And this Bronx Jedi, many, many blessings. And I'll talk to you guys on the next time.
All right, my brother. I'll talk to you, man. Thank you, my brother. Man. Let me bring some tea back on. Yeah, man, but it's amazing out there, man. What's out there in the sports world, but we just gotta hope our Knicks and all our local teams. I'm really excited about the Knicks season, man. We got to get it popping. I think we had a good step this year. 41-31, fourth in the Eastern Conference, man. Went from 21 wins to 41 wins, almost doubled our win total. That was impressive, man. I was so happy to be a Knicks fan that y'all know what to say, man. I'm like, listen. We went grinded this year. We grinded hard, and we you know, you want to call it overachievement. I just call we achieved something. I don't know if it's over or under. It don't even matter to me. I know we achieved a great deal this year. So we got to look forward to this all season, guys. I think we're going to be really, this all season going to be really interesting, man. You know, it starts with the draft till we go into free agency, you know, and we still get to do a little bit of trade in there. So I think that's going to be something to see.
Yeah, it certainly ain't no one off. You know, anyone who says, "Oh, it was a bubble season or something," no, I think we're going to get better and better. You know, we brought in the coach of the year. You know, so everywhere he goes, he makes teams better, players better, and the front office is going to restock the shelf, and you know, we've got young players that are going to get better as well. If you look at the way how we achieved what we did was off the back of a big contribution from young players, and you know, one in his two in his first year, one in his second year, one in his third year, in Mitch, and if Kevin Knox starts to do something, that's just gravy, you know, and that's not even talking about who we're going to pick up, you know, 32nd, 21st, 19th pick. Like, I'm excited for draft night, you know, see what kind of magic. And to your point earlier, we can start working out players. You know, it's not a you know, restricted sort of.
Yeah. This isn't a pandemic year to where we're still currently in the pandemic, but this isn't a year to where like they're restricting the front office actually seeing the prospects. And I don't think they did, because I know last year they limited them to like 3 interviews. So did they limit the interviews this year or no?
Yeah. A lot of them was Zoom interviews.
Yeah, so you couldn't really, unless the player was, unless the organization was willing to fly the player out and they had to plan and whatnot. So I think I think this year the draft is going to be interesting. I want to see the movement of the front office because last year they didn't have that difficult of a task. It was if we're in the lottery, then we're in the lottery. But if not, then everything was gravy. And so right now everything is feeling great. But now you have a baseline. Now you have somewhere to a stepping stone, if you will. So that's what the front office has to do. But they like the stepping stone is also a bar. You cannot fall under it. So we can't regress. We can't have any regression at all.
Yeah, Will brought up a good point. He said, "I don't remember a trade ever happening during the playoffs. There's something changed." I agree with 100%. I never heard it. I've never seen that either.
I think like they opened up some I don't know, maybe the league year they changed the league year or they advanced the date on the league year, so that's why Boston could do that. But it was weird. Like there was a whole lot of weird stipulations. Like I had some fans telling me that Luka Vildoza could play in the playoffs, but I read somewhere like in the CBA that after a certain time, a player that was picked up after a certain time, they couldn't, they didn't count towards the playoff roster. So it was a whole lot of weird things. Like it's just hopefully now that they have things back to normal as far as timestamps, that things will go back to normal.
Yeah. Real quick. Salute Elton, man. Will, man, we appreciate y'all brothers staying up. Salute Lawrence, everybody in the chat. Frank, Matt told everybody, man. It's late night. We just talking, man, talking dialogue, man, talking Knicks and all that good stuff. So I'm glad everybody in here tonight, man. Like I said, we enjoying it. We doing what we do. I'm glad to see you, Dan. I'm glad you're back in the mix, my brother. And I was wondering, I'll tell him I'll be out there. You heard from Dan. I'll think about the brothers here. I was thinking about you the other day, Dan. Real talk. I was like, I ain't seen a brother in a minute. I hope he's doing all right out there in New York. You know what I mean? And I'm glad that just to see your face, I'm glad that's a relief to know that you're doing well, man. That you're good. So I'm glad that you're on tonight, man. That's real talk. And CT, you know how we get down, brother. And I'm glad you're coming on. CT out there down under, man, holding it down for us. When the streets is buzzing out there, you already know. But yeah, man, it's gonna be a sight, man. I think we're gonna do some things, man. We're gonna make some moves that's gonna put us where we need to be. And I'm looking forward to a good season next year. I would like to. I want us to, from my standpoint anyway, just my personal. I would love to see the Knicks at least get to the second round, and then they, first round, second round, and third round. And then we'll take it from there. But still keep that cap flexibility like they've been doing. Don't mortgage the farm and put us back 10 years. Just let them young boys grow, man. Let Emmanuel quickly, Obi Toppin, RJ Barrett, Mitch, and them, whoever you draft this year, make them part of that core, and you just add a couple of pieces for a year or two until they ready. You know what I mean? They Scott Perry doing so good with that organization right now. When he came in here and cleaned this mess up, man, and he saved us a ton of money on the Porzingis deal. He got his Mitchell Robinson and the Carmelo Anthony deal. He got his lottery picks. We sitting around with 7 lottery picks in the next 4 years, first rounders. You know what I mean? We got cap space. We got young talent. You know what I mean? And we just need to stay afloat, man. Because Brooklyn Nets might be getting they might get all the hype, but I still don't think they're in a better spot than we are. The Knicks, to me, is in a good spot because I think they're injury or two away from having max money on their book for a minute. We are just a player or two away from getting ready to elevate. So I think it's been a real good season for the Knicks, man. I could have been happy to be a Knicks fan, to be honest, man. I've been doing this for a long time. 82 game watcher, been doing it since the 70s. And to see the team come to where they are right now, and the best is yet to come, guys. I think the best is we just get started. This Tom Thibodeau, first year with players he had to get to know in a pandemic. Didn't know none of them. No practice. And he got these cats 41 wins. I'm like, come on now, wait. And he already in the gym. He said when they lost in the playoffs, he said for the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna let the guys have 2 or 3 weeks, to get their mind right, get with their family. Then we back at it. 3 weeks after you lose the playoffs, he said we back at it. That is amazing. You know what I mean? Then you see Luka Valdoza in the gym shooting. You see RJ over there and with the Canadian team playing. RJ, Julius Randle somewhere in the gym working out. You know what I mean? And that's just crazy, man. It's just really good to see, man, that we finally on that culture is finally built down there.
Yeah, to Will's point, if Brooklyn gets knocked out tomorrow, then that's a big fail for them. And
absolutely.
They're not really built for long term, and we know they're walking wounded players. I don't ever see Harden, Kyrie, and KD healthy again all at the same time for next playoffs, for a deep run, because Harden's getting up in age. He's always got the soft tissue injury, hamstring or something. Kyrie, we know he's looking, after his career and being more in the activist sort of spotlight, and KD going to have to start carrying them a lot more, and then does that make him a bit more injury prone? So, I like we got the young legs. I'm excited to see Obi Toppin. I think he showed a lot in the playoffs. Him and Quickly, they had that mentality had no fear, and the same thing we're seeing today from Terrence Mann and the other player from Philly. Tyrese Maxey. Yeah,
that was IQ's teammate right there.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. El Lee, man, my brother, salute, man. Thanks for chiming in, stand up. You the man, El Lee. Thanks for holding us down in Chicago, man. We got El Lee in Chicago holding us down for the Knicks fans down out there. El Lee, good dude, man. We appreciate you, my brother, man, for sure. See you on the next one. And yeah, man, we got some up and coming cats, man. I think we're gonna be special. I think we got enough draft pick to stash dudes. See, what I like about what they did, our farm system always going to be strong. You know what I mean? Because we got, especially when we get to 2023, when you got the kids coming out of high school. and we got about 4 2023 picks coming up in the second round. You know what I mean? Something like that. And so, yeah, man. So I think our franchise is good for the next 10 years. We just don't need to blow it on somebody who gonna give him $100-something million, then he gonna get injured, or he already been injured because of his name. We gonna get him. I love a lot of these guys. I love Kawhi Leonard. I really do, man. I love all these guys, but I don't think our franchise is in a position to take that risk of having somebody that much
to
of a
that
cap
point.
space and they don't play.
If we had the old regime, man, we'd be taking on Kemba Walker right now.
Right,
you know,
right. We just can't afford that right now, man.
We'd be the first ones at the table, ready to, fork out all the cash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yep.
We're swerving all that. You know, we're waiting for the right deal, and we're going to hit.
Yep, but that's why that exactly what your platform say. The streets is buzzing because that's what's happening. New York Knicks got the streets buzzing right now. Boy, this season we was buzzing in the streets of New York. You know what I mean? Wherever you at, the streets was buzzing, man, because we was in there. You know what I mean? Knicks was in there this year. I was watching the games like, man, these dudes they going at it. I just love what I see.
The rumor mill's about to start already. If you go on Sports Center, you see Donovan Mitchell is frustrated.
Yeah,
the rumor mill is gonna start.
It's about to start.
Yeah,
and listen, watch. Don't let Philly lose that game. It's gonna be crazy. When the Philly lose that game, disgruntled is.
Because
God,
Ben Simmons gotta go. Like, you know what's the crazy part? I think everyone who's in Philly, everyone who's watching the system, like everyone who's watching this, just they see the glaring problem. It's like, yo, Ben Simmons, you gotta go. You gotta go.
Yeah.
And it's not like because you're a bad player. It's clearly 3 seasons now, and you haven't fixed the one glaring problem that you had. You won't even attempt in the season. You don't want to work on it.
And they got 3 max players.
You don't want to work on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a chance for you guys to win a championship, and you're out here not doing your best. Could you believe that? Could you imagine if
I've never seen that, man. I've never seen a $30 million player have to get subbed in and out just because he can't work on free throws.
Because he's such a liability on the offense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for real. And there'll be a lot of teams still willing to take him on for 30 mil. They could swap him for another star, but I think if heads are going to roll if Philly get knocked out, you know.
That's why the Porzingis thing is so out there, because Dallas got knocked out. Now they ain't gonna blame Luka. You know what I mean? So I'm like, they probably like that's why the KP thing is crazy out there, man. You know, a lot of teams fell short, man. Boston and Miami fell short.
No, Boston can't say they fell short.
Without Jaylen Brown, I get it, but
they faced the big 3 without Jaylen Brown, and I believe they took 1 game off.
Yep.
They took a game, so they can't say. All they can say is like, "Hey, Danny Ainge, this, that." They can make excuses to themselves and things of that nature. Like ultimately says, we're in competition with the Celtics for a starting point guard.
Yeah, but even before they even got to the playoffs, they fell off to me. That's what I mean. Even before they even played the Nets, Boston's season was, dude. You had Kemba Walker, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Marcus Smart. You had a couple of other good players. Their bench was weak, though. I thought they had a weak bench. I really did. I didn't think they were going to go nowhere because their front line wasn't strong enough to me. But I thought Tristan Thompson, he's Tristan Thompson. You know what I mean? And I didn't expect him to go far. But
you know why the Celtics are where they are? Because they poured a lot of resources in Rozier, and he walked. They poured a lot of resources in Hayward, he walked. They poured a lot of resources in Al Horford, didn't work out.
Now they got him back.
Yeah, Kemba Walker, a lot of resources in him, didn't work out. A lot of bad GM moves, you know. They had all the picks and everything. They fleeced Brooklyn in that Paul Pierce, KG, and other deal, they had a treasure trove, and your man's who's the president now, the coach, you know, he was in love with Gordon Hayward, so that was his guy, and
I
it
think
didn't work out.
I think the real crime that Boston committed was when it was everyone could say like, oh, the Anthony Davis trade and things of that nature, or even, oh, they should have traded for James Harden. I think the real crime was that they didn't trade for Kawhi Leonard when he was available. They thought so
Yeah,
much of Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum that they didn't want to break them up, and I understand that, but to a certain extent, like this is like Kawhi Leonard was gonna compete for a championship no matter which team he was on. He was just more so dependent. Like, make sure you just didn't get in his way, because he was really performing that year, especially in the playoffs.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, man. I agree with you, Al Lee. We are competing with the Celtics for a starting point guard because now that's what they're going to do. See, Celtics are going to go out there and get a starting point guard. A good point, Al Lee. I agree with you 100%. They're going to go out there and get them a point guard because they got they wings is good. They got nice 2 young wings. They good there. They just picked up Al Horford at the 5 spot. You know, so now they're going to go out there and get a 1. You know, and replace my man and see what happens there. Because I don't know what they're gonna do with Fourier. I don't know if Fourier gonna resign with them. And that's another guy I would have a problem coming to the Knicks. I'm talking about from a standpoint. He got a basketball. He got a better skill set than Reggie Bullock. I mean, Reggie Bullock just see. I don't need the problem with Reggie Bullock. He can't put the ball on the floor and get to the hole. At least my man can shoot the 3 and do that. You know what I mean? His defense is suspect. But Evan Fournier can get to the hole, though. You know what I mean? I want to give
I
no
like
crazy.
Terrence Ross as well.
Yeah, but see, that's why. Look, Terrence Ross was the guy that everyone probably wanted. The Magic did not let him go for that a specific reason. I think what we should be doing is like we recognize that we have a good coach and certain talents on the roster can stay where they are, but certain guys have to naturally be bumped down into the bench. I'm okay with giving up some guys that's on the bench to naturally take guys that way they can move down on the bench, because what we want is a bump in talent, but also we want some continuity as well, so that there's some familiarity, that guys aren't just walking into a system and not knowing what's going on. So like what I'm looking for really is like I'm okay with keeping Reggie, but I'm okay with also bumping him to the bench and having a better wing that, you know, same like it's a whole lot. I'm not a whole lot of guys, but there are certain guys that we just, you know, we should be bumping them down as opposed to just getting rid of them altogether.
Absolutely. That 1 and 3, we got to do that 1 and 3. That's our biggest needs, I think, that 1 and 3. You get that 1 and 3, and I think we good. I really do.
If you roll back that bench with Rose, Quickly, Reggie, and Obi and Taj, you know, that's familiarity. We're going to upgrade the starting 5 talent, you know,
to be
able to compete.
I'm okay with Mitchell Robinson, because Mitchell Robinson defensively, like, this is the thing. Like, I'm watching Rudy Gobert, and defensively he can take away his center, but he's not a guard. He's not a perimeter guard like that. Like,
I try to tell people that all the time, man.
Mitch is so much better at guarding the perimeter as a big man than Rudy Gobert, and even if he guards when he guards the pick and roll, he's guarding both the ball handler and the roll man. So defensively, he has gifts that just, you know, you know, you can't make up for that. So that's why I'm okay with.
And he's so young, and that's why I understand what people saying. The man is he a young dude. Mitchell Robinson is what, 22 years old?
Yep.
What? He's young. I'm like, this cat had two years ago. He was playing high school in the gym in New Orleans almost 3 years ago, just playing basketball. And I was like, people don't understand. You let that young man, now they put him around Kenny Payne. And like you said, man, the cat ain't fouling out no more. I think he would have made it tougher on Trae Young than my man did for sure. Because see, Mitchell Robinson, he just got that instinct where he could run up to Trae Young, but at the same time, he get up so high, he could alter that lob to Clint Capella. You know what I mean? Because that's how I was like, man, I wish that Mitch was in that series. Would have been a different game.
It's so
Me
glaring.
too.
It's like this, like yo, I remember every matchup we've had with the Hawks for the past 2 years. That's how much this series bothered me. And when you really think about it, from the time that Julius Randle got to no matter of fact, even before that, when Alonzo Trier was on the courts, when Alonzo Trier was on the team and whatnot, when we were facing the Hawks, the best player on the court was always Mitchell Robinson. And not to say like Trae Young, like he was better than Trae Young, but as far as our team was concerned, the only guy that they really couldn't stop from getting a bucket was Mitchell Robinson. When the last game of the season prior, when the season shut down, we were having a back and forth with the Hawks. The only reason we could stay in the game was because of Mitchell Robinson.
I see that was the one when Alpha Payton intercepted that from Trae Young. And he threw that. I was like,
man,
come
I love
on,
that
man.
play. I put that on repeat.
I watched that play like 50 times.
Like earlier in this season, when we faced them twice and we beat them, like everyone keeps harping back to the third time when it was, they were just, they were Nate McMillan was there, so they weren't this, that, whatever. I don't think it's that. Like Nate McMillan doesn't put any fear in me as a coach. Nate McMillan doesn't I don't like. It's just I don't even think they're gonna keep this up next year. I think the Hawks are doing great, like they're looking good, but I think they're not. I think they're gonna get too big for their own heads next year, and they're gonna underachieve next year. I think people are gonna hope that they get better, but Will
to that point, have you seen
Vince Carter's last game?
Vince Carter's last game, yep.
Have you seen the refs? They're going to change that ruling of drawing fouls.
Look, that's dependent on if the refs enforce the rule, because I remember in football they were gonna change a certain rule about calling pass interference in the last 2 minutes of the game, and having the refs look over it, and the refs literally like the next year, because they said we changed the rule, that's the rule, the refs gotta abide by it, and the next year the refs decided that rule don't exist to us. And then after that, they just said, you know what? If they're not enforcing it, we're just not gonna call the rule anymore. And so they had a meeting for no reason. But like it's all about if the refs enforce that rule. As far as that, I'm not looking at any rule changes. I think the reason I'm gonna accept as to why we lost against the Hawks is because we just didn't have the talent. We didn't have the talent. I think we called plays. I think because it wasn't so lopsided. Some games at the end result will make you feel like it was lopsided, but we always had moments in the game where we could have changed the momentum. It's just that we didn't have the talent to help execute those moments. So that's what it is. I just what this series made me realize is talent wins.
Yeah, to me, I think the biggest factor to me was they was just missing shots, bro. They just couldn't hit nothing. Knicks, you don't go 40, you don't go to top 3 field goal percentage, 3-point shooting team in the league, then you get in the playoff and you just lay eggs. They just didn't have it. And I got to give one person credit, not on the offense neither. My man, what's his name? No, the Bogdanovich, whatever his name is. He was playing some good pressure defense in that series, man. I was like, this dude is up on everybody, yo. He was making it hard for our point guard. He was picking them cats up. Soon they crossed that line, he was on Alpha Payton and Derrick Rose in them. I was like, man, this dude is kind of going hard on, slowing that tempo down. He's making Derrick Rose have to hold that dribble for a lot of minutes, not to get in rhythm, then the clock going down. So he picked them up real well. I got to give Bogdanovich credit. I watched that whole season. I'm like, you know what? This cat is a fucking pest. He a pest. He picking these cats up at the corner. Yep. Gallo. I was disappointed in Randall with that. Randall should have been taking Gallo to the bucket, man. I'm like, why are you trying to shoot over this dude? But I understand Clint Capella was back there, but I thought he should have been taking my man to the bucket. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. I didn't think Gallo should have had that much influence in the series.
Nah,
he was
exactly. Yeah,
Like,
we fell into jump shot mode, man.
And then the thing that annoyed me was DeAndre Hunter. You know, if he was out of that series, you know, it's a different story, I think. But as soon as they beat us, he's out for the season. It's like,
yeah, it seemed like they brought him back just for.
Then he go down with a tour or something. Yep. Yeah, he
was
was a
going
big
back
fan.
and forth on. There was some Hawks fans saying, "Oh, you know, it's not fair. We've got to face Philly. We don't have Hunter." I'm like, "Oh, what?" So it's kind of like not having Mitchell Robinson then.
Right.
Oh
right.
yeah.
You know.
Oh no, I've been taking a lot of joy in this Sixers Hawks series. A lot of the Atlanta fans have been crying about Joel Embiid getting calls, after which I just go, don't feel so good now. Do it.
Right.
Someone's flopping and they get a call and they hitting the line. They don't feel so good. Do it. Someone, hitting your player and they get the foul call. They don't feel so good now. Do it.
Yeah, we had our test, man. It was all good, man. But yeah, man. Listen, I'm gonna get up out of here, man. But it's been a pleasure. If I had time, we could do it all night. It wouldn't even bother me. This is Nick's Real Talk. We in here, man. But I come on every Friday, guys. But just look out for the notifications. I might jump on later on in the week if something pop off, or just I'm kind of. This one waiting till Friday kind of get me going crazy. I'm ready to talk some Knicks with my people. So I might jump on Wednesday or Tuesday or something. I'll let you guys know. And I'll send a notification out of y'all. Look for it, man. And we get it popping again. Because I know by then, like I said, we come back on Tuesday, Wednesday, there's going to be some crazy noise going on by the time Sunday open.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hoping there'll be some crazy noise. But we be up to it, man. And but anything y'all want to say before I get out of here, man, to the people? Are y'all good? And it's been a pleasure, man. Like I said, Dan, you get back to seeing you, brother. I'm glad you're doing good, man. That's what's up.
Oh, yeah. Last words I want to say. If De'Aaron Fox don't come to the team next year, I'm calling it now. Steph 2022. Steph 2022. And wait. Look. I'm gonna say something else. You ready? I guarantee you this happens if he comes to when he comes to. Julius Randle isn't gonna give up the number 30. Steph is gonna call Walt Clyde Frazier. And they're going to unretire that number 10 for Steph.
Oh.
Man, well, y'all heard it first on Nick's Real Talk. If it pop off, y'all heard it first on June the 19th, 2021. Dan, they put it out there, so we already know.
Yeah.
CT, what up, my brother?
Appreciate you again. Glad coming on and glad you've given us this platform, talk Knicks, and there's not, to my point earlier, there's not really much off season, in 6 weeks we'll be watching players actually play some games. So this off season, I think there's going to be some crazy things go down. We already saw a trade tonight, and we don't really see that too often. Things are heating up. The salary cap's going to go up as well, I think. And to Dan's point, I think Donovan Mitchell, look out for that.
Right, you never know. I believe that's a possible. Anything can happen. Like I said, from the last couple of years.
Leon Rose, his dad works for the Mets.
It
would truly be
right,
a homecoming.
Right on the wall.
It is a homecoming right there.
So we moving to the 2? 1, 2?
Damn.
Are they to the 3?
No, here's what
him and Quickly would be nice.
Yeah.
Yes, man, that'd be nice. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah. But that's what's up. Well, man, Knicks Real Talk. We about to get out of here, man. Salute to the chat. Alton Lee, Will, thank y'all for staying up late with us, man. Everybody else who came in earlier and chimed in. Frank Matthews, everybody. My boy Bronx Jedi 76, Divine, Dan A, CT. The streets is buzzing. We in here tonight, man. What a great show. What a great time. I enjoyed it, man. The panel, the chat. And I'll get with you guys on the next episode, man. Most likely Tuesday or Wednesday, I drop a show out there, man. And but in the meantime, everybody stay safe. Like Elton say, stay safe. Enjoy yourself this weekend, man. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers, or happy day to the fathers, the brothers who have fathers and sisters who got fathers. They want to shout them out. Salute to them as well, man. Now, I know sometimes us men, we get bad raps, but I know we there's some good, strong brothers out here who holding their kids down, man. I just want to make sure y'all understand that. And keep it moving. Enjoy your Sunday. Like I said, I know I'm gonna do the same, man. We will outly. A matter of fact, we probably will do that, man. The draft selection show Thursday. I'll talk to Bronx Jedi 76, and we can get if we can get all that popping off. We'll do that, man. So whether it's Thursday, then we could do that. I have no problem with that. I think that'd be a great idea. So we get that popping. But in the meantime, man, y'all enjoy your weekend. Knicks Real Talk, the night show, man. And we gonna get a popping, and like the Thursday we try to do that. Elton Lee, salute Andy, man. That's my brother Andy down there from NBK International. Andy out there in Poland holding it down. So we about to get out, Andy. I wish it would have been your time, but I'd love to have you on. But I'll see you later. See you soon. But thank you, Andy, for popping and checking us in. But man, let's get it, man. Knicks Real Talks, the night show, man. We about to get out of here. And drop a little promo for the outro, man. And we'll see you guys. Salute to everybody out there, man. Y'all be safe. Peace.
Peace.